What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic preview, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Dawson. I'm broadcast coming to you live from cold. 57 degrees is cold, yet sunny. California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Hump Day. It's Wednesday. You know what it is. 57 cold, Lamont. Indeed, my friend, certainly is cold, specifically for this area. It is cold. It's a cold world. Get this collar off. Whew, I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MVs are having a fantastic one. How can you say you're a dog lover when you're openly complicit in a dog murder? Okay, well, let's not bring up No Pixel 4.0. Folks. ID on the cardigan. This is Yasuo's brand. I forget the name of it now. I'm just kind of fucked up, but. Question for you: can you name a country that best represents your ideal type of government or political ideology? Just curious. No, I can't. I guess maybe Cuba would be close, but not really. There's always issues, man. There's always going to be issues. Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life in the world of Hassan Abi Piker. And let me tell you, music is not my jam. Hold on. I'm going to fix it. This is a little bit better. A little cozier vibes. North Korea? Yeah. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea. There's no One Piece updates. I played, as you guys know, for 10 hours. I played No Pixel last night. And then did a 10-hour banger. Hey, Son, I just got cheated on from a 7-year relationship, hoping for good luck in the new year. I'm the guy that watched 2K hours of you. Brother, that's probably why. You need to watch 3K hours, and then you won't get cheated on. You know what I'm saying? Folks, get those numbers up, King. Anyway, look, folks, we're live, and I'm not addicted. Okay?
It was almost like...
What is this? Greek discovers distant Turkish relatives, Stavi's world? Oh, God. Yeah, make those 2K hours, 3K hours. Oh, here, this is the RP update. Here you go. Here, I'll show you this at least. No Pixel session last night was so fire and entertaining. Yeah, it's always good. Here, your RP sucks. You need to get your ass to Valorant. Says Farting Co.
Are we somebody else?
Are we being a bit misogynistic here? Immediately blaming the woman. We should be blaming the gay guy instead.
That might be you.
It's probably Mickey.
It's Mickey. What is this? This is.
Why are you laughing? I'm making serious accusations. -1.
Fucking hell, we're dying here.
You got to be joking right now, right? There's no way you actually.
Nah, I'm just playing with you. I'm a bit of a goofster, right?
You are a bit of a goof.
All right, well, I didn't know Dr.
Anyways, why'd
Mickey
you
was...
run away? Why'd you...
Anyway, we're doing a little bit of... Listen, we're doing a little bit of role play. All right? A little bit of role play. Not a lot. A little bit of role play. We're doing it. All right? No Pixel's got to level up and get improv legends in the mix like Jason Mantzoukas. I don't know what that is. How do you check your hours watch? I think it was in the last in the year-end recap. Can I interest you in a no news all day RP today, sire? No. That accent is still a hate crime, and you know it. I think the Irish accent, I'll be honest, the Irish accent is like a very difficult one for me. Not my best, for sure. But I think I'm doing a fairly decent job with it overall, all things considered. But yeah, I'll probably dive into No Pixel a little bit earlier today, so fear not for all the gaming heads and all of the No Pixel heads in general. Oh, Jubilee did a Spectrum video. They haven't done that in a while, I feel like, so I'm excited. Maybe I'll look at that. But overall, you dip into the Tate accent very occasionally, but it's entertaining as hell. Yeah. Fear and 2023 con was awesome. Happy New Year. Wrong. Irish is second best behind Italian. Wait, really? You think so, or are you just kidding? Like, don't be goofing me. Don't be lying to me. You definitely did it okay, like Northern Ireland. Will says hard for him too. Yeah. Why are you RPing as a real person though? Donio Sullivan's a real dude. It's a real dude that I know in the real world, but I'm not doing him. I'm doing like a different character. I just named it Donio Sullivan. I have a decent German accent, I think, as well. Didn't realize that was Fusli yesterday with a voice changer. Yeah. So I was watching the VOD last night, and my sister from another room asked if I was watching Jacksepticeye. That's incredible. Well, yeah, just start doing Irish top of the hours again when you get the accent back. Yeah, maybe. But No Pixel was a lot of fun, and you know, definitely enjoyed it. It's just like one of these things. One of the issues, of course, is that I feel like the community doesn't enjoy it as much as I do. And by that I mean the broader community. But like, fuck them. You know what I mean? YOLO. We're still going after it. We're still doing the damn thing. Every January, we seem to almost go to war with Iran, which we stop. Yeah, there's a lot to talk about today. We're going to get to the news in a second. One update I'll give you guys. I worked out finally today. And the thing I noticed in myself, this is going to be too much information time, but I'm going to give you guys TMI. Okay? When I'm on vacation, I eat way more. And when I eat way more, I feel like maybe I'm just like constantly perma-cutting, and it's not good. Because when I eat way more, I find myself first of all, my libido increases. And then also, I could just put up way more weight in the gym. And like, I came back and I thought I was going to be like 255 or something. I was like really worried about getting on the scale. I'm 249, which is not good, but 249.8. But what are you going to do? Just perma bulk my guy. Yeah, well, I did that. When are you going to go on TRT? Aren't you 40 now? Yes. So yeah, urge you to respond to libido comment with something that'll get me banned as strong. Don't do that. Starting TRT when I'm 38. Yeah, I'm planning on getting on TRT when I'm like 35, probably. So in a couple years. Steroid arc when? Pausers. Oh, this one was funny too. I think like they were surprised because I don't think they know that I used to play role play. Like a lot of people don't know that I play role play. So they were shocked at how fast I booked it out of there when the cops showed up. All right, well, I didn't know Dr. Mickey
why'd you
was...
run away? Why'd you leave us? Why'd you run?
Wait, me? What the fuck was I supposed to do? Wait and get fucking arrested? What are you out of your fucking mind?
You just ran away from us. We were gonna head there together. You climbed a wall and went the fuck off elsewhere.
Right, it's called parkour. You should look it up. It's called free running.
No, neither of these characters know my old character, Donnie. That's Shoto, and this is Benji, played by, I forget what his username is, but yeah, they don't know my old character. I don't even think Shoto ever played roleplay before.
Yeah, I fucking booked it, right?
Holy shit.
You fucking
Fucking
Lyceum.
man.
You've never heard of an Irish goodbye?
Yeah. Aaron Rodgers. I love when people come in the chat and just say a thing that they want me to cover. Yes, we'll cover Aaron Rodgers. Don't worry. The fraudulent Aaron Rodgers, okay, destroyed my boys' dreams by getting absolutely dominated, destroyed. But yeah, oh wow, every part of your stream is making me feel encouraged to slightly sober up and talk to people about the things they needed to hear. Oh, that's interesting. Anyway, that MetLife turf is fuck lol. Yeah. We're gonna talk about Aaron Rodgers and Jimothy Kimmel. Jimothy Kimothy. But yeah, favorite Taylor Swift song allegations. I have nothing for that. So yeah, we'll talk about Karen Rodgers. We'll talk about all of that. But as far as personal news goes, yeah, I worked out for the first time in like a week plus, and it felt pretty good. And that's pretty much it. I've been just taking Kai on structured walks. Ray did not ruin her. I was worried because I'm very anal, like very strict. So I was a little worried when I know Ray's a incredible dog mom, right? Like she was gonna be great, but I was worried that she was gonna be too nice to Kaya and like spoil her. And no, she actually kept it going. How's your strength after a week of not working out? I think my strength is actually better because I took time off and ate a lot. So that's probably, oh God, British cuisine, best in the world. Fucking hell, it's a war crime. too nice. That's your daughter, man. Yeah. Some of y'all aren't parents and it shows, okay? Or some of you are very clearly cat parents and it shows. That's no scran. But I recently tried a deload week and I feel good and sore again. Yeah. Yeah, our animals aren't little shits like your dog. Yeah, okay. That's really ridiculous. You're disrespecting Kaya, who is literally a learned dog. Like, this dog is a fucking scholar, okay? She might look like a rug right now. She might look like a rug next to me. But that's a scholar. That's a dog who's graduated. I'm about to start siding with the hate watchers if the cat hate doesn't change. No, I love cats. I'm sorry. I apologize for what I said, please. A dog with a doctorate. Exactly. So yeah, no One Piece updates for now. I'm all over the Better Call Saul. I'm all over that. But yeah, we got some news today. Jeffrey Epstein names are supposed to come out today. Okay, so get excited for that. A explosion happened in Iran, like at the Qasem Soleimani tribute. The list got pushed till the 22nd. Oh, it got pushed again? What the hell? Okay, never mind. What's a deload week like? No lifting at all, or just refeed or light activity? No, deload means when you're, let's say you're doing 225 10 times for 4. On your deload week, you do less weight. You just do less weight. You deload. You take some of the load off. I'm confused. Is in America the protector of capitalist interests? Why would they release the names? I mean, things slip through the cracks every now and then. I'm sure there's some political machinations happening in the background, but the reality is that Jeffrey Epstein associate names being revealed is not necessarily going to do anything to them. You'll be very, I guess, surprised when you find out that, I guess it'll be really surprising when you find out nothing comes of it and they don't actually get in trouble even a little bit, because that's how the world works, really. So yeah, what's on his forehead is zip patch. I have a zip patch on my forehead. Harvard drama gives conservatives major W. 2023 Fear and recap video was fire. Hell yeah. Jimmy Kimmel, Karen Rogers, drama and more. No Pixel early today. Get in now. Have you seen Saltburn? If so, thoughts? I have not seen Saltburn. I feel like this is a very big cultural moment. It's like one of those movies that like a lot of people watched and loved, and I have yet to see it. I don't know. What is it, like rich people doing murder and gay stuff, right? It's like murder and sex and things of that nature. Is that what it is? Is that what's going on? Saltburn was a mindfuck. All right, be gay, do crime. Okay. To be fair, you live Saltburn living in LA. Yeah, I saw like a tweet of someone being like, "Oh, I'm doing the Saltburn challenge," and then there's like a dead person on the ground, like a fake dead person, and then they like run through this big ass house, and people were talking about how big this house is and how rich these people are, and I was thinking, this is exactly what people think I live like, and that house is like 8 of my houses. Spoilers, God, no, this is not a spoiler. I'm telling you a TikTok that I watched that was not about the movie at all. It's not from the movie. Does anyone have a meme for me to blast off with or no? You have a compound? Yeah. When is the next chat advice? We'll do it. No, it's a commentary on the dichotomy between the upper class and the middle class in the UK. What the hell is this? Midburn? I feel like everybody always has some issues, you know? I'm gonna get a haircut tonight, by the way, so I'm excited for that. Love the cardigan. Where'd you find that? I found the cardigan in... the cardigan is from Yasuo's brand. I forget what it's called. Oh, let me see. It'll say it here somewhere. I mean, this is like the logo. Yeah, Yasuo, the Twitch streamer, League streamer. Well, a former Twitch streamer, now Kick streamer. Mo. He was at the dodgeball tournament on the Kick team alongside Will. Anyway, here, I blasted off. Explosions in Iran, Epstein court docs, Harvard drama gives conservatives major W, Jimmy Kimmel, Karen Rogers drama, and more. No Pixel early today, get in now. What the fuck is trending right now on Twitter? This TikTok? Yeah, this is the TikTok I was talking about. Like, This house is like 8 houses of mine, dude. Like I assume that people I think people think this is what my house looks like. Like that's like a chateau. Same price though? No, this is not the same price. You guys are so silly. No. There is no planet in which this is $3 million, okay? Like, no, a house of this size, no matter where you are in the world, like it could be in Ohio and it would still be like a 10 million house, okay? You guys greatly misunderstand like certain concepts. I think it's funny every time someone new comes to your house, they're surprised by how small it is. Yeah. You have chairs on a couch, same, yeah. It is like yours, though. Stop denying it. Charlie is gambling Black Book predictions.
You see, Bet Online is letting people bet money on who will be on the Epstein list. I'm doing that right now. Wait, what? An official betting pool for it? I want to put our guesses on the list. Epstein's document list props betting. I don't know if this is like official or not. I have no idea. I don't know how sports
prop
works on
betting
these sites. So it looks like Donald Trump Sr., Bill Clinton, Bill Gates. I think this one's a guarantee. Very confident Bill Gates.
Yeah, Bill Clinton is like you put $1 in and you're making a cent. Okay, that's a lock. Alan Dershowitz is a lock. Bill Clinton is a lock. Let's be real. Okay, you ever get a house like that? Maybe. Want to get a house like that? I know people talk shit, but would that stop you from buying a house like this? I mean, it's too much house, so probably not. But as my brother correctly called it, I am like outgrowing this house now that I have not one but 2 studios in it. Like I put a podcast studio in here and I have my studio that I'm in right now. And then now I can't have as many guests as I want because like now there's only 2 bedrooms, which is not enough because there are moments where I have my mom, my dad, as you guys know, and then also on top of that, my brother. And then on top of that, I'll have like the Alexes in rotation. You know what I mean? Second mansion incoming? No, I would not buy a second house. I would. Sounds like you're too confident about Fioran's lifespan. Does your house not have a basement? No. I know. Not to annoy you all day, but luxurious 3.5 million Baton Rouge home. Top news for Baton Rouge today. BatonRougeProud.com. Woman arrested after New Year's Day. Baton Rouge. Photos of the Muirfield drive home. Okay, never mind. Maybe. But, like, that's not the same as the other place. Like, look at these ugly-ass cabinets and stuff. That other house is a 10 millionaire house, no matter what. That's, like, not the same as this house, chatter. Do you not understand the difference between this? Like, look at this, and then look at this. Yeah, this is, like, popping for Baton Rouge, sure, right? But it's still not this, right? This is very different. Like, look at the roof. Just look at the ceiling alone. There's a freaking living room with like, what is this, a planetarium or something? Like, I don't know what the hell this is called. Like, this is a ridiculous. That's a nice house. That's nice. Okay. It needs upgrades. It needs improvements. Okay. But this is definitely like a Baton Rouge mansion. And you're comparing that to like a mansion, right? Yeah, someone in the chat said, you're correct, exactly. This house is a multi-million-dollar wine cellar. You know it. You know for a fact it does. 100%. Imported marble versus drywall. Yeah. That looks like a villa, probably a vacation home. Yeah. Like, look at the accents. Look at the detail. Like, this is some shit that the Medicis were living in versus, like, you know, some guy who owns, like, 8 car dealerships in Ohio. Right? Crown molding. Is that a fucking skylight ceiling? Yeah, I don't understand how this works, but the woodwork alone is more than that house. It's one of those $7 million houses that are lived in for 28 days a year. Yeah. What is this? Star Woke is a new feminist director and cons are doing the thing. Bro, I'm almost certain that conservatives are keeping the Star Wars genre alive, like the entire thing alive. Because like I don't watch any of the movies. I haven't watched a single Star Wars movie. I don't know who watches them. I guess like they're still popular. I suspect that the IP is like kind of dying out a little bit, kind of drying. I watched Andor. I liked Andor. Never mind. I watched like here. I'll give you an example. I watched Mandalorian. I really liked Andor. I watched Mandalorian. I really liked season 1, and I think and season 2 as well. I think it came out. What season is it on now? Like the latest season or did season 2 just come out? How many seasons is Mandalorian? Oh, it's 3 seasons. I didn't even know the 3rd season came out. I did not even know the 3rd season had come out. Like, I don't know what Disney is doing. I didn't even hear about it until like someone, I think I saw like a tweet about it or something, and I was like, wow, season 3 came out. Didn't even want to watch it. And for me, it's like, I've always been a firm believer that George Lucas was very good at world building. And I think the universe that he crafted for Star Wars was phenomenal. However, I think the mainline Star Wars films are the worst things that have come out of the Star Wars universe. And I think like Knights of the Old Republic, for example, has a significantly better story and better lore in general than like the original Star Wars. Like the original trilogy is pretty basic stuff. Now the original trilogy is sick. I mean, it's basic. The OG trilogy movies are basic. Like it's good. It's good for what it is, but it's super basic. It's a super basic story. Come on. And it's not bad. I wouldn't say that it's bad at all, right? I watched the first 6 Star Wars movies, right? I watched the prequels and the original trilogy, and they're all great. Especially the OG, the OG trilogy is phenomenal, but it's also it's a very normal story. It's a classic, underdog going up against great odds, that kind of thing, right? So I do feel as though, and I haven't really watched anything else other than the first 6, but I will say that the world in and of itself is genuinely, yeah, it's the hero's journey plotline, exactly. The world in and of itself is actually very solid. So there's so much you can do in that universe. And I don't know why they always go for like massive world-changing events rather than something like Andor, right? Andor is a great example because it's like, what would a normal guy do? Or even The Mandalorian is pretty decent in that situation because it's like, you're not, I think that there's a lot more that you could do. And if you're going to do, world-changing events, if you're going to focus on like, real massive world-changing events, like you can make it a little bit more interesting than the regular hero's journey, and focus on something like Knights of the Old Republic. You got to admit the capital's democracy to fascism process was cool to see. Sure. It's funny that they have a vast universe and they tend to focus on the same 5 characters. Yeah. Have you seen Star Wars Clone Wars? George Lucas imagined it like the Star Wars Band of Brothers. The ground a story in an insanely big universe. Is a claustrophobic world limited to 1 to 3 planets is great and tightens the story. Anyway, so I guess conservatives are kind of keeping this IP alive by constantly chirping about it, though. You know what I mean? So congratulations to the conservatives for keeping Disney alive, for keeping mouths fed. It makes me very happy. They're very, it's great for them. Glad that they're doing that. Star Wars has gone woke, folks. George Lucas, who crafted the story off of the Vietnam War, where America was the bad guys, okay, very deliberately. That George Lucas, his IP has turned into something woke. It's become nonsense. And I think a lot of people mistake the erosion and the never-ending profit-seeking attitude that capitalist megacorporations have in juggling IP and recycling it with wokeness. Because they're oftentimes fascist pieces of shit and also have no way of analyzing media in general. So instead of going, yeah, this kind of sucks, like it's just like getting worse and worse overall because like no one is really interested in making anything new or unique or interesting. And instead they just kind of go, oh, they put a black person in it and that's why it sucks. And it's like, no, dog, that's a you thing. Okay? That's a you thing. You saw a black person and you were like, this sucks. And it's kind of weird and gross that you were saying that. Okay? Now, having said that, do corporations often engage in that IP juggling, IP recycling with like, race swapping or whatever? Like they do that, yeah. Or gender swapping. Like they'll be like, yeah, here's the exact same IP, but this time, what if the main character was black? And it's like, okay, yeah, make something new, dog. Come on. Like instead of beating a dead horse, make something fucking new. I want to see something new, right? And that does make sense. That does genuinely make sense, but that goes more in line with what I'm talking about and not what these guys are chirping about.
Is the balance of activating a force for change, but also trying to permeate that patriarchy, that power structure? And is that a part of the calculation of your art as well? And what's been the reaction to that?
Oh, absolutely. I like to make men uncomfortable. I enjoy making men uncomfortable. Not you, just not you.
Not
know,
you.
not you.
Point taken, point taken.
But, it is important to be able to look into the eyes of a man and say, I am here, and recognize that. And recognize that
It's easier for a studio to make a historical Viking into a black woman than telling a moving historical tale that's set in Africa. Yeah, for sure. No, yeah.
I am working to bring something that makes you uncomfortable, and it should make you uncomfortable because you need to change your attitude. And it's only when you're uncomfortable, when you're shifty, when you have to have difficult conversations that you will perhaps look at yourself in the mirror and not like the reflection. And then say, maybe there is something wrong with the way I think, or maybe there is something wrong with the way I am addressing this issue.
So what happened? People are mad about this. Here's the feminist director of the next Star Wars film saying that her goal is to make men uncomfortable. This movie's destined to be Disney's biggest flop yet. Yeah. Matt Walsh is right. This is, she said, I'm going to use the Star Wars franchise to make men uncomfortable. Be a fucking man is what I say. Okay? Be a man. Why are you, as a man, not dying in war? Why are you, as a man, chirping about, oh my God, Star Wars is going to make me uncomfortable? Why are you, as a man, getting uncomfortable by watching Star Wars? Movie ain't even out yet, and you're already priming yourself to be upset about your Star Wars. Yeah, you as a man should never be uncomfortable, okay? I love dudes who are just like, Marcus Aurelius Meditations, baby. That's on my bedside, you know? I'm the stoic hero. I have no enemies, you know, that kind of thing. And then, except for a female director of the latest Star Wars that's coming out, that you do that to me, you've basically stabbed me in the heart. Okay, I'm a stoic warrior, and what do I like to talk about? What, as a stoic warrior, nothing phases me except for when I see a clip out of context about the female director of Star Wars, at which point, that is that's the worst thing you could have done to me. Ay, ay, ay. What is this? This dude is so dumb. Oh my God, another Musk tweet from Megaphonics. Snow Woke would be an awesome parody movie, Elon Musk. Can someone please make this parody? It would be so good. Megaphonics, not only is this a Elon Musk tweet that my friend Tom clipped, you replied to it, and it's from December 31st. I'm going to ban you again. I swear to God. Chat, remember, Megaphonics has a girlfriend, okay? So if you're alone on this New Year's, something to remind yourself is that despite this kind of behavior, Megaphonics does have a girlfriend. So you can too, okay? Oh, you mentioned yesterday you might want to do the top worst tweets of 2023. The list is here. Ooh, this is some good stuff. Yeah, we'll look at this in a second. I also realized that, like, one other thing that I used to do more in my commentary was I would just, like, instead of doing, straight mainlining news, I would, like, look at commentary and address some of the talking points and stuff, and I haven't really been doing that. Like, has Ben Shapiro done anything recently? Like, I haven't really heard from him. I haven't even seen anything that Ben Shapiro's done in a while. Do you know Megaphonics personally? No, but but I know he has a girlfriend because he talked about having a girlfriend because he said he watched Little Mermaid with his girlfriend over the break. It's because you just get the commentary from chat. What do you mean? Yeah, I do. Yeah, instead of duking it out with my own chat and silly billies in here, I should be duking it out with Ben Shabibos. Shapipi collaborated with everyone's least favorite movie critic, The Future of Entertainment with a Critical Drinker. Like, what's Shapipi up to? I might not be the only one who's fallen off. I think Big Boy's fallen off a little bit too. except for the best TikTok reactions. This one banged for Ben. I should probably do this too. Do like top TikTok reactions. Tutu Melon, they're coming for your kids. God damn, these numbers look devastating. 6 million subs to 400K views is still bad. Yeah, but it's about how much they pump. Fox News apparently having record low ratings. Politics engagement down across the board. I know. It's bad. I think Americans are tapping out of politics in general, which honestly I don't fault them for. It's ridiculous, this dog. This dog is so ridiculous, chat. Look at them. Please feast your eyes on this beauty. Look at this freaking dog, chat. She lays like this all day, every day. It's crazy. Oh, she heard me talking. Like, better fix my position now. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I teach high school government, and even I'm tapping out. No, honestly, I think like I think a lot of people are just they're discouraged. They're bored. They don't want to pay attention. They feel like they feel powerless in the face of so many things happening. And of course, if you feel powerless, like at a certain point, you just gotta be like, all right, well, I don't really care. I think people got the idea that politics was worth engaging with for changing their lives in 2016 and have been consistently materially disappointed since then. Yeah, that is a big lock of mine that I will repeat endlessly. Like during COVID, George Floyd protests and whatnot, a lot of people thought, oh yeah, no, politics like we can change stuff. We take it to the streets, we protest, and then like we'll actually be able to change things. And then they were like, oh, never mind, we can't change anything actually. So why do I care? Why should I care? What is this? Yeah, man, people are discouraged when you and a bunch of other people talk about incremental change being impossible in the midst of undeniable incremental change. Yeah, I'm the one who, no, you're right. I'm the one who made Fox News ratings go down. Also, I am a firm believer in incremental change. What you think? We got a war brewing in the region. It's been a shit week to be here. Yeah, but I think Americans in general just don't care, even if there is a war brewing in the region, is what I'm trying to say. To be honest, your fun days and no pixel streams are far more entertaining. I agree. For me, it's not new. Like this inaction is not new for me. After all, I am a leftist. I am not used to getting any kind of reaction from the government for the demands that I make, right? So I've been here for a moment. But I think it's interesting that even like Republicans are kind of losing their touch. And also, I do think that Twitter was a place where a lot of discourse used to happen, and it becoming more garbage definitely did taint the discourse happening in general as well. I will say that. I think this is something I brought up. You know what I mean? It's just like ruins. No fun allowed. Get back to watching people die. Yeah, I mean, it's just draining. Blue Sky is too insular. No, Blue Sky is not even a thing. It's not even a right-wing bias. It's dominated by incels. Yeah. Still not used to seeing Hassan's legs. Yeah. Here they are. Honestly, 2024 is the year of the hog, but they're just going to pop off way more bombastically for attention this year, like more than ever, and they already do. No, let me tell you something. What I feel like right now is that this apathy is going to maybe blow up in the Democratic Party's face and then cause another Trump term. I fear that it will cause another Trump turn. The lack of response from the Democratic Party to the alarm bells ringing about polls is legitimately worrisome. And I think that you'll see if there's another Trump term, there will be yet another anti-Trump galvanization, I guess. Ethan better be sending you hella Teddy Fresh care packages for Cam advertising like that. I mean, yeah, I'm Teddy Fresh out. I'm wearing Teddy Fresh socks right now. ID on the cardigan, I have a Y3 in a similar cut, but it says Y3 on it. I like the design. Looks like Biden is going to legalize weed for some help. We might be in the federal legal weed. Breaking, DEA reviewing marijuana's classification per punch bowl. Yes, that would be a solid move from Brandon. I think Dems are assuming they can wait till after Labor Day and run on abortion. Yeah. Do you think Dems' disdain for Trump is fake, like a useful distraction? No, I think Democrats do despise Donald Trump. What is this? I think Democrats definitely despise Donald Trump. What do you mean? It's like their one tangible political perspective that unites everybody is their distaste for Donald Trump. He's got time. He's got a timer, right? So the Supreme Court will challenge it after the election, like with student loan relief. Yeah. they despise Trump, but for all the wrong reasons. It's all protection of the status quo. Yeah, Democrats hate Donald Trump. Like, if you want to understand why Democrats hate Donald Trump or how Democrats hate Donald Trump, I always go back to that same Chris Murphy tweet thread. Chris Murphy, Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy, while Donald Trump was president, tweeted out an entire thread. I think he was on the Senate Intelligence Committee. Tweeted out a thread about how Donald Trump had ruined doing soft coups in Venezuela with his incompetence. And to me, that was like a perfect moment, like a incredibly revealing attitude. Like, Democrats hate Donald Trump. The Democratic politicians hate Donald Trump because he's like incompetent and bombastic and annoying and uses the bully pulpit in like terrifying ways and in bad ways. But overall, it's like they don't deviate all too significantly or all that much from his policy framework at all, especially as it pertains to foreign policy or even tax cuts. They hate Donald Trump's economic policy because of his social policy. They don't actually oppose much of the economic policy on his merits. Yeah, like, that's why. And also, Democrats love being in a position of no power, so they love posturing like they have. They love turning commie under the Trump administration, like Kamala Harris being a loud supporter of Medicare for all. If you recall, like, there were people who would come into my chat. For those of you who are still in here from like before 2020, there were people in 2020 that would come into my chat and tell me Kamala Harris, or in 2018, come into my chat and tell me Kamala Harris is more progressive than Bernie Sanders. Here's a video. Here is an article I read, and here are Kamala Harris's marks on her progressive policy track record. And it was just like, that's the most insane thing I've ever heard, man. I don't believe that for a moment. Most of Brandon's policies are old Trump holdovers. We'll see more of that manifest as well, definitely. I mean, that's how it always works. Republicans push the country to the right, and then Democrats basically either stop it or calcify that right-wing shift. They make that right-wing shift permanent. They normalize it. And then Republicans come back in, they push it further right, and Democrats run against it and then don't actually end up reverting back to the norm or pulling the country back to the left and just basically keep it right there or move the Overton window a little bit more in a more marginal way. That's devastating. But yeah, this is the tweet. Then it got real embarrassing. In April 2019, we tried to organize a kind of coup, but it became a debacle. Everyone had told us they'd rally to Guaido, got cold feet, and plan failed publicly and spectacularly, making America look foolish and weak. You make it sound like the Republicans are the trendsetters. Under a capitalist organization of the economy, the reactionary elements are the trendsetters. If you can't recognize that, I don't know what to tell you. One story that I covered briefly yesterday is a phenomenal example of how Republicans are the trendsetters when it comes to politics in this country. What do I mean by this? Sure, liberals themselves might own culture. They might own Hollywood, right? Overall, that part is true, right? You can maybe move the needle on in terms of social justice a little bit. However, when we think about like how much of the political arena is dominated by right-wing reactionary rhetoric in the face of Democratic Party incompetence, I mean, think about every single thing that we talk about. Claudia Gay and her resignation from Harvard is an example of this, right? Trans women in sports and trans girls in high school athletics is another incredible example of this. CRT in schools and how we must stop it is another example of this. When reactionaries don't have something to fight against, like Democrats genuinely putting forward progressive legislation that they have to actively undermine and actively push against, they end up dominating the conversation. And when they dominate the culture, when they dominate the political sphere, well, what are they going to do? They're going to do the one thing they know how, which is pull back on social liberties, pull back on civil liberties, and continue fighting, finding new enemies, finding new villains. And they'll do it even if they don't have a real audience for it. They'll set it up for the future. So on that note, let's get to, I guess, a different part of the world, Iran specifically. That's going to be the top news story of today. One, Israel killed the deputy chief of Hamas in Beirut in a residential neighborhood only yesterday. And today, this is we don't know if this is Israel or not, but today there was a massive explosion in the Qasem Soleimani Memorial in Iran.
We're getting word that more than
Let's take a look.
100 people were killed, 140 injured after 2 blasts struck near the grave of the Iranian military commander, the late Iranian military commander Qasem Soleimani. Iranian state media captured the moment that one of the blasts.
Why would it be Israel? I didn't say this was Israel. It could be, but I did not say that. I said the one in Beirut was Israel.
Happened
There is a likelihood that this is Israel as well, but I don't know.
near very crowded streets. Iranian state media officials describe the explosions. They are calling these explosions a terror attack. CNN's Nada Bashir is following this for us. Nada, what is the latest?
Well, this is certainly a developing story, John. We are still getting more details from officials and media on the ground in Iran. But in the last hour or so, we have seen that death toll steadily rising. At least 103 killed and 141 injured, according to state media in Iran, citing officials on the ground. Some of those injured are said to be in a critical condition, and we have seen that dramatic footage emerging from the scene, showing crowds running away from the site of the blast. We've seen ambulances and emergency services gathering, rushing people to nearby hospitals. Now, of course, we are still getting more details around the specifics around these twin blasts, according to state media, again citing officials on the ground. The first blast took place about 700 meters away from the burial site of the late Iranian commander Qasem Soleimani. The second blast took place about a kilometer away from the checkpoints and path in which pilgrims.
I don't know why they put the terror attack in air quotes. Like, what are they, like, are they saying, like, it might not be a terror attack? Like, what is it, like, was it not an explosion? I don't understand. But hey, listen. They're quoting the Iranian government. I guess maybe that's the reason. The thing is, the thing is, like, this could be Israel, this could be CIA, this could be Kurdish militia groups or something. I don't know. It could be like internal anger as well. If I were to, I am not a gambling man, but if I were to place a bet on who is the most likely culprit, I would most likely say it is maybe not even the CIA, really. I feel like it's domestic terror for some reason. Yeah, it could be domestic terror. It could be because, like, I mean, you got to look to who does not favor Qasem Soleimani. So I don't know.
Been passing through to visit the burial site. Now, important to note that there would have been huge crowds at the time of these blasts. Today marks 4 years.
Like, but if it's MEK backed, militants or something like that, then it's America, 100%. Like, then it's then it turns into absolutely an American invention.
Since the commander Qasem Soleimani was killed in a U.S. strike on Baghdad International Airport, ordered by then U.S. President Donald Trump. So we would have been expecting to see huge crowds around there. And of course, this comes at a time of heightened tensions in the region. And while we are still waiting to get more details around the specifics of the motive, perhaps behind the attack, who may have...
Bro, he's dead. It's not about him. It's about hitting a place where there's a lot of people. No, I know that. But the symbolism is that it's not just his grave that they blew up. It's his grave that they blew up during the commemoration, which implies that it's going to be mostly his, supporters, people who support the Iranian government, people who supported Qasem Soleimani. Because when you're engaging in an act of terror, you have to figure out, like, there's a lot of symbolism at play. You figure out what your target is. And then you think about, like, who's going to be there, who the victims are going to be there. They're not just, like, blowing up a random mall. They're very specifically looking at a commemoration, or I guess it's not really a funeral, but it's in his grave site, right? So there's a reason. Like, acts of terror always have a reason. They might be bad reasons, right? And in plenty of instances, those reasons aren't great. But if you're targeting his memorial service, you have to look to who the victims are going to be, the overwhelming amount of civilians that are dying as a consequence of this. You have to look at what their ideological goals are, what the goals of the regional actors might be if they are involved in it, and you know, that's something to consider. That's why I said, like, it's got to be someone who's positioned. It's got to be a group that is ideologically positioned against Qasem Soleimani and against Qasem Soleimani's supporters.
Carried out the attack. Iranian state media, again citing officials, have characterized this as a terrorist attack. But again, there are tensions mounting around the region, particularly when it comes to groups that are either allied to or backed by.
Like, this is a ridiculous way to frame it, though. Like, what do you mean? You think like this was Hamas loyalists or something, like that they blew up Iran? This is like the classic American. Look, I'm not gonna sit here and say I know who the fuck did this, but it is so ridiculous. They did this exact same thing with the pipeline, with the Russian pipeline. Oh, they must have blown up their own pipeline, and it's like, what are you saying? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, sure, we're speculating at this point, but it's insane to me that if you're going to engage in speculation, that you're going to immediately not think about who has what to gain, and your analysis is just going to be, it must be Iran did it to themselves, actually, or an Iranian backed militia group is now hitting back at Iran because they're mad at Iran or something.
By Iran. That is certainly the case here in Lebanon. We are today expecting to hear from the Secretary General of the Iran-backed group Hezbollah. Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah expected to speak in just about an hour or so. So we will be waiting to see what he has to say about the situation in Iran, and of course commemorating the death of Qasem Soleimani. Important to note, of course, that this is just a day after we saw another attack here in Beirut, in the building behind me. A senior Hamas commander, Salah al-Aruri, killed in a strike on Tuesday evening.
Also, possible false flag attack. Yeah, no, I don't agree with that. Like, I'm looking at every option in a situation like this, but I will say that is the least likely, one of the less likely versions of events. Why? Let's think about it. One, it is very likely that it is an act of domestic terror, right? That is definitely much higher in likelihood than it being a false flag. Why? One, currently as it stands, when you look at the Houthis, right? When you look at the Yemen, when you look at the army in Yemen and their operations in the Red Sea, this is profoundly popular. It is very well received by the entire Muslim world. Okay, their blockade on the Red Sea has been incredibly popular. Iran knows this. Iran sees this. Iran is backing the Houthis. Houthis are able to do this with Iranian backing. So Iran doesn't necessarily need additional reasons as to why they're going to attack Israel right now. They could simply, from the jump, utilize the Israeli actions in Gaza as the reason, right? They could have done it from day one, but something stopped them from retaliating against Israel after October 7th, okay? My speculation on the matter, and we do have very limited information on this, is that I think behind closed doors, and sometimes even publicly, the Biden administration was working on at least cooling the tensions between the United States and Iran, and that Iran was responding positively to the cooling of the tensions and the potential normalization. This is why every single regional actor, including Israel and the United States of America, and even Iran itself, openly stated that they had nothing to do with October 7th. On October 8th, every single regional actor immediately came out and said, and every single superpower that is involved in this said, Iran has nothing to do with October 7th. They would not do that if there was no genuine effort to basically cut a deal or try to at least cool tensions and try to normalize relations with Iran in general. Even Israel said, we don't believe Iran is responsible for October 7th. And remember, we are talking about, at least with Israel and the United States of America, two countries that blame Iran for everything, okay? Even things that Iran definitely didn't do. I mean, guys, after 9/11, George W. Bush put Iran in the axis of evil, even though the people that we were fighting against after 9/11 were, like Salafist militias, Wahhabi militias that Iran also has been fighting in the region in perpetuity and still fights to this day. So, having said all of this, when you know how much the American government loves blaming Iran for everything and anything, the fact that they immediately said Iran was not responsible for October 7th, outside of obviously the regular maintenance, like the regular militia training and stuff like that they offer, or the weapons that they offer to Hamas, is pretty significant, right? So what is happening now? What is happening now? Why did this happen? There could be conflicting, competing, ideologically bound or materially bound groups within our intelligence network. There's always been the John Bolton types within the CIA that have made it their primary mission to inevitably, bring the war to Iran and pull America into a regional conflict with Iran. So there is that, right? That could be that could possibly be one alternative as to who's responsible for this. MEK is the American and Mossad-backed faction within Iran that is supposed to be like the political group that we utilize there. You then also have obviously Israel, which in different instances has not been shy about assassinating people, Iranian scientists, and maybe even doing operations inside those borders as well, including in neighbors in the region. And of course, as we talked about with the surgical strike in Beirut only yesterday against the Hamas deputy chief, you could see Israel trying to expand the conflict and try to get America more involved at a time when America is like kind of pulling away a little bit, right? So that could be another reason. That could be another motivation for it potentially being something that Israel did. Or it could be an act of domestic terror from one of the factions within Iran that is not fond of the government, that is not fond of Qasem Soleimani. It could be Kurds, you know what I mean? So as it stands right now, I'm not ruling out any possibilities. So let's continue.
According to a U.S. official, that strike was...
Motherfuckers said America is pulling a little bit from Israel. Yes, I meant like the carrier. One of the carriers is leaving the Mediterranean Sea, and yes, like Israel itself is also shifting troops and lowering troop presence in Gaza. So that all spells that like tactics are changing. It's no longer going to be as heavy on the ground invasion front in Gaza.
Carried out by Israel. Hamas certainly pointing the finger squarely at Israel, but at this stage Israeli officials neither claiming responsibility nor denying responsibility for that strike. John?
Obviously a number of developments in that region. Nada Bashir, thank you for being there. Keep us posted.
And let's discuss this further. Joining us now is retired Brigadier General Steve Anderson. General, good to have you today. First, just your reaction to this news out of Iran. The timing of this, especially on this day, as Nada mentioned, 4 years after the death of Soleimani. What do you make of this?
Well, thank you, Rahel.
Why would Israel pull troops out of Gaza? Are those troops getting ready for something else? I mean, it could be recirculating troops. I think they're lowering the number of reservists that they have in Gaza because it's very expensive to keep them there. And it's also costly because they keep dying. So, those are the reasons why they're just going to go back to like tactical surgical airstrikes and then and more limited special forces operations within Gaza. At least that's what I understand Israel is claiming that they want to do. Or they could also potentially move some of the troops over to the northern border. Maybe they're preparing for a not a ground invasion necessarily, but like maybe they're preparing for military operations coming in from Lebanon. Who knows? What is a surgical airstrike? I mean, it's like more precise weaponry being used. So, these are all different opportunities, I guess. These are all different. There's many different actors here, and there's different motivations. It could be a lot of different people. They're waiting on a 7-front war. I mean, what? Are you aware of the hell and terror Iran unleashes in the Middle East and inside Iran every day? It seems like you're an Iran apologist. It's quite worrying to listen to. I don't know how you arrived at this conclusion at all. I I don't know how you arrived at this conclusion unless you think that like me giving you factually accurate information about Iran fighting against like Al Qaeda or ISIS is in your mind somehow inappropriate and should not be mentioned at all. That fact is true. Iran operating as a religious theocracy is also true. Okay? But, you know, two things can be true at the same time.
Obviously of great concern.
Through their proxy groups and terror on the Balakua and Kurds, daily executions and torture. Yeah, as far as their proxy groups goes, I quite literally mentioned the Houthis and Hamas and Hezbollah. I don't know what you're talking about. As far as like what they are doing, do I align politically with the Houthis? No. Do I think that what the Houthis are doing in terms of the blockade that they've implemented in the Red Sea being a profoundly successful move by a group of individuals that have come out of a genocide that our other regional ally, Saudi Arabia, was engaging in with our weapons? Yeah, no, I think that's something that a lot of other regional power players claim that they want to do, like Erdogan, and don't actually do. Anyway.
That tensions.
Having said that, none of this makes it appropriate for 100 plus civilians to die in Iran in a terror attack near the Soleimani grave.
Could escalate, and there would be more bloodshed, and somehow what's going on in the Gaza Strip escalates to something much bigger. But I can tell you right now, I mean, I don't know for sure, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say the United States had absolutely nothing to do with this. My suspicion is that this is an internal issue within Iran. Particularly if you look at what was targeted, Soleimani, who was taken down 4 years ago by the United States. But the last thing we want to do is take out civilian casualties like this and to escalate tensions. I mean, everything's already on edge.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Was targeted, Soleimani, who was taken down 4 years ago by the United States. But the last thing we want to do is take out civilian casualties like this and to escalate tensions. I mean, everything's already on edge right now.
When I think about restraint and taking out civilian casualties, and who's the best at doing and exercising such restraint, I think America. You know, it's like me saying I exercise restraint at the top of the hour, and then in 20 minutes, I give you a 3-minute ad break. I don't exercise restraint at all. I give it to you willy-nilly. Sometimes 20 minutes in, sometimes directly at the top of the hour. But the outcome is still the same. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. It is additionally ironic that this general here is talking about exercising restraint on a civilian population when one thing that the United States does so frequently that is almost as damaging, if not sometimes more impactful than direct acts of terror like blowing up a civilian population, is sanctions. Okay? Is sanctions. Something that, for some weird reason, the media rarely ever covers with the same framework. Okay? We never think about that. Sanctions in Iraq caused 500,000 deaths. Okay? Sanctions in Iran, I don't even know what the numbers would look like. But sanctions play the exact same role that a direct act of terror would, in the sense that the goal for terrorism and terrorists is to cause instability. The main motivation is to do violence upon a civilian population, so much so that they turn on the regime, right? That's the goal. Or to meet the demands of the terror cell, to have the regime meet the demands of the terror cell and capitulate to whatever those demands might be. Okay? Also, here's the 3-minute break now. So that's one. Sanctions work in a similar capacity. It's an act of collective punishment. It's just seen as like a totally permissible act of collective punishment because, well, which country can actually implement sanctions, global sanctions? Well, the United States of America. And the United States of America can do whatever it wants. And, you can't really complain about that at all. So, oh, yeah, by the way, the sanctions that I'm talking about aren't even the George W. Bush ones. The sanctions that I'm talking about killed at least 500,000 Iraqi civilians during Clinton's time in office. Yes. The U.S. wants war, is a dwindling empire propping up its economy with its military. I don't. Do you think his analysis here is wrong, though? What would America have to gain by doing this? It would be a huge risk. No, genuinely curious. I don't think you're wrong. That's why I said it could be a rogue faction within the intelligence apparatus that could be potentially responsible for this. Because there are certainly a lot of thirsty boys in the American State Department that have made their entire career wanting to pull America into war with Iran. But I don't believe that America stands to gain from pulling Iran into the conflict. I would say that Israel has more to gain, I guess, from pulling Iran into the conflict and therefore pulling America back into the conflict in a more meaningful way. I don't think America has the bandwidth currently to fight multiple proxy wars around the world, especially as it stands currently. Like, especially with our influence waning globally and the runway that we have for more weapons manufacturing. Unless we turn around and have a World War II style war economy where all matter of manufacturing, all manner of our productive forces turn into developing weapons and missiles and rockets and guns and bullets. Beyond that, it's going to be quite difficult to maintain, even with the United States of America's current output, it's going to be quite difficult to maintain a war like this. America likes war, of course. We are an economy that thrives on it, right? It's our remaining global manufacturing. Military-industrial complex is profoundly powerful, very important to the American economy. However, having said that, there is definitely a limit to how much war we can engage in. We love proxy wars, but we don't necessarily we can do only so much proxy wars. I mean, you see it. You see it right now. The reasons as to why the United States government is now saying we got to dial back what's going on in Ukraine because what's going on in Israel takes precedent here is not because we don't have enough money. Money is fake. It's because we don't have enough bullets. And by bullets, I mean just like ammunition of different sorts. I mean missiles and dumb rockets and smart rockets. Like we don't have the arsenal to keep up two proxy wars on two different fronts where, everyone's getting depleted. Does that make sense? This is the first time I'm seeing our government in Iran not sure who did it and not pointing fingers yet. Yeah.
After the assassination yesterday of al-Ruwari in Beirut. And so there's no way the United States is behind this. And I suspect Israel as well. So again, my inclination is this is an internal issue within Iran because they have a lot of competing factions within that country.
And as you mentioned, I mean, that senior Hamas leader who was killed in southern Beirut, how does that complicate any conversations or negotiations about the hostages who are still in Gaza?
Well, it does complicate that significantly. I would point out, though, that no doubt the Israelis are behind this, but it was a precision attack, and they very rightfully just targeted Aruri and two of his compatriots, and they didn't take out any other casualties. And so their focus has been on Hamas, and I think they've made that very, very clear that they are trying.
This was so funny because pretty much every single person, with the exception of Israeli PR, immediately was like, yeah, Israel killed the Hamas deputy chief. And then even Mark Regev himself was like, oh, it wasn't Israel, but whoever did it, whoever killed the guy in Beirut, this is the thing that I was talking about yesterday. Okay, the Hamas deputy chief that was assassinated in Beirut yesterday. Well, whoever did it was really angry at Hamas, it seems, and they did a really good job. They did a really good job of how precise they were in targeting this one guy.
Trying to minimize casualties in Beirut. I've been there a couple of times the last couple of years, and it's a very vibrant city, but everybody knows, where the Hezbollah areas are, where the Christian areas are, where the Shia or the Sunni areas are. And so everybody knows that this is not, this is where Hezbollah is hanging out, so to speak, and where Hamas, I'm sure that the headquarters there was well known. So the fact that they took it out and they minimized the casualties they did, I think is a good sign that Israel's doing everything they can to take down Hamas without escalating tensions further.
What are you going to be listening for? Not to mention.
He's like, wow, they're so impressive at assassinating people in a vibrant city. That's what we're doing now. God, it's so crazy to me that what is seen as like normal and valid and allowed has changed so dramatically, and I can't be alone in thinking that this will have devastating consequences. Like, this does not seem like a good thing, to me at least, from where I'm standing, where you got American officials looking at what Israel is doing and going, wow, how wonderful that they struck a totally foreign nation, okay? And like the heart of this country, one of the more densely populated areas of this foreign nation, and conducted a direct assassination, and not with like even a targeted hit squad, but directly with munitions. But they hit the Capitol and did such a good job of killing just, you know, a couple people. That in and of itself is ridiculous. That's like America stuff. I mean, Israel's done it in the past, but not this aggressively, in my opinion. And maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like in the past, America would at least look at other countries doing America shit and be like, maybe you should dial it back. Not say, it's actually awesome and you did a A+ job. Good job, Israel. Fuck yeah.
And in the next hour or so, we expect to hear from Hassan Nasrallah. Certainly, when he speaks in this environment, a lot of people pay attention. I mean, what are you going to be listening for when he speaks?
Well, obviously, we want to minimize Lebanon's involvement in this, and that's what I'll be listening for. You know, how does he attribute this attack, and what is he calling his people to do? There's already a lot of tension on the northern border of Israel, and of course, there are 40,000 missiles aimed at Israel from north in the Lebanese area and Hezbollah-controlled areas. So I'm going to be looking for, what is he calling, you know, his compatriots in Hezbollah?
America's wholesale endorsement of the Israeli atrocities is decimating its soft power with the rest of the world. Not only that, but it's also the fact that the American administration has done such a bad job. Like, if Donald Trump was doing this, the media would be cutting his ass, okay? They would be making mincemeat out of Donald Trump. Can you imagine the Trump administration and its State Department saying, Israel, you need to cut it out. You need to dial it back. And then Israel is like, yeah, no, we're not going to do that, dog. And then they kill, like, I don't know, like 100 children the next day. And then Donald Trump secretly sends weapons to Israel, despite the fact that it's simultaneously saying, Israel, cut it out. If it wasn't Joe Biden, if it was Donald Trump doing this, which, by the way, I think Donald Trump would do this, for the record. I have no reason to believe that Donald Trump would do anything different than Joe Biden in this regard. Maybe even somehow make it worse. Okay? But the idea that the media would not be covering this wall to wall is ridiculous. Okay? What?
What is he asking the folks in the West Bank that are obviously in support of Hamas? And then further, you know, what is he saying to his leadership in Iran? Because, of course, Iran is behind all of these activities. What I want to see is hopefully a de-escalation of tensions and a recognition that Israel did everything they can to minimize casualties and focus only on Hamas leadership.
We're going to begin with some big news.
Here's obviously the escalating tensions from Beirut between Hezbollah. Hassan Nasrallah is obviously the person that they're looking at right now. The person that the guy talked about, Hassan Nasrallah, is the general secretary, right? I think I said his rank correctly, of Hezbollah. And Hezbollah controls certain parts of Lebanon. So Hezbollah will do everything they can to minimize civilian casualties and only focus on idea of leadership. Surely that guy wouldn't be upset about that, right? Yeah, obviously. Like, the reality is that everyone has their biases in this regard, in this situation. And I think that, of course, the American government's biases lie with Israel. They don't care that Israel is killing a shit ton of civilians in Gaza, and they don't care that that Israel is also attacking Lebanon. They would just stop the money faucet. They'd stop the weapons faucet. You know what I mean? But they haven't. And the fact that they haven't shows me that they are interested in continuing this.
News out of the Middle East, major developments in the war there. A senior Hamas commander killed in Lebanon, an explosion in Beirut, the capital of that country. Several other members of that Palestinian militant group also killed in the blast. You see it on your screen. It's led to concerns that the conflict between Israel and Hamas may now be expanding. Ian Lee is in the West Bank, where there has been a very public and angry reaction to all of this. Ian, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. Protests erupted behind me in the occupied West Bank city of Ramallah after last night's assassination of a senior Hamas leader in Lebanon, an attack that threatens to further inflame the region.
An explosion killed 7 Hamas militants in southern Beirut Tuesday night, including Salah al-Aruri, a senior commander and one of the founders of the group's military wing, also wanted by the Israelis and Americans. Israel isn't commenting on the attack, but Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah vowed revenge on Israel, stoking fears of a war with the Lebanese militants. One analyst, Seema Shine, said
The U.S. had to have advanced knowledge of this strike. The one in Lebanon, they said they did not. The United States actually came out and said Israel did not warn us ahead of time that there was going to be a strike. First of all, if they had to have advanced knowledge of the strike, you would have heard from Canada, the United States, and the UK specifically pulling out their diplomats from the embassies. Okay? Usually, if there's prior communication between obviously allies, they will pull out they will take the initiative and pull out some of their more high priority diplomats. So I think that's probably that, paired up with the fact that the United States did come out and say they did not inform us ahead of time. And then Israel came out and said we told them as it was happening, implies that they actually did not give them prior warning that they were going to do this, which once again is more of a example of America's influence diminishing a little bit. Even with all of our allies, a bunch of them are fake friends is what I'm saying. Okay? I think they're fake friends. We give them so much stuff. We use so much of our revenue, so much of our money specifically on allowing these guys to continue their own pet projects, whether it be genocide in Gaza or elsewhere, and then they turn around and do whatever the hell they want to do. It's crazy.
says would look very different to the fight against Hamas.
If you were to compare Hamas's capabilities with Hezbollah's capabilities, how would you compare the two?
10 times more.
Yeah.
That's no question. Hezbollah is a huge army, very close to Israeli villages and cities.
Yeah, it's not even a question. Like you're talking about way larger capabilities. These are not bathtub bombs that they're working with. Hezbollah has a huge army. Yes, of course. Not only do they have a decent army, but they also have a very well-trained and very experienced army as well. Yeah. Bro, Hezbollah has fiber internet. I didn't even know. First of all, as you guys know, I don't have fiber internet. But turns out Hezbollah has fiber optic internet. They have their own closed circuit. Okay? That's crazy to me. So yes, there's a difference in the capabilities, like the targeting and the striking capabilities that Hezbollah has in comparison to Hamas, of course.
Hamas's murderous attack on October 7th, Israel is fighting on multiple fronts, from Lebanon to Yemen, where Iranian-backed Houthi rebels fire missiles and drones toward Israel and are attacking commercial ships around its waters, threatening to disrupt the world's economy and send oil prices soaring. Shipping giant Maersk is now diverting ships around the Horn of Africa, avoiding the Red Sea, and adding thousands of miles to the journey. The Houthis say they'll stop the attacks if Israel stops its war against Hamas. But Israeli leaders say the war could last throughout 2024, vowing to fight until Hamas is destroyed. For many Gazans, that means more misery in tent cities away from home. Those who go back...
It is pretty interesting that, like, the difference in perspective and the difference in coverage when, like when we talk about sanctions, we think about it as though it's just a decision that's made by, by paper pushers, right? And in many ways it is. But that decision only holds weight because America has the military power to back it up, right? It has the economic power to back it up, and it also has the military power to enforce it. So when the Houthis do the same thing to Israel, and they actually utilize the military power and try to engage in a blockade and successfully pull it off, everyone goes, that's terrorism. What are you doing? That's terrorism. Is completely unacceptable. It is very interesting that we have no way of conceptualizing what America does, but when the Houthis do it, which is outside of America's reign of interest and is not aligned with the United States of America and is doing it to an ally of the United States of America, that's when you understand what it looks like when you actually implement a blockade.
Find not much to return to. I wish I died with them. That would have been better than living like this, says this man who lost his family. But many Palestinians will continue to live like this even after the war is over.
There's also been a sharp increase in Israeli raids here in the occupied West Bank. Since October 7th, more than 300 Palestinians have been killed by the military, as well as settler attacks. Nate.
Ian Lee in the West Bank, thank you.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Maureen Rabbani, I want to ask you about your new piece from Amanda Weiss, headlined The Long History of Zionist.
I've always said the ultimate terrorist weapon is a nuke, and only one country has ever dropped the nuke and done it twice, and people have the audacity to say we're not a terrorist state. Yes, America is a terrorist state. Hassan Piker, are you a progressive or a liberal? I'm neither. I'm a reactionary conservative, brother. What? How are we a terrorist state? Weber Juice? How is the United States a terrorist state? It depends on what your definition of terrorism is. If you consider terrorism to be an act of violence against a civilian population, collective punishment, then the United States of America is the most successful terrorist on the planet. Okay? Osama bin Laden could not ever imagine the amount of terror that the United States of America engages in. Now, notice how instead of addressing what I said, because I gave you the dignity to respond to your question, you immediately resorted to, well, what about China? Were we talking about China? Am I talking Mandarin? Does it, where did the China thing come from? You just cannot address the issue on its own. So try to address the issue on its own before going into when China isn't. Go ahead. I hope BRICS alters the dynamic. No, there's no altering the dynamic with BRICS. Come on, guys. Anyway, Hassan is a BRICS denier. I'm just a BRICS realist, okay? That's it. Is there even an argument that we are not a terrorist country? No, that's why that chatter immediately resorted to, well, what about China? There is no argument that the United States of America is not a terrorist nation. That's precisely why immediately people go, oh, what about China? What about Russia? That's it. Because the goal in that circumstance is for me to turn around and be like, well, Xinjiang is one thing, but despite that, as far as like conflict overseas goes, America is still, pound for pound, definitely more devastating on the planet than China is, right? So then when I bring that up, it's like, oh, look at him. He's defending China. He loves China. He thinks everything that China is doing is great. And then you have successfully moved the conversation away from America's acts of terror and why America is a terror nation to why Hassan is a Chinese asset and he's biased and he's a campist and he's anti-American. He's an anti-American tanky. All he knows is America bad. I didn't say China good, right? I just don't understand why people have to go to extremes with how we act around the globe. Did we kill civilians in Afghanistan and Iraq? Yeah, but that isn't terrorism. Okay. Do you consider what Hamas did to be terrorism then? Or do you think that what Hamas did on October 7th is not an act of terror then? Because under your designation of terrorism, I think it's always terrorism if it's America's enemies engaging in acts of violence towards civilian populations. But it's not. You don't think October 7th was an act of terrorism? Okay, well then I don't know what you think an act of terrorism is. This is never mind, I was wrong. I thought this was just like a regular American exceptionalist. Turns out he's just a terrorism maximalist. 9/11? Why is 9/11 an act of terror, but October 7 isn't? He doesn't think October 7 is an act of terror. He's terror maxing. But 9/11 is? This is a very unique take, Weber Juice. I'm interested to hear more from you. You seem like an interesting person. I've never heard this, like all of these takes in succession from an individual before. Like a person that says October 7 and Hamas is not engaging in an act of terror while simultaneously saying 9/11 is an act of terror is very interesting. I don't know where it's coming from. Anyway, for the record, this is a Cy Hirsch. They're living in a prison camp. Hamas is justified. 9/11 wasn't. Damn, this guy's awesome. That's crazy, dude. That's a crazy take, brother. No, October 7 can absolutely be considered under the umbrella of an act of terror. Yes, they are living in a prison camp, and yes, they broke out of said prison camp, but yes, they still indiscriminately killed civilians, which, in my opinion, I think is a better analysis on what could be considered an act of terror, which would categorize 9/11 as an act of terror, categorize the United States of America as a sponsor, the leading sponsor of and the disher outer of acts of terror globally. I think my parameters on what constitutes an act of terror is a little bit better than yours. Most coherent American swing voter. Yeah, it's awesome. He says 9/11 was an act of terror. The Iraq-Afghanistan wars were not an act of terror, and 10/7 was not an act of terror. So was 9/11 the only act of terror in history? I think so. By your definition, war is terrorism? I mean, pretty much, yeah. The only difference between war and terror is that terrorism is a political designation afforded to non-state actors. That's it. It's a way to deny habeas corpus and regular due process to the people that you're prosecuting. And it's also a very effective way to propagandize against non-state actors that you consider to be adversaries. But yes, war is terror, of course. The only difference, however, is that terrorism as a designation is only afforded to those who are non-state actors or foreign adversaries of the United States. That's why Israel's actions in Gaza are not considered terror by the American standard or by the global standard. However, Russia's actions, Russia's actions in Ukraine are. Russia's actions in Ukraine are considered war crimes and acts of terror. Hamas's actions are considered acts of terror. Israel's actions are not considered acts of terror. I guess you could argue the point of 9/11 was to terrorize the civilian population. October 7 was to release Palestinian hostages and gain leverage against the Israeli government. Do you think there can be just wars? Yes, I do. And do you believe that there can be no civilian casualties, or will even a just war be terrorism? Yes, I do believe that there can be just wars. However, peace should always be the first option that people try to exhaust as best as possible. Many wars nowadays are not just, though. They're unjust. Like, I'll give you an example. As long as not a single person is harmed, okay, what Houthis have done in the Red Sea would be just. If your goal is to try, without any casualties whatsoever, try to conduct economic harm on a regional actor that is significantly more powerful than you by any means necessary, that would be a just act, okay? America's retaliation to that was to kill some of the Houthis immediately. I would consider that to be unjust. A lot of people, however, looked at that situation and went, that's awesome that they did that. Fuck around and find out. I saw like even people who are ostensibly on the left, I guess, or supposedly on the left, saying things like, yeah, you fucked around and you found out. That's what happened. And it's like, yeah, or like Houthis just got put on notice. It's like, why are you celebrating that? Why are you celebrating that? Do you not want America to implement sanctions on Israel? Aren't you a leftist? So it's only America that can implement sanctions on Israel? It's like no one else can do that? Is that what it is? Please call them for their new name. They are not Houthis anymore. Okay, a lot of people are dunking on Brianna for being wrong, but not nearly enough people are dunking on her for thinking they're called Houthinis. Because America bad? Is that your point here? In reality, Yemen is a famine because of the civil war, because Houthini warlords are seizing all the food that gets sent in. With the Arab Spring, pro-democracy protesters wanted Ali Abdullah Saleh to end his 33-year rule. The Houthinis, led by Harold Houthini, and then mass instability spread. It exacerbated as Iran started funding the Houthinis in a proxy war against Saudi Arabia to destabilize the region. Their cholera outbreak also didn't help. Again, the progressive point of view should be the frustration that the pro-democracy forces in Yemen were unsuccessful, not cheerleading the warlords being funded by Iran. This is what happens when you assume a position that other people in your orbit have also said without doing too much reading, and then just kind of letting Wikipedia do the rest of it and just slapping it on. I don't know how she arrived at Houthini, though, which is cool. That's unique. I appreciate that. I hope these sort of brainless Wikipedia skimming Twitter arguments post and their backlash make you as miserable as you deserve to be. Jesus Christ. Like, even if, and look, I'm not disrespecting Wikipedia, okay? Even though a little bit. On foreign policy, it's not great. But but like you should probably read a little bit before you assume a position specifically, and then that way you won't come across like, you know, Yemen or the Houthis are responsible for the genocide and not the America-backed coalition forces, mostly Saudi Arabia, and even Al-Qaeda, as a matter of fact. Do Houthis disappear? Yeah, they disappear ships. I'm worried that Al-Qaeda got American weapons to fight against the Houthis. All right, anyway. Our men in Iran, this article from Seymour Hersh talks about how the CIA and Mossad have trained MEK militants that are Iranian on U.S. soil. Give you a clue. This is from 2012. This is an older article, but this is something, like I said, has been a pet project, a bit of a pet project in certain factions inside of our intelligence apparatus. So if you want to make sense of what happened there, what happened in Iran, and you're looking for responsible parties, this could be. Not saying that this definitely is, but it could be. Wow, the Houthi, the chosen one, is the good guy. Well played, Hassan. Wait, what? What about the businessman that lost their money? How the F are Houthis' actions acceptable? What about the stolen ship? How are the Houthis' actions considered acceptable? I mean, I don't know if you're seeing what's going on, like, and how it's unfolding in front of your eyes, but like, you have genocide on the one hand, and then you have a businessman's profits on the other. Like, a better argument that you should craft in this circumstance is actually the genuine consequences of a blockade and how blockades are supposed to be acts of collective punishment, right? So if you want to, like, actually, quote unquote, own me, what you're supposed to say is, Hassan, didn't you just say sanctions are an act of collective punishment and a war crime? Doesn't that mean that what Houthis are doing is a war crime technically against Israel, right? Because this argument makes you look completely out of touch. You're saying that it doesn't matter how many Palestinians, now 30,000, have been killed in Gaza in the hands of Israel. What matters is the profits of a businessman. There's definitely a better way to try and make a anti-Yemen blockade argument that you can push here. That would at the very least say, like, you know, these sanctions are killing Israelis or something. But you didn't do that. You immediately resorted to, well, it didn't work. But Hassan, didn't you just say economic warfare is just? I said warfare can be just, and I used the example of the Houthis in this regard. It is something that I want the United States of America to implement. I want the United States of America to implement sanctions. So why would I turn around and go, oh, well, the Houthis are doing it, and I don't like their slogan that is anti-Semitic, which it is, for the record. So I am going to act like that the Houthis implementing a sanction is also inappropriate. No, that's not the case. However, there are other consequences that Israel has placed upon itself, okay? Like the cost of Israel's war on Hamas in Gaza are mounting on Israel. And this isn't about the blockade necessarily, but this is more so about how expensive it is to conduct this ethnic cleansing campaign. Terrorism is the act of asymmetric warfare against civilians with soft targets as opposed to military targets generally, the same way that the top of the hour ad... Oh, my God. Is an asymmetric... don't apologize. I just got gray named. I did. A gray name debated me. Hey, Cat for Cutie, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer be victim to the asymmetric warfare of a top of the hour ad break, which is coming now at the top of this hour. Just like at the top of every other hour. Bill Laser, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well, allowing 10 people to no longer be attacked by this top of the hour ad break. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Maggie Pie 411, thank you for the 5 gifted. The difference between justification on sanctions on Russia versus sanctions on Israel due to our direct funding of Israel's military, right? Yes, that's the difference. I'm a firm believer that sanctions on our allies work. Sanctions on our enemies, not so much. At least historically speaking, sanctions on our enemies don't work that well because our enemies know that they are our enemies and they position their economy against American sanctions. Soil Senato 27, thank you for the 5 gifted. Our allies, on the other hand, take for granted our unconditional and vociferous support. So therefore, they would not be able to withstand global sanctions against Israel. in our conversation, in our last conversation with Ethan, one thing that he brought up was how minuscule the American military aid was to Israel. It's like about 3%, which is not minuscule at all for the record. However, what he failed to consider was that American sanctions don't work in that way. They don't just implement sanctions by pulling their support. American sanctions can be full-blown blockades upon a foreign nation, right? It's not that we would simply be sanctioning Israel or withdrawing our support from Israel, which would be significant in and of itself. We would also stop trade, technically, with Israel and stop other countries from trading with Israel as well. Okay? One of the other impacts of sanctions on Israel would be that withdrawing support, unconditional support of Israel at the global stage would allow the UN to at least make actionable, take action against Israel and make actionable decisions against Israel. Same with the International Criminal Court and the ICJ. Anyway, would you actually see the USA imposing that kind of sanctions? Hey, listen, there are decades where nothing happens, and then there are weeks where decades happen. You never know. Never know. Is it super likely? Not really. I mean, judging by our current performance, I don't think it's all that likely, but I won't stop hoping. That was beautifully said. Yeah, well, I didn't say it. It was a man by the name of Lenin who said it. But yeah, there is definitely an economic toll on Israel because of how expensive it is, how costly it is to continue maintaining a massive army of reservists, some of which who die. That's bad for morale in general. Quick update on this, by the way. Representative Ilhan Omar is introducing legislation to block the Biden administration's attempt to sell $582 million in arms to Saudi Arabia. So just something to consider there as well. We will do worst tweets of 2023 in a little bit. But before we get to this is the last part that I wanted to cover here with respect to what's going on in Israel. South Africa has filed a case at the International Court of Justice in The Hague, accusing Israel of committing genocide in Gaza. International law expert Francis Boyle, who has argued successfully at the ICJ, says he believes South Africa will win an order against Israel.
Explain why it's South Africa that's bringing this charge, and what exactly is the International Court of Justice, where it fits into the world justice system, and talk about the charge of genocide.
Well, thank you very much for having me on, Amy. My best to your listening audience. Not to toot my own horn here, but I was the first lawyer ever to win anything under the Genocide Convention from the International Court of Justice that goes back to 1921. I single-handedly won 2 world court orders for the Republic of Bosnia-Herzegovina against Yugoslavia to cease and desist from committing all acts of genocide. And based on my careful review of all the documents so far submitted by the Republic of South Africa, I believe South Africa will win an order against Israel to cease and desist from committing all acts of genocide against the Palestinians.
This guy's a bit NATO coded. Brace yourself. Of course. What are you talking about? He's an ICJ lawyer. Of course he's NATO coded. One thing I was thinking about this morning that I wanted to bring up is I pummel on libs a lot, especially institutional libs. Okay? A lot. But one of the things I have to mention here is that regardless of how much I dunk on liberals and whatnot and dunk on Democrats, I still take a lot of it, and you do as well, take a lot of what they do for granted. Okay? I was thinking about it from the perspective of like Harvard and the research that is done at like institutes of higher learning, because like there are still plenty of liberals in American institutions that are doing a very important job, right? The FDA, sure, there's a lot of issues that you can have with the CDC. There's a lot of issues that you can have with the FDA. There's a lot of issues that you can have with the American government. But those Democrats, oftentimes, and even Republicans sometimes, that work at said institutions are kind of making everything work. And this is important. It's important for someone who I might disagree with on other instances to go out and still do this prosecution. Just like it's important for the UN to consistently keep bringing up charges against Israel, even if it doesn't do anything, right? It's important. It's important because, well, one, it becomes history. Chatter copied a comment from another chatter 10 minutes. Nobody knows chatter, but I know, I saw. Like, the same even goes for those who go and argue in support of labor rights in front of the Supreme Court. It's like giving up on all of these institutions across the board is never the right is never the right option, right? This is also, I guess, part of the reason why I advocate for incremental change, marginal change. I advocate for voting, participating in the American elections, right? That's it.
Palestinians. And then we will have an official determination by the International Court of Justice itself, the highest legal authority in the United Nations system, that genocide is going on. And under Article 1 of the Genocide Convention.
Is the classic argument used against anarchists kind of? No, it is, but also it's the argument that I make for anarchists. I say anarchists are often wreckers. Anarchists don't like showering. But I also still take a lot of anarchists for granted in the sense that they're also at the forefront of direct action. They're at the forefront of mutual aid. It's correct. They don't shower, and it's correct that they engage in wrecker behavior regularly. However, and maybe they are too lost in the weeds of idealism, almost childlike idealism. But overall, as it stands, with respect to where we are in these final stages of capitalism, anarchists are doing a tremendous amount of work. Can you please tell me what you mean by wrecker? It's exactly what you think it means. It means someone who wrecks any kind of solidarity, any kind of political movement by portraying themselves oftentimes as a prominent member of said movement, while simultaneously they work specifically to attack solidarity. People who gatekeep. An example I will give you is an example of wreckers that I will give you is like a silly example, but it's not that there's any sort of real movement on the internet sphere of political commentary, but people who make it their business specifically to attack other leftist content creators on one issue or another while claiming that you're only doing this because this is good housekeeping. And the real fear that you have to, the real fear is actually the quote unquote tankies and not necessarily the fascists that are both in positions of power and also play a phenomenally important role in American foreign policy. Like this is what would be a wrecker, or someone engaging as a wrecker. Sometimes it could be in prior years, I guess, when America had a more robust socialist movement in the Red Scare era and onward. These people would not be, these people would sometimes even be, according to the CIA, FBI handbooks, purposely plucked and picked to prevent solidarity and organizing from happening, right? And engage in constant fighting, constant infighting. Nowadays, people just do it to themselves, obviously, so it doesn't even matter. You don't need to get money from outside groups or anything like that. I don't like your description of anarchist theory and anarchists in themselves. I think it's pretty reductive and service level. Peace and love. Though you do good work, thank you for all you do, even though you have the same misunderstandings as Engels. Anyway, let's continue.
All contracting parties, 153 states, will then be obliged, quote, to prevent, unquote, the genocide by Israel against the Palestinians. Second, when the World Court gives this cease and desist order against Israel, the Biden administration will stand condemned under Article 3, Paragraph E of the Genocide Convention that criminalizes complicity in genocide. And clearly, we know that the Biden administration has been aiding and abetting Israeli genocide against the Palestinians here for quite some time. This has also been raised by my friends in the Center for Constitutional Rights and in the National Lawyers Guild in a lawsuit against Biden, Blinken, and Austin. So I believe we will be able to use the World Court Order. Right now, my sources tell me the hearing will be January 11, January 12. Based on my experience with the Bosnians, we can expect an order within a week. I would also say, with respect to the Biden administration, they are currently in violation of the Genocide Convention Implementation Act that makes genocide a crime under United States law. And again, once South Africa wins this order, the Biden administration also will stand in violation of the Genocide Convention Implementation Act. So I believe this is where we will be going.
I'm talking to chatters. I'm the son of coal miners, he said. You are the descendant of feudal mandarins. We have nothing in common. Perhaps we do, murmured his Chinese antagonist. What? Blustered Khrushchev. We are, responded Zhu, both traitors to our class. Well, I mean, I am a class traitor, I guess, if you want to consider me a part of the capital owning class.
Between now, I would say, and the end of this month, and it is up to all of us as American citizens to figure out and support what South Africa is doing at the International Court of Justice here.
Francis Boyle, what's the difference between the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, which is already considering allegations of war crimes by both Israel as well as the Palestinian militant?
Well, let me tell you what's not different. America pulled out of both in different time frames, okay? Last one being under the Trump administration. The one prior was way back in the day.
Groups.
Right, Juan. The International Court of Justice was originally established back in 1921, its predecessor, legal predecessor in law. And that is where I filed the genocide case. I was the first lawyer ever to win 2 orders in one such case since the World Court was founded in 1921, and it was on the basis of the Genocide Convention. The International Criminal Court is a separate international organization set up in 2000. The problem, one, is this. Back in 2009, after Operation Cast Lead, I advised Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas to accept the jurisdiction of the International Court, of the International Criminal Court for Palestine, which he did. I regret to report that the International Criminal Court has not done one darn thing to help the Palestinians since 2009. The International Criminal Court has all the blood of the Palestinian people on its hands since 2009. And Juan, that is why we set up a campaign to find a state willing to file a lawsuit at the International Court of Justice, the World Court.
Yeah. Anyway, but that's not surprising because for the most part, it is a direct consequence of America's unconditional and vociferous support. So that's something you need to remember. It's something you need to realize. That's it. It's just all manner of different organs of justice, and the international scale is oftentimes directed by the hegemonic power. In this case, it's the United States of America. It's just the truth. That's why when America engages in war crimes, there's no way that you can actually prosecute that. Like, what are you going to do? How are you going to do that? You do not have the enforcement mechanism. My nephew said you are pro-Hamas, but I do not think that that is true. You just want what's best for Palestinians. Your nephew said I'm pro-Hamas. God. Okay. You have a nephew? A lot easier to win a case against Serbia in the 90s. Don't know why he has confidence in South Africa's case against Israel. All right. We're going to move back to a real act of terror here. That's right. Have it. The worst act of terror that has ever happened. In Have it, Claudia Gay has resigned amid renewed plagiarism allegations weeks after anti-Semitism hearing.
Here in the U.S., there are strong reactions over the resignation of Claudine Gay as president of Harvard University yesterday. After controversial testimony on Capitol Hill last month, she also faced claims of plagiarism allegations she strongly denies. Nicole Killian is following all of this, is in Washington. Nicole, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Jerika. Some Republican lawmakers, including the speaker, say this was long overdue, and Claudine Gay's sudden departure.
Not even going to mention Israel's lawyer? Oh, yeah, I forgot. I mean, it's a meme. But Israel is thinking about bringing the greatest lawyer of all time for this case. That's right, the Dersh. The Dersh is back. The boys are back in town, and the Dersh is back in town. The Dersh! Yep. Listen, man. Listen, especially as the Epstein associates' names are being revealed, there's no better time. There's no better time for the best lawyer, Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, to come out and swing for the fences here, okay? Because, like, if we know one thing, Israel does have a no extradition to the United States policy, which is part of the reason why a lot of pedophiles like going to Israel, if they don't go to France, of course. Okay? This is true. Now, I'm not saying Alan Dershowitz is a pedophile. I'm simply saying he has successfully defended pedophiles, like Jeffrey Epstein, and also has written articles about the constitutionality argument of the age of consent laws and why they must be lowered, constitutionally, of course. A tenured Harvard professor, Alan Dershowitz, who famously kept his underwear on at all times around the famous sex trafficker, friend to Ehud Barak, former Israeli prime minister, of course, Jeffrey Epstein, has a lot to lose if, Israel's political situation falls apart. I'm just saying, potentially. So according to your moderators calling the IRA and the ANC not terrorists, would I get banned? Palestinians have the right to defend themselves? I agree. I do agree. According to your moderators calling the IRA and the ANC not terrorists, would I get banned? I don't know what you're trying to say. Are you in here to spark drama and chaos? Is that what it is? I've said this before. Yeah, I timed you out for spamming, by the way. Timeout equals bans. I've said this before. When all is said and done, did the ANC engage in acts of terror against civilians? Of course they did, right? Some gruesome ones as well. The IRA did as well. When all is said and done, what do you look at? So does the FLN. What do you look at? When we make an assessment when we make a historical assessment, what is the major act of violence in South Africa, for example? Is it the ANC's acts or is it the apartheid itself? The same goes for Israel's apartheid and the resistance to said apartheid. The same goes for the Vietnamese liberation. Is it the Viet Cong that you think about when you think about the Vietnamese, when you think about America's war in Vietnam? Who was the bad actors in that regard?
ICC basically operates at the behest of its funders and founders and masters, which is the U.S., the NATO states, the European states, etc., until their expedited indictment of President Putin as U.S. NATO lawfare against Russia. The International Criminal Court had not indicted one American, one European, one Brit, one NATO citizen, and one Israeli, and one white person. So we have a campaign.
Wait, why did I get to this? We were talking about Claudine Gay. All right, let's talk about the real terror. The real terror being conducted. Oh, wait, this was the last thing. Friend of the show, Ryan Grimm, also engaged in. Okay, it's time. It's time to talk about. I was mentioning the Dersh, and then I went back to that video, but this is what I wanted to talk about.
To follow up on Turkey, I'm sure you've seen Turkey has joined South Africa in its charging Israel with genocide before the International Court of Justice. Is there any concern within the State Department that State Department officials could be roped into this prosecution?
No, I will say that as it relates to the State Department, we have been committed to addressing the humanitarian situation in Gaza and have made a priority of preventing, as I just said in response to your question, the displacement of Palestinians. I will also say, though, that genocide is, of course, a heinous atrocity, one of the most heinous atrocities that any individual can commit.
Which is why we're supporting Israel doing such heinous atrocity and refusing to call it that, right? That's what he's going to say, I assume.
Those are allegations that should not be made lightly, and as it pertains to the United States, we are not seeing any acts that constitute genocide.
And finally, over the break,
Dude, see, this is, no. This is big. Here's why it's big. This is why these, like, liberal institutions in the rule-based international order still kind of work in some ways, okay? Sure, it's not the same as, like, I don't know, criminally prosecuting like a person who stole Gucci bags or something, right? It's not as like immediate, and the mechanisms of enforcement obviously take some time. It's not the same as like a cop arresting you, right? But having said that, like the way that he is approaching the subject matter is not as dismissive as it would have been if there was no court case being filed. Do you see what I mean? Like, these things do at least work in influencing the State Department, because it's just another prong of it's just another prong of attack. It's just another pressure point. You know what I mean?
authorities in the Armenian quarter expressed deep concern that the Israeli government was using the conflict in Gaza to push out a lot of Armenian Christians from the Armenian quarter. Any response?
So no specific response to that, but as we have said on a number of occasions, we do not want to see the government of Israel take any steps that would escalate tensions. Go ahead.
And to follow.
All right, but let's get to Claudine homosexual. That's right. Harvard president Claudine Gay resigns amid renewed plagiarism allegations weeks after anti-Semitism hearing. That's right. This is the biggest story, okay? This is the most important story. Let's do it.
Here in the U.S., there are strong reactions over the resignation of Claudine Gay as president of Harvard University yesterday. After controversial testimony on Capitol Hill last month, she also faced claims of plagiarism allegations she strongly denies. Nicole Killian is following all of this, is in Washington. Nicole, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Jerika. Some Republican lawmakers, including the speaker, say this was long overdue, and Claudine Gay's sudden departure makes her the shortest-serving president in Harvard's history.
6 months into her tenure, Harvard University President Claudine Gay announced her resignation in a letter, writing, "It is in the best interest of the school so it can navigate this moment of extraordinary challenge."
This is difficult work.
Gay's resignation comes nearly a month after she and the presidents of the University of Pennsylvania and MIT faced widespread condemnation following this testimony at a House education hearing on anti-Semitism on college campuses.
The answer is yes, that calling for the genocide of Jews violates Harvard Code of Conduct, correct?
Again, it depends on the context.
Republican Chair Elise Stefanik, a Harvard alum, posted 2 down, referring to Gay and Penn President Liz McGill, who also resigned days after the hearing, which Harvard law student Jonathan Frieden attended.
There's a lot of people and a lot of Jewish students who view this as a good thing, as a victory, as a step in the right direction. And then there's a lot of us that are also asking, but what next?
Gay was the university's first black president. She was criticized by many in the Jewish community for her response to anti-Semitism on campus after the Hamas attacks in Israel. She faced more scrutiny from some donors and conservative activists following allegations of plagiarism in her dissertation and several articles, which she denied. She wrote, "It has been distressing to have doubt cast on my commitments to confronting hate and to upholding scholarly rigor, and frightening to be subjected to."
They did it. They did it. They took her down. Now, I talked about this already. It's like she's a Zionist, right? Like, she is pro-Israel. She's so pro-Israel that she also agreed in that congressional hearing with the false narrative that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, right? And because of that, in my opinion, she did a really piss poor job, just like the other two college presidents, in defending free speech on her campus, right? She did this, where she basically took the untenable position that implied that pro-Palestinian sentiment is akin to calling for the genocide of Jews, and that it should be allowed because this is a free speech campus. And for me, that is a really stupid way to try and argue, because you're going to look like an absolute monster, understandably, to the broader American population. As far as the accusations of plagiarism comes, they came shortly after. This is something that everybody does. They comb through their background. They comb through the background of any figure that is in the crosshairs that needs to be taken down. And they found some sussy text and some terrible citations or lack of citations in her work. Do I think that a lot of college professors engage in this kind of thing? Absolutely. Okay? Yeah, they do. It's just, I don't place a lot of emphasis on this in the same way that I guess many do. Okay? But the reason why the plagiarism stuff came out is specifically because they were looking for anything and everything that they could attack her on. And not just her, but they wanted to look for anything and everything that they can attack DEI on. That is precisely the reason why. The conversation specifically placed the crosshairs on Claudine Gay and not the other college presidents. Okay, there was one Twitter thread from I think he writes for The Atlantic, this writer that had a decent take on it, where he was like, "Don't defend the plagiarism of Claudine Gay," which, you know, I don't care about at all. It's not this one. It's not this. This is not the one I'm talking about. I did read this yesterday though. No, it's not this one either. Although I do agree with a lot of the takes in here as far as like how conservatives weaponize cancel culture and utilize cancel culture to their benefit by whipping up every center-left liberal into action. Okay? Where are we defending her? She's such a lib, and her response to the questioning was awful. I'm not defending her. I'm not defending her at all. Matter of fact, I can't explain to you how little I have defended her from the jump. Okay? Is anyone in here Ivy League alumni? Is Harvard respected at all? Yes, Harvard is like the top institution historically in the United States of America. What are we talking about? It just, that's just the truth. No, it's not Adam Johnson either. It's a dude that he's a black writer who regularly talks about like campus culture himself, and he's a bit of a centrist. I forget. Let me see if I actually liked any of the tweets so I can find it. No, it's not Adam Server. Oh, no, it's not that one either. Chris Rufo himself actually replied to the guy too. Hold on, I'll find it through Chris Rufo's replies, being like, "What's racist about it? I don't get it." Hold on, I'll find it. Hold on. I love that Politico went to the guy who basically started this thing and very openly said he was going to weaponize it and laid his plan out. And now, you know, Politico is like giving him the credit. Hold on. Where is it? I can't find this. The funniest part about Chris Rufo is that he is ultimately he is not like this brilliant tactician at all. he's not even remotely this brilliant tactician. It's just that the American media apparatus is so perfectly conditioned into leaning on any kind of reactionary sentiment. Not Jonathan Chait either. Where is it? I can't find the fucking tweet. God damn it. How long ago was it? This motherfucker does not stop tweeting. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. He is just constantly tweeting up a goddamn storm, dude. I mean, he's just flexing. No, it's not this. It's not Thrasher. Oh, can't find it now. God damn it. I wonder if he deleted his reply or something to the guy originally. It's not. It's like a Zaid Jilani type dude who has written about college campuses before. Oh, I think you found it. I think this is it. Wait, let me see. Yep. Thank you. Just a girl L. You win. That is the one I was talking about. So Tyler Austin Harper is a writer, assistant professor at Bates College, and he has he has some interesting takes. Oh, wow. I was just at it too. I was just at the fucking thread. Anyway, he talks about college campus, DEI, stuff like that. Interesting guy, interesting perspective. So here's what his take was. I think there are obviously plenty of different opinions that I've read here on this broadcast that are overwhelmingly in support of Claudine Gay and whatnot. But then also there are some other opinions that I wanted to show you. Now, this is what I agree with 100% wholeheartedly. Articles about Claudine Gay and her various scandals were top 5 featured stories on the New York Times homepage on December 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 17th, 22nd, 25th, and her firing is now their top story. There is simply no way this is proportionate, sober, or reasonable coverage. Adam Johnson is absolutely correct. It is not. It is not proportionate, sober, or normal coverage. It's not reasonable at all because it's a very good, cool, fun story to focus on because, one, New York Times is the New York Times readers care about it, okay? But it's also a very good way to just stop talking about Israel's genocide. Now, right-wingers have always weaponized cancel culture against people that they consider to be enemies, right? They do it very openly. What is it? I'm not 100% sure on this, but I saw a good amount of academics online saying that she didn't actually plagiarize. Apparently, plagiarism software flags repetition of phrases, which almost everyone does in their writing. Not that it matters ultimately. No, there are certain parts of her writing that looks to have ripped, direct quotation. Some of it is not. Some of it is improperly cited. Some of it is regular legal boilerplate. Those things are not plagiarism. Some of them do borderline on plagiarism, however. Now, of course, the standard of such plagiarism, or what this implies, is being talked about without the actual minutia, without the actual details of said plagiarism, right? It's more so just, excuse me, there's 47 acts of plagiarism here. How are you going to defend plagiarism? Why are you defending plagiarism? The conversation just immediately moves in a very bad faith way to directly saying, oh, you're defending plagiarism. Okay? Now, here's what I think is really interesting, right? Claudine Gay discourse is going to make my head explode. Were the original attacks on her, which predated the plagiarism, motivated by racism? Yes, obviously. Did she plagiarize? Yes, also obviously. Stop debasing yourself with Orwellian talk of academic sloppiness. Nothing is stopping Harvard from hiring another black woman. Academics would be better off spending their time mounting a pressure campaign demanding Harvard install another POC president. Stop insisting we all consent to a collective delusion that plagiarism isn't plagiarism. There are unattributed, duplicated paragraphs. What the fuck do you think plagiarism is? Is she the worst offender? No. Are there plenty of professors, many of them famous and white, getting away with worse? Yes. You can quibble with her firing, but don't ask me to believe 2 + 2 = 5. Okay? Black academics do amazing work every day. We don't need you to move the plagiarism goalposts or invent bullshit ideas like academic sloppiness. The right's early witch hunt against Gay was racist, but the progressive response is also racist. It assumes we need lower standards. To which Chris Rufo replied, what do you mean it's racist? What's racist about it? And I think this part was really good. Hold on. Wait, where is it? Didn't Christopher Rufo reply to this? Why can't I see it? Wait. Let's pull that up too. I can't find it now. Weren't some of the samples cut off to erase the citation at the beginning of the quote? Yes. Yes, yes, that absolutely does happen. They do it all the time. Here's the thing. I'm telling you right now, it's because there is no real genuine crime here, or like they're padding. Conservatives do this thing, and everyone basically does this. Liberals do it too. Like people who are engaging in, I guess, quote unquote, cancel culture will do this thing where they will mine for anything that is a valid critique, right? Because everyone kind of understands you can't really cancel someone that is your ideological opponent. Conservatives can't cancel someone like myself. Only the left can cancel someone like myself, which is why, like, one of the things that plays a really decent role in pushing people away from listening to what I have to say is usually not done necessarily by like the likes of Ben Shapiro or whatever, but it's done by people who consider themselves to be progressive or have portrayed themselves to be progressive when they're not actually progressive at all, right? One thing that the left also does regularly, for example, is, and this is something that everybody does, is quote mining, finding something that you've said, finding something that you may not have actually intended, and then pummeling it over and over and over again until people from your ideological side are forced to respond, right? And because everyone wants to be morally above this sort of thing, and they don't want to come across like they're biased, they will say, oh yeah, no, that guy's bad, it's wrong, I apologize, this is the worst thing that's ever happened. Meanwhile, all of this is done completely cynically, okay? Anyway, Christopher Rufo said, huh? What attacks were motivated by racism? If we're doing racism tabulation here, Claudine Gay is by far the most guilty. Explicit racism against whites and Asians, a flagrantly discriminatory DEI bureaucracy, and minimization of anti-Semitism on campus. Nobody cares that she's black. They care that she's a bad leader and an academic fraud. That's what Christopher Rufo said, right? Who, by the way, also is simultaneously openly gloating that this is bullshit, okay? Tyler Austin Harper correctly pointed out and said, after the hearing, the right media ecosphere immediately became laser focused on Gay. Her testimony, while not great, was a mile the best of the three, and she gave the same answers to a question about calls for genocide against blacks. Okay? But it doesn't end there. Yet, Gay, the diversity hire, immediately became the story, even though, again, the other two presidents were far more incompetent. So that's the thing. Okay? Every single person immediately, even before they found plagiarism, right, or how much plagiarism was found in her work is, of course, in question, they immediately said, oh, she's incompetent, she's bad, she's only there because she's black, she's a woman, and that's the only reason why they put her as the president, right? Her level of incompetence, as far as like her dissertations or as far as her writing goes, is straight up, and I will say this, okay, across the board, almost identical to like the average academic, okay? It is. You think these guys didn't have Turnitin, you know, or some kind of Turnitin style structure when she was writing these dissertations? Like, no, they did. They were looking at that stuff back then too. Okay, it's not like plagiarism became an important facet of the college experience and how dissertations are analyzed, right? It's a thing that has existed for a while. Okay, maybe not Turnitin, but they certainly looked at it, and the people that looked at it saw that it met academic muster. Okay, so the idea that like you know, she basically got away with like plagiarizing all this academic material, and it's somehow way worse than her contemporaries is ridiculous. It's just not, you know, it's ridiculous. It's so commonplace that there are Supreme Court justices of the United States that have engaged in similar acts, or even worse. Okay? Now, having said that, they immediately went, nah, she sucks, she's stupid, she doesn't deserve to be in that position. And if the standards for said position are set by other college campus professors, deans, you know, if the standard is applied evenly, then yeah, she clearly does deserve to be there. Okay, from my perspective, from where I stand at least, like there are valid criticisms of her writing, as far as I've seen. I mentioned this yesterday as well. And then there's a whole lot of padding of the deck happening. 47 acts of plagiarism in comparison to like a litany of like improper citations or even things that are clipped specifically to make it seem like this is not a quote or a paraphrasing of someone else's work, but instead directly someone else's work, but directly plagiarizing it, right? But this part is 100% correct. After the hearing, the right media ecosphere immediately became laser focused on Gay. Her testimony, while not great, was a mild best. Yet Gay, the diversity hire, immediately became the story, even though, again, the other two presidents were far more incompetent. As for Gay's overseeing of DEI, etc., we agree anti-racism is racism by another name, and I have no interest in defending it. I've also been clear, like, this guy's anti-DEI, okay? That I think that there's an actual problem with and connection between DEI discourse and anti-Semitism, so not going to suggest otherwise, but I absolutely think a lot of people on the right were very keen to immediately demonize Gay out of the three presidents. DEI, for those of you who don't know, is diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? Or inclusivity, is that what it is? And the DEI discourse is so silly. It's just like more academic, diversity, equity, inclusion. It is something that I guess the right hates, okay? Its implementation is not great usually, but it doesn't matter. It's like affirmative action, okay? It's like barely tackling a systemic wrong that has never been adequately addressed, and that's it. Good idea in principle. It's been neoliberalized and commoditized, and that's it. I think that it's yet another thing that conservatives yell about that is ultimately inconsequential. Okay? I don't buy the argument that anti-racism is racism by another name. Yes, I don't buy that argument either. I think it's a reactionary position. So, overall, this was a classic case of quote mining and witch hunting, where the best versions of this, okay, feature just a crumb of truth, especially if you can nail someone you want to take down on an issue that your opposition actually finds to be problematic or embarrassing, right? Because if you yell at me all day, every day about how, like, and some people do this, how I've laughed at a cop shooting another cop while it was trying to shoot a dog, and how I find humor in that situation because why the fuck is the cop shooting a dog to begin with? Many leftists and progressives are not going to look at that and go, yeah, you're right, Hassan, that's really messed up. When you go, Hassan said America deserved 9/11, many leftists are not going to look at that and go, oh, that's really messed up. But when you say Hassan went to a brothel in 2010, and that's why he isn't simply just a sex work advocate, but also he's a bad guy, he's a rapist or whatever, then there are plenty of leftists who also have similar reactionary views on sex and sex work in general that will go, yeah, you're right, he is a bad guy. Okay? You get it? You're supposed to look for something that the opposing side, the side that you're trying to take down, also would be in disagreement with. Okay? That's it. Or the whole Hassan House discourse. That's the way that you can actually cancel someone, not the other ways. But ultimately, I don't think Chris Rufo is a mastermind at all. He just simply is lucky enough to be a reactionary conservative. Calling Christopher Rufo a mastermind of this sort is akin to calling Henry Kissinger a mastermind. Henry Kissinger only works because he's Henry Kissinger for the United States of America, okay? The Henry Kissinger of Zimbabwe goes to prison. The Henry Kissinger of America is hailed as a mastermind of diplomacy. You can only do this and openly explain your motivations simultaneously while doing it and whip up the media into a frenzy if you are a reactionary conservative working at the Manhattan Institute. That's it. That's it. Yeah, but Henry Kissinger actually got his agenda accomplished, as horrific as it is. Hasn't Rufo's astroturfing stuff completely tanked Republicans in a lot of places? Yes, which is also another reason why I'm saying that he's not a mastermind at all. Okay? But the fact that there's a Q&A in Politico magazine, we sat down with the conservative mastermind behind Claudine Gay's ouster. Christopher Rufo explains the motivations behind his latest crusade to topple the Harvard president, is awful. I hate how right-wing the American media is. I hate how reactionary the American media is. I called this from a mile away. I tweeted about this a couple days prior to Claudine Gay resigning. Okay? Christopher Rufo is not a mastermind. He's doing the same exact thing that liberals and leftists sometimes do on Twitter, which doesn't really work on the Republican side because they're shameless and biased. He's doing the same exact thing that conservatives before him have done. He's doing the same exact thing that conservatives still do to this day, to both myself and others. Okay? That's it. All right. Hold on. Let me find this tweet real quick. If Christopher Rufo is a mastermind, everyone's Facebook posting alcoholic uncle is also a mastermind? Yes. Here, hold on. Christopher Rufo being considered a mastermind for being able to do a cancel culture thing where, like, New York Times and all these other liberal outlets that are so horny to move the attention away from something else, move the attention away from Gaza, okay, and they're so desperate to engage in this crusade. It's like saying I'm a mastermind for my top of the hour ad breaks, okay? It's 2 p.m. You know I'm gonna do it. You saw it from a mile away. It's not necessarily me being a mastermind at all. Where is my tweet? I can't even find it. Oh my God. Was it that long ago? Was it like a month ago? What the hell is going on? But yeah, at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Where the hell? Oh, here. This is December 19th. Osita brings up Christopher Rufo's take. We launched a Claudine Gay plagiarism story from the right. The next step is to smuggle it into the media apparatus of the left, legitimizing the narrative to center-left actors who have the power to topple her. Then squeeze. He's just laying out how it works, exactly the path many campus stories have taken. Said at a certain point, I hope the media will stop playing into the campus hysteria stories that are always concocted by cynical reactionaries, but of course they'll never stop. That's it. They openly say it. And it's not like, look, I'm not a smart guy, okay? Cope and seethe Hamasabi. Nice. I'm not a particularly intelligent person, I don't think. But if I can see it from a mile away, coming from a mile away, I'm pretty sure there are enough editors at the New York Times that have gone to much better schools and are much more intelligent than myself. They can see it too. They're just doing it as willing participants. Still winds me up when right-wing media types get called genius manipulators for passing a complaint media, the exact story sort of slop they love, like getting called a genius for getting a dog to chase a stick. Yeah, compliant media, not complaint. Sorry. Okay, that's it. It's like you don't consider you don't consider K-pop Twitter to be genius and brilliant, right? They do this kind of stuff all the time too. It's just so stupid. And the media is not falling for the bait because they're so bad and so stupid. The media is doing it deliberately because they also like grinding that axe. They know that it personally benefits them. It gets a lot of clicks, it gets a lot of attention, and also it aligns with them ideologically. That's it. And part of the reason why it works so well is, and I will read this thread now because this is actually a perfect, much better written analysis on the subject than I have, in my opinion, I have brought forward. It's because there is a certain pattern and dynamic that has replicated itself over and over again as long as I've followed U.S. media and politics, says David Roberts. I have given up hope that describing such patterns will do anything to diminish their frequency, but like I said, compulsions. The center-left pundit approach to these things is simply to accept the frame that the right has established and dutifully make judgments within it. I screamed about this yesterday. When I first read this on my Twitter timeline, I thought, is this guy a follower of mine? What the hell is going on? He's repeating identically what I said yesterday. Was screaming about how right-wing, cynical reactionaries always shape the narrative. And supposedly center-left liberals love acting like they are morally above biases and end up engaging with the discourse as though it is serious. It is never serious. It is never legitimate. Okay? In this case, they focus tightly on the question of whether particular instances qualify as plagiarism as described in the rules. Inevitably, this is done with a certain air of self-congratulation. Look at me, I'm making a tough call that goes against my side, okay? I'm so judicious, nonpartisan, and independent. And all the other center-left pundits nod soberly, noting, more in sorrow than anger, how lamentable it is that all the left partisans out there lack this protean ability, rise above it all, and see clearly and apply standards equally to all sides. And the part that really chaps my ass, they refuse almost as though it's a matter of principle to ask the larger questions. Why are we talking about this? Is there any reasonable political or journalistic justification for this being the center of U.S. discourse for weeks on end? Who has pushed this to the fore and why? And what are they trying to achieve? It is as though these questions are evasions or cheats or something, as though intellectual integrity demands only heeding those questions as the right has put into the frame. It is kind of bizarre. Proud naivete, gormlessness posing as wisdom. Okay? You see supposed center-left liberals regularly engaging in this kind of discourse. You see it play itself out within the Democratic Party and how they operate whenever they say, we need a strong Republican Party, or we need to find bipartisan solutions to problems. Republicans never look for bipartisan solutions. They do not care. They lie, cheat, and steal their way into enacting their agenda. No matter how undemocratic said agenda might be, no matter what the impact of said policies might be, and usually it's very negative. Liberals, on the other hand, are constantly pointing to this like superior center that they are always arriving at because they're the smart guys in the room. But ultimately, they're not the smart guys in the room. They're suckers, okay? Well, some of them are suckers. Others are just also right-wing, but masquerading as liberals and open-minded progressives, dare I say. But the suckers are so easily duped and manipulated. Some of you are suckers in that similar sort because there are plenty of you in here that also got whipped up into a frenzy from the transports dynamic that I've discussed time and time again. Transports. The one girl in Kansas that's 14 years old that's participating in the swim meets cannot do that. That's the worst thing that has been allowed in the United States of America. We must put an end to it right now. What about the fairness of sports, Hassan? Does it not bother you that they're cheating? Think about the T levels as though anybody cares. How come this trans girl got 11th place at the swim meet in Kansas? You better put an end to that right now. This is not fair to women, they say. The real goal is to conduct transphobic narratives. Okay? That's what it is. The real goal is to speardick transphobia into the mainframe. The real goal is to make it more permissible to be transphobic, is to allow even those who are maybe a little bit transphobic, right, because many are, on the liberal side, to also start conducting themselves in a way that aligns with reactionary values. Republicans are very good at that. They're very good at selling their perspectives. They're dangerous, stupid, oftentimes harmful perspectives. That's precisely the reason why their anti-abortion crusade is not marketed as religious zealotry, right? Or they don't call it the, remove women's bodily autonomy movement, even though that is ultimately their goal. They call it pro-life, okay? And then they turn around and they say their enemies are actually pro-murder. Liberals, on the other hand, who are so desperate to at least position themselves as optically centrist and unbiased, routinely get owned in this phenomena. When liberals come up, or at least see a radical movement that is built on the ground, that is grassroots, like Black Lives Matter, and then they see the other side and the reactionary forces hit that and say, Black Lives Matter means you want to kill cops. Black Lives Matter means you want to kill white people. What about all lives matter? Liberals get caught in this conundrum all the time. And they look at these unserious, cynical, reactionary actors and they go, you know what, you're right, all lives do matter. Why don't we optically change the Black Lives Matter slogan? Now, of course, we're living in a post-Trump universe, so Black Lives Matter became an anti-Trump phenomena that liberals were on board with. But while Black Lives Matter started under the Barack Obama administration, liberals back then were also not necessarily pro-BLM. The same problem you see every day with the river to the sea. The river to the sea is genocide of the Jews, they say. It must mean that. That's exactly what it means. And then liberals, what do? They go, guys, why don't you change this slogan that you've been using since 1964? Because the false framing that is being applied in this situation is making your position optically bad. Why don't you change it? Why don't you capitulate? Why do you not capitulate to the right-wing framing on this issue? It's hurting people's feelings. As though if you were to say, well, the occupied Palestinian territories will be free one day, as a matter of fact, even though they've been occupied since 1967, and Palestinians will be able to live freely with autonomy, is not as good as a slogan. Even if that was your slogan, do you think that the right-wing reactionary elements would not turn around and say free Palestine means genocide of the Jews? They say that too. Okay? That's it. That's it. Sloganeering only works if you have a media apparatus that is willing and able to defend it and consistently explain what the slogan means. Okay? That's it. And liberal media never will do that because they are materially positioned against actual, genuine, radical, progressive change. Okay? That's it. So look beyond the slogans whenever someone tries to bring up the optics conversation. Do you get it? Why are you not? Opinions on AO3 bring down. Any thoughts on the recent cyber attack? Why are you not talking about the downing that happened? What? AO3 downing? Guest opinion. Claudine Gay. What just happened at Harvard is bigger than me. Oh my God. If they didn't treat you like branding, advertising, gang, and just refuse right-wing framing en masse, there wouldn't be a problem. Yes. AO3 is the fanfic website. What? I don't know what that is. You think I go to a fanfic website? What are you, crazy? See, that New York Times comes now to the final stage, getting Claudine Gay to write another article. This drives a lot of clicks, guys. A lot of clicks, a lot of advertising dollary dues for the New York Times. For the record, it hasn't ended. There's still blood in the water. People still want to pounce. ABC News writes, former Harvard professor Claudine Gay will remain a professor, likely keep nearly $900,000 salary after resigning. Bill Ackman is now talking about taking down those in the board that also defended Claudine Gay. Okay? So just remember, these guys work alongside. They pick and choose who their targets are. They use their targets specifically. They use their targets to specifically attack larger, broader ideas. And the right-wing media, mainstream media, legacy publishers, go along with it because they are also either A, ideologically aligned with the reactionaries, or B, want to present themselves as unbiased. So while I, on the one hand, don't care much about Claudine Gay, I do hate that a bunch of fucking billionaires can get together and decide, what? Call me off stream? The hell? Huh? Yeah, YouTube censored me, says, yeah, Harvard hates Jews and Asians. Yeah, totally. Anyway, totally, my friend. Yeah, you're right. So, point is this. The fact that Claudine Gay did not get fired for just being a bad president in general, or not dealing with, or not defending, in my opinion, pro-Palestinian protesters sufficiently. She took the position of claiming that, yes, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, which is not correct, okay, which is incorrect position, and then was forced to agree with the notion that pro-Palestinian protests are actually calling for the genocide of Jews, and that should be permissible on college campuses. Contextually, it could be appropriate on college campuses. You don't have to say that, because that's not what anti-Zionism is. And then for people to use that, for, wealthy-ass dipshits to be able to use that to bully the most famous, most significant institute of higher learning like this, to take action and then continue to take action as well, is genuinely awful.
President Claudine Gay. It's the biggest assault on academic freedom in our history. It is unthinkable that president of a university would be overthrown by big money. You know what Balzac famously said, the novelist, behind every great fortune is a crime. So this billionaire criminal class, if they can determine the president, they can determine every facet of university life. And I've talked to many student organizations, including at U of P and at Harvard, and I've said, your first demand when school resumes, McGill has to be restored. And that should be the first demand at Harvard. Claudine Gay has to be restored. If you don't restore her, you've set a ghastly precedent. You will be the alumni of a generation of students that allowed for the end of academic freedom. What happened to President Claudine Gay, it's the biggest.
Here's a man who knows a lot about being blacklisted and having his academic freedom being restricted, you know? It's not necessarily just that she also gave someone like Elisa Stefanik. They'll just say it's academic freedom to plagiarize, question mark, question mark, question mark. Exactly. Exactly. The best kind of counter, right? The best kind of counter argument that you can launch is when you actually do have some level of truth to the argument. And usually you very quickly and very cleverly shift the boundaries of the argument to plagiarism and not like something that is, I guess, a matter of defending free speech on campuses, which conservatives are supposed to be on board with, right? Like, she's not fired from Harvard. She's still a professor. So I guess in terms of like her academic work, it meets the standards of Harvard in general, but she's no longer the president. Does that make sense? So I see a lot of people just going, oh, well, classic. People just love, I mean, this is the type of thing that would get, absolutely get you destroyed as a student at Harvard. So why won't they follow the same metrics as the president? And it's like, no, you just want to come across like you're smart. Like you want to come across like you have, you have no biases and that you're somehow above it all. But the only thing you are is a dupe. You got suckered. You're a mark. You're a rube. You got suckered by some of the dumbest, most reactionary idiots you've ever seen, you've ever encountered. That's it. I mean, yeah, the most serial plagiarizer is Joseph Robinette Brandon. Neil Gorsuch is another academic. There are like Stanford, the president of Stanford, I think like directly falsified data, which is like the one thing you cannot do under any circumstances. Okay? This is very commonplace in academia. It doesn't make it right, doesn't make it just, doesn't make it all right. Just that it is the standard. Okay? Anyway, my inbox has been flooded with invective, including death threats. I've been called the N-word more times than I care to count. My hope is that by stepping down, I will deny demagogues the opportunity to further weaponize my presidency in their campaign to undermine the ideals animating Harvard since its founding: excellence, openness, independence, truth, and war crimes. Yes, I made mistakes. My initial response to the atrocity of October 7, I should have stated more forcefully what all people of good conscience know. Hamas, a terrorist organization that seeks to eradicate the Jewish state. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm so glad you got fucking dumped, you dumb ass. You stupid fuck. Fuck you. Okay? Yeah, Hamas's goals are to eradicate all Jews and blah, 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 blah. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, you're right, dude. I'm not going to read this filth, okay? Yeah, get fucked. Get fucking fucked, dumbass. Pathetic. Yeah, have fun with your $900,000 salary. I hope that take that away from you, too. God, good fucking riddance. I can't read that shit. I'm sorry. I'm cursing.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dana Perino, along with Judge Jeanine Pirro, Jessica Tarlov, Jesse Waters, and Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five. Embattled Harvard President Claudine Gay resigning as the leader of the most powerful Ivy League school in the country. It took both her disastrous anti-Semitism testimony before Congress and 50 allegations of plagiarism to end the shortest presidency in the university's history, just 6 months. Gay not mentioning either of those scandals in a statement, but seems to imply that racism was a factor in her ouster. She said it was, quote, frightening to be subjected to personal attacks and threats fueled by racial animus. Gay's downfall started when she could not answer this question in front of Congress.
Conservatives love being like racial animus. What do you mean? You plagiarized. That's not racist. It's like, then why were you calling her an unqualified affirmative action recipient before you found out that there was any plagiarism allegations even launched towards her? You know what I mean? Yeah. You didn't need any evidence at all. And the evidence you have is also lackluster, especially when you compare it to like whatever the standards are across the board. And it's just like, she's still doing the same thing. Like, she got fired, or she was forced to resign because she wasn't sufficiently pro-Israel, okay? And it's not even her fault, really. What is she supposed to do? She put an anti-Semitism task force together that did not feature any Harvard scholars on anti-Semitism or genocide, mind you, right? She did not handle the questions well at all. But ultimately, she is in agreement with the likes of Elise Stefanik and everybody else that pro-Palestinian sentiment is unironically, genociding Jewish people. That's what she believes. It's awesome. I wonder if famed Harvard plagiarist Alan Dersh has anything to say. Yeah, probably. I'm sure. Maybe not.
So the answer is yes, that calling for the genocide of Jews violates Harvard Code of Conduct. Correct.
It depends on the context.
This is one of my favorite old school copy pastas. The how can anybody like this guy? He has no talent at all. He's a cushy political commentator job through nepotism and got his cushy Twitch job through his genes and his looks. He still thinks he can preach about inequality. That's a old copy pasta. I don't know how you found that in the depths of hell.
Context.
It does not depend on the context. The answer is yes, and this is why you should resign.
Congresswoman Elise Stefanik says Gay stepping down is only the beginning.
We have seen a failure of leadership from Claudine Gay, a failure of moral leadership, but also a failure of academic integrity, which is a cornerstone of any higher education institution. I believe, as we continue our congressional investigation, that we will uncover what will be the greatest scandal in higher education, because the Harvard Corporation members themselves are complicit in this cover-up of her plagiarism, and again, most importantly, their failure to protect Jewish students on campus.
No word yet from former President Barack Obama.
By the way, this isn't just about this is not just about Israel at this point. It's also about DEI. Because conservatives, yeah, sure, they're pro-Israel and whatever, but so is everyone, right? But they hate DEI. And what DEI represents, which is black people in positions of power and brown people in positions of power. Because those people did not earn their positions of power. They were simply handed that position of power by virtue of being black or brown. That is the principle. Or by being a woman, right? That's what conservatives believe. So they're using this as a wonderful opportunity to attack diversity by claiming everyone is a diversity hire. But because the entire field is riddled with, rampant plagiarizers and whatnot, if you attack only the black people in positions of power and none of the white people in positions of power in the halls of intelligentsia, it's a target-rich environment.
Obama, who privately lobbied on Harvard President Claudine Gay's behalf during the anti-Semitism controversy. But we are hearing from the Reverend Al Sharpton. He said this is an attack on every black woman in this country who's put a crack in the glass ceiling. It's an assault on the health, strength, and future of diversity, equity, and inclusion at a time when corporate America is trying to back out of billions of dollars in commitments. Despite resigning as president, Gay is still on the payroll as a faculty member. She just doesn't have to do the president's job anymore. So many different angles here. One thing, Greg, we should point out, I think, is that the Washington Free Beacon was the one who was pointing out all of this plagiarism based on old shoe leather reporting that was available to any other media outlet. The Washington Post could have done it, but it was the Washington Free Beacon who really...
That's what's so funny about her. It's not a surprise that she claims racism, that she's a victim of racism for losing her job after this moral implosion at the hearing, and then this countless examples of plagiarism, and some made by black scholars. And yet it's still racism. No, Mrs. Gay or Ms. Gay, it wasn't racism that cost you the job. It was racism that got you the job, right? Any white person had her pedigree, they wouldn't be running a school of fish. What? And this is the problem with...
Come on, dog. Come on. have you been to college? Like, are you stupid? I mean, you are stupid. And of course, these guys are like anti-higher education in general. So I don't know why they care about the institutions and their and the optics of these institutes of higher learning. But like, no, that's not true at all. It's like pretty much everyone in position of power in colleges. Okay, get out of here.
With DEI and ESG is that everything that it infects, it destroys, whether it's academia, corporations, the military. If you designate a small group out of a larger general population as the preferred hire, you force every recruiter to go to that select group, and the supply cannot meet the demand. It's a math problem. So you end up being forced to hire what's left. Even if that person is not qualified or even competent, it's mathematical racism. And you choose an inept candidate over somebody else who's far better because they don't fit the right color. That choice, however, makes it harder for places like Harvard and any company to fire somebody, even if they are ripe for firing. And you know what's funny? It really isn't Gay's fault because the system awarded her into a slot that was beyond her current capabilities because of her skin color.
What are you talking about? The whole point of a college president is just to like suck up to investors, dude. The endowments of Harvard is a hedge fund. That's it. That's what a president does. Shut up. The idea that they're like, they need to be this like brilliant, profoundly intelligent person that's supposed to be the president of Harvard is like ridiculous. It's not a thing. That's it. The qualifications of becoming a Harvard president.
Color. If you make a deal with the DEI devil, you're going to die with the accusation of racism. So everybody made this bed. I love the fact that they all have to sleep in it.
Watch this take from.
Ironic because, many of the college presidents are ones with business backgrounds now, or more and more college presidents are hired as directly from business because they are a business. College is a business.
Matt Egan, he was on CNN.
We should note that Claudine Gay has not been accused of stealing anyone's ideas in any of her writings. She's been accused of sort of more like copying other people's writings without attribution. So it's been more sloppy attribution than stealing anyone's ideas.
Judge, what is the definition of plagiarism?
I have to close my mouth before I can answer that, Dana. Plagiarism is actually that. It's the taking of other people's ideas and words. The amazing part of this is that.
No, that's so stupid. No, there's a difference between improper citations and deliberately taking someone else's ideas without credit, or taking someone else's statements without credit and playing it off as it's your own. For example, if you are paraphrasing someone else and you have cited them already earlier on in the paper or in the paragraph above, right? And then you don't cite them in the paragraph below, but it's very obvious that you are drawing from the source material, that's less severe than plagiarism. Now, Turnitin will consider that plagiarism, which, by the way, I don't even know if you guys use Turnitin anymore. That's when I was in college. Okay, that technically raises a red flag, but that doesn't mean it's plagiarism. It's an easily fixable issue. You do not have to attribute to malice what you can easily attribute to negligence. One time I fucked up formatting on the APA citation, my professor warned me that could technically be considered plagiarism. That's what I mean.
That there are 50 credible allegations of plagiarism. And when you look back into the history of Claudine Gay, you realize the woman has never even published a book. She has written nothing that has any seminal contributions to her field, according to people who've looked at her, Bret Stephens in particular. In 26 years, she's written 11 articles. I mean, it's incredible. But what the problem is here is that she was held to a different standard than other students at Harvard. And there was an article that was written, a letter to the editor of the Crimson, the newspaper at Harvard. And a person who was responsible for, quote, upholding the standards of academic excellence said it would be the worst day when a kid at Harvard had to come before our committee. That person would cry, they might be suspended, they would have a tarnish on their record, and yet she's got 50 of them. And what did they do? They relegated her to, you know.
That's how you know. It's like 50 of them is nonsense. It's nonsense. You said 50 of them because you do not care about what aspects of these are valid, what aspects of criticisms are valid and what's not valid. They just pad the stats as hard as they can and hope that no one is interested enough to see it. The truth, that's it.
This system at this level where as president, she wasn't touched. And I think that her race has advantaged her. And the fact that she has in no way been held to account for not protecting others is the ultimate hypocrisy when you see in her statement when she's leaving, she says, "It is so frightening to find myself the target of threats." Well, if you had any intelligence, you would understand that the reason you are where you are is because you didn't protect others who were the targets of real threats. And finally, we should realize that Harvard was started in 1698 as a divinity school, and that there
I'm going to be honest with you. President Gay deserves all this. I'm happy that she's getting the smoke. Okay? Straight up. I don't care. Dude, have a little bit of a backbone. Have a little bit of a goddamn backbone. If she wasn't as owned, like on the one hand, I get very frustrated because I know this is like a classic example of the right utilizing legacy publishers to attack a black woman on, very obviously white supremacist standards, like, oh, she's a black woman and she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. She didn't deserve this job. This is something that every person of color sees and receives in their lifespan. Every woman sees this to a certain degree due to misogyny. Claudine Gay is both black and a woman, so that's the double Monty, right? Having said that, however, while the attacks against her are shaped in many ways by, I guess, misogynoir, what's very frustrating to me is her relentless defense of Israel, and the fact that she is like in agreement with those who sought out her cancellation, like Bill Ackman, because they considered her, despite being a Zionist, they considered her to not be sufficiently pro-Israel. And I think it's intellectually dishonest and it's morally bankrupt to not defend the, on principle, anti-Zionism being totally separate from anti-Semitism. That's it. So, yeah, sucks to suck.
Right.
Leopards ate your face and you deserved it, okay? But what was I expecting? This is, after all, Harvard. This is the feeding frenzy conservatives are looking for. They can unload everything under the guise of keeping the sanctity of higher education that they will later turn and say, this is why colleges are terrible and need to be defunded. Yeah, they're just defending the integrity of Institute of Higher Learning, you know what I mean? Which they care about so much.
Soon, a federal judge is expected to release the names of dozens of Jeffrey Epstein's alleged victims and associates. And now comedian Jimmy Kimmel is threatening a lawsuit against New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers for insinuating without any evidence at all that Kimmel's name might be in those documents. This is what Rodgers said on a radio show.
A lot of people, including Jimmy Kimmel, are really hoping that doesn't.
Again, we didn't play it to amplify it. We played it so you could see what was said here. Kimmel responded saying, in part, for the record, I have not met, flown with, visited, or had any contact whatsoever with Epstein, nor will you find my name in any list other than the clearly phony nonsense that soft-brained wackos like yourself can't seem to distinguish from reality.
Can I say something? Jimmy Kimmel is so fucking washed, bro. Like, you're a comedian, really? And that's the best you cooked up? Like, you should have just kept that in the drafts and come back with something so fire that, like, you caused Aaron Rodgers to get vaccinated, okay? Like, what are you, soft-brained wacko? Like, come on, dude. What are you wiping the tears away? This man has very publicly defamed you, okay? But Aaron Rodgers is the most target-rich environment, dog. Straight up. Like, you can't have a better own on Aaron Rodgers? Aaron vaccinated, I am inoculated Rodgers? Aaron, I took peyote to make the decision to go to the Jets Rodgers? Aaron, I played one fucking game and immediately got injured and destroyed all hopes of the Jets fandom Rodgers? Played 4 plays, man. You got nothing. 4 plays? I don't even watch football. I don't watch any football whatsoever. If I know this much about Aaron Rodgers, You should be able to cook him up, slice and dice. I cannot believe that Jimmy Kimmel was given a phenomenal opportunity. You're a cruel person. Wait, why? Free Aaron? How are you still riding for him when he does not ride for you, Will? He does not ride for you. Aaron foreplays Rodgers. Listen, if he took the Jets to the Super Bowl, I'd be right there with you talking about how, you know what, maybe there is some truth to this whole vaccine conspiracy. You know what I mean? Died suddenly type shit. I think they put the vaccine in his water before the game. It weakened his body. I'm just saying, this is really bad. Like, Jimmy Kimmel is supposed to be like a famous comedian. Come on, man. You're one of the top late night talk show hosts. Like, really? This is what you got for Aaron? Aaron is like a meme in and of itself.
Your reckless words put my family in danger. Keep it up, and we will debate the facts further in court.
Yeah, and then he hit him with the, I'll see you in court, buddy. Like, come on.
Now, clearly, CNN, no one has any reporting that Kimmel is linked in any way to the Epstein case. There was some bad blood, it's notable, between Aaron Rodgers and Jimmy Kimmel because of jokes that Kimmel had made criticizing Rodgers for pushing conspiracy theories. Here now, CNN legal analyst and criminal defense attorney Joey Jackson. And Joey, the reason I wanted you to talk about this was the issue of defamation. You know, what Aaron Rodgers said has no basis in fact, no evidence to support it. When does something like that become defamation?
Yeah, John, important question to be answered for sure. So what happens is remember what defamation is. It's a false statement that is injurious to someone's reputation. And as a result of that, it can cause the person great reputational damage. When you talk about defamation as it relates to public figures, as both Jimmy Kimmel and Aaron Rodgers.
I'm sorry, but if your lawyer has these two paintings in the background, get a different lawyer. You know what I mean? You're going to jail. Okay? What is this NFT ass painting in the background, bro? What is happening? Who decorated this house? What's going on, man?
Rodgers are, you have to show what's called actual malice. What on earth does that mean? You have to show knowledge that you made the statement knowing it was false, or just reckless disregard as to whether it was false or true. So it's a very...
I bet you he's a cat person. Oh, you think?
Very heightened standard. At the end of the day, though, I don't think it's yet ripe, right, for any defamation claim. Certainly no one would want to be listed, talked about in the same sentence of, right, in terms of Epstein. But when you talk about defamation, one defense is absolute truth. If in the event it's true, it may be a terrible thing that someone said, but you know what? It's not defamatory. The list hasn't been published yet. And so, you know, we'll see, not to suggest at all that anybody's name, whether it be Kimmel or Aaron Rodgers, would be on that list at all. But, you know, it's not ripe yet to the extent that when the list is published, everyone will get to see for themselves who specifically is on it, John, and who's not.
Well, when Jimmy Kimmel, as he says, his name is not on that list, does it then become a legal issue that Aaron Rodgers said it without any basis apparently whatsoever?
So here's the issue with that, right? Remember that if defamation is to injure reputation, certainly you shouldn't be saying anything, right, that is injurious to anyone, whether they be public figures, private figures, or anything else. The problem with defamation in that regard, though, John, is as follows. Let's just say he's not on the list. That is, Jimmy Kimmel is not on the list. As he suggests, he would never be on such a list. Then the world would know that this is just a bad blood argument. And you can't argue then, if you're Jimmy Kimmel, that it's injurious to your reputation, because in essence, you're cleared as a result of a list being published to show that you're not on it. So I don't see any reputational damage there. As you mentioned at the outset, there's no love lost between them. Kimmel has made some jokes about Aaron Rodgers that he has not appreciated, including how he's worn that is Aaron Rodgers his hair. And so they've gone back and forth. And I think the public may just take that as this and not anything in terms of, you know, mean-spirited or to rise to the level. Well, you can argue it's mean-spirited, but to rise to the level of defamation, you know, story.
He's 100% correct. Also a higher standard for public figures. Also a higher standard for a public figure who's a comedian who's also dunked on this other person, which is precisely why I said, what are you doing to Jimmy Kimmel? Like, come on, dog. You could have done a way better job with this. Like, you could have had an incredible ride on the PR train, dunking on literally the worst guy, like the easiest person to slam, dude. Like, just take a couple hours off and like really go talk to your comedy writers. You know, come up with something good. Legal, lion. Dude, anytime someone says lion, in my mind, I constantly think of India Lion 2, sir. I can't stop thinking about that fucking tweet. I don't know why. It's like permanently burned into my mind, dude. Every time I see a lion, every time I see someone bring up the word lion, Indian Twitter broke my brain. India a lion too, sir. India lion too, sir. It's like, I don't know where it originated from, but it's Indian Twitter was like popping off against Palestine and defending Israel. No, that's not. This is a reference to that tweet. Muslim countries would butcher every single non-Muslim person if they got the chance. I'm not going to trust any of these psychopath theocrats. India a lion too, sir. Anyway, it was some dude on Indian Twitter. It was some dude on Indian Twitter responding to like some insane genocidal tweet by an Israeli account. Have you guys never seen Hindu nationalists, like how they operate on Twitter? I feel like you're not in the same circles as me. Like, you don't tweet enough about Palestine because there will be like a barrage. No, not that one. That one was the other Indian Twitter that used to be in my mind all the time. But nowadays, that I only think India a lion too, sir. Self-reporting, spending too much time on Twitter. Yeah. Oh, here. Let's see what Pat McAfee said.
Whenever you're freewheeling and dealing in here, you know, and you're having conversations,
letting it fly.
They can certainly lead to some places that cause like international news and things like that. And whenever there's accusations made about people, that can lead to lawsuits. Now, have been in one before.
Yes.
With Brett Favre. Now, how'd that case end? Well, it ended with me having to read a letter, basically stating that I know nothing that anybody else doesn't know publicly already, that I'm not in the know for that whole thing. And then that was kind of disappeared, but that was a big thing for a long time. Yeah. How did that come? Well, we just started making jokes about stuff. We started talking shit about stuff. And then in our show, I think that is a good part of what we do, is we're able to kind of just roll with the punches. We're able to have a good time. We're all rather...
There ain't no way Pat McAfee was successfully sued by Brett Favre? What court? Under what legal system did Brett Favre win? No, they probably sent him a cease and desist, and then he absolutely caved, right? There's no way. Especially because Brett Favre is a criminal. And most things that you say about him, like, the improper dealings with, like, tax dollars that he got and reappropriated instead of towards charity. He reappropriated to his pocket, like things like that. All that stuff is just like facts, right? Am I wrong?
Invested and studied in what's happening around the sports world at all times. Caitlin Clark last night.
Hell yeah. Unreal.
Wait till you hear about Luke Littler today.
Oh, good.
So we are very much in that world. So everybody that comes on the stage has to be able to like basically keep up with where we're headed. There's no there's no formal outline of what we're going to talk about, how we're going to talk about it. There's no A block, B block, C block. There's no scheduled conversations. There's no scheduled debates. There's no topics for you to think about before you get in there. There is just an opportunity to talk about damn near everything for 3.5 hours. And in doing so, the upside of that is some magic can come that you never knew was going to come.
Absolutely.
Good times can be had, laughs can be had, especially when you're rolling on like 2 hours of sleep like we were yesterday after the Rose Bowl. You can have a blast. And on the flip side, there could be some things that were certainly probably, we're going to have to hear from Aaron on that, meant to be shit talk joke that can then become something that is obviously a very serious allegation that then leads to a massive overnight story, one in which, put baby down, sleep, haven't seen her in a while, and then I pick up my phone. Oh, boy. But I can see exactly why Jimmy Kimmel felt the way he felt, especially with his position. But I think Aaron was just trying to talk shit. Now, did it go too far? And a lot of people... Jimmy Kimmel certainly said that was the case. We and I immediately upon it happening, trying to be like, ooh, But that is Aaron and Jimmy. They've been...
jousting a bit.
I don't know,
Dude, come on, Pat. Stop being such a coward, dog. Say it with your chest, homie. What is this? He's trying to manage the situation so hard. I feel like Brett Favre did a number on him. Why is he so cucked to Aaron Rodgers? Like I guess Aaron Rodgers gives him clicks. Because, like, when Aaron Rodgers is on, it's like, gonna say some dumb shit. Pat McAfee for next Harvard president. Because players have always been treated like that. They're the content, etc. Yeah.
So, like, we obviously don't like the fact that we're associated with anything negative ever. We like our show to be an uplifting one, a happy one, a fun one, but it's because we talk shit and try to make light of everything. Some things, obviously, people get very pissed.
Yeah, last time he was on the show, or I guess, like, not the last time, because Aaron Rodgers is on the show all the time, but he popped off because he called Travis Kelce Mr. Pfizer. So I'm sure Pat loves that Aaron Rodgers keeps coming on and talking shit, because there's a tremendous amount of clicks that come along with Aaron Rodgers being an absolute idiot. Yeah, I know why he called Travis Kelce Mr. Pfizer, because Travis Kelce was doing commercials for Pfizer, yes. Dude, honestly, I should just get into sports. I feel like ultimately, maybe I should just become a sports nerd or something, because I feel like the audience there is so much more understanding. Like, sure, they'll cry and complain if I, say something wrong about their favorite team or whatever. But I do feel like sports Twitter in general is like, they're vicious, but at least there's way more understanding about things like the top of the hour ad break. You know what I mean? There is no group of individuals that get ripped all day, every day, harder than the sports guys, okay? Like, they have been able to slowly but surely put gambling into sports, which has genuinely, in my opinion, corrupted the entire process, made the sport worse in general, and yet guys who appreciate sports still go along with that garbo. Ridiculous. Anyway, be an NBA fan. You're not even a sports fan. How can you say it's better or worse? I can. We are single-handedly keeping television afloat. It's all ref ball now. Refs are betting on the games. See? They started. It's all scripted, dog. It's all scripted. Like the top of the hour ad break is scripted. It comes at the top of the hour. However, if you are subscribed, you won't see the top of the hour ad break, and you'll continue thinking it's scripted. Here's the German ad break now. My favorite tweet of yours making fun of sports fans. Bro, for this tweet, I got doxxed. I said football weebs are worse than anime weebs because they haven't been bullied. I got doxxed. People were like doing the same shit. Yeah, bro. NBA Reddit has generational jokes though. No, I love NBA. I love sports Twitter memes in general. Like I love get ready to learn Chinese, buddy. I love the Chris Paul memes. I think they're abysmal. They're awful. I'm not going to say why they're funny or what it is. If you don't know what it is, then don't worry about it. I love using sports Twitter memes in an inappropriate way. Like there was one about, there was one that like put up, I think it was like the one that put up like Netanyahu's stats, like genocide stats. Anyway, had to mute for a work meeting and open back up, expecting to still be on Harvard stuff. And Pat McAfee here had to do a double take. Yes, because Pat McAfee is going to be the best. He's going to be the new president.
Pissed off about, especially when they're that serious allegations. So we apologize for being a part of it. Can't wait to hear what Aaron has to say about it. Hopefully those two will just be able to settle this, not court-wise, but be able to chit-chat, move along. Because remember, you're allowed to disagree with people's opinions. You're allowed to say like, I don't, you sound dumb. The more and more you talk, you sound dumber and dumber. And then you're allowed to just move on.
Pat McAfee knows to condemn Hamas. What? A man attacked a Las Vegas judge in her courtroom during his sentencing. The judge is reportedly okay. I've never seen someone who signed this guy up for something. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the amount of air this man got. Respect. Pat McAfee. I mean, he's jacked, and I respect that. That's the other thing. All the sports guys that are jacked, I respect.
Jimmy Kimmel, in his social media statement, did point out, if you continue this, basically, I will see you in court. So if Aaron Rodgers were to say anything else, how would that contribute to possible legal jeopardy or civil liability?
Yeah. Sure. So it would depend upon what is said, right? Ultimately, at the end of the day, right? And you have to look at everything in context. I think the argument will be made, right? The context of this, of course, is that Jimmy Kimmel, when he makes his comments and statements, it's comedic in nature. Not to suggest comedians can injure someone. They certainly can, particularly when you have a platform like him. So, too, Aaron Rodgers has a tremendous platform, and you have to be careful about what you say. And so to the extent...
Quick question. Is anyone really saying that gays shouldn't be criticized for plagiarism? It's not a partisan issue? What? No, I'm saying crying and complaining about Claudine Gay being a serial plagiarizer is being duped by right-wing reactionaries. That's it. I don't personally care. As a matter of fact, I'll take it back. I'm happy that she had to resign. Okay? Sucks.
That there is no such list that includes Jimmy Kimmel, and Aaron Rodgers would continue to propagate that. Now it could rise to the level, because he's not there, that it's now a lie. Remember what defamation is, just to reset, right? False statement that is injurious to your reputation. You keep repeating something, guess what? In this world, John, people get to believe it's true. Now you may have a cause of action. But I just think it's a feud between two people who probably have had enough of each other.
Joey Jackson, we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
What?
I mean,
It took 3 days for Greg Gutfeld to use a racial slur on air this year? Wait, what?
I think Liz Warren is really pissed because only she can pass herself off as a Redskin.
Whoa! And yo! Bro! What the hell? Bro! Yo! I almost choked on my rap. Bro, Jesse Waters went, whoa. I don't think he's talking about the team. Chat
herself off as a Redskin. Whoa! And finally,
like when you got Jesse Waters going, whoa, like that's when you know you said some craziness.
Though I will say this, Joe finally got burned by a different sun. but according to the Hitlerization, I mean, this son.
Oh, this is the one. IDF English account. It's important to pause when you're EP. IDF Hebrew. A lion will never pause against a gazelle. Indian reply guy, India also lion, sir. I think this is where it came from. I think this might have been the tweet that just like burned it into my brain. I'm not even kidding. I think about this all the time.
אנחנו גדחן 271 במסר לחמאס. למרות ה-7 באוקטובר, למרות עשרות ימי לחימה ברצועה, אנחנו מוכנים לדבר על סולחה, על חשיבה מחדש, בנייה מחדש, שיקום הרצועה.
Nice, man. Good stuff, guys. Really killing it. Really doing a great job. Doing a great number on the, hey, we're not genocidal allegations. You know what I'm saying? Our tax dollars pay for that? I know. Oh, friend of the show, Dan Crenshaw, beefing with Jesse Waters. Fox News cancels on Dan Crenshaw after he suggested Jesse Waters' piece sitting down. Yeah, I'm not going to say. I mean, let him fight. Okay? I have just never seen Dan Crenshaw wear glasses before, and I'm kind of shocked. That's all I'm going to say. I don't know why in my mind I thought he'd be wearing a different type of, I thought he'd be wearing different glasses. You know what I mean? That's all I'm going to say. In my mind, that's what I thought. I'm shocked. It'd be kind of cool. Like if it was like a monocle, you know what I mean? Sunglass. Singular. All right.
Latest now on Donald Trump. He appealed a decision.
Trump is appealing the decision to keep him off
to
the
keep
main
him
ballot.
off the primary ballot in Maine as he faces multiple challenges to his eligibility to run for office. Rachel Scott is in Des Moines, Iowa, where the first votes of the campaign will be cast in less than 2 weeks. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning to you. The Republican primary is in full swing here in Iowa, with the candidates crisscrossing the state. But once again, all eyes are on former President Donald Trump and his legal trouble, now fighting to get on every primary ballot.
This morning, Donald Trump taking his fight to remain on the primary ballot in Maine to court, insisting the Secretary of State had no legal authority to bar him from running. The former president now at the center of two unprecedented cases. Officials in Maine and the Colorado Supreme Court kicking him off the ballot over his actions on January 6th.
The qualifications for president under the United States Constitution are not a menu. They're not optional. My job is to follow the Constitution and the law.
The case is hinging on a section of the 14th Amendment, which blocks anyone who swore an oath to the Constitution and engaged in an insurrection from holding federal office. In an appeal, lawyers for the former president writing he has never taken an oath to support the Constitution, arguing that clause only applies to people holding specified offices, not running for them or from being elected to them. Trump is still the far and away frontrunner, with the Iowa caucuses now less than 2 weeks away. But nearly all his Republican rivals blasting those decisions, even his toughest critic, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie.
Excluding people from the ballot in this way is going to cause even more tumult in an already really divided country.
Although Florida Governor Ron DeSantis arguing Trump wouldn't do the same.
If any of the other ones of us had gotten kicked off the ballot, Trump would be spiking the football.
We are told Trump still plans to appeal that decision in Colorado.
He's such a bitch. God, pathetic. You needed to hit him from the jump. Ron DeSantis is the most India Lion 2 sir ass candidate in this entire fucking process, okay? God, he's such a bitch. At least, like, Vivek openly sucks Trump. You know what I mean? Like, Vivek is just straight up. Vivek is up there to be like, I am going to agree with everything that Donald Trump has said. God, Squeaks has ruined me. In my mind, now I'm saying, day one, Ramaswamy. Day one. I'm a political commentator. What am I doing? We're going to end the woke mob, folks. Day one. Did you see Vivek do the IRL peace signs? Yeah, that's so funny that Squeaks thought that, like, he invented that and not Vivek has been doing that because he's, like, an annoying troll. And that's the classic thing that annoying trolls do because it's the Nixon. That's what, like, that's a classic. It's like a telltale sign that you have someone who's like, the typical annoying little troll Republican, like Roger Stone. I thought Squeeze was doing that because he knew that. So the fact that he like landed on that on his own is pretty funny. I respect it. Definitely means you were in debate. What do you mean? I will be there on January 6th. Yes, on the server. Well, for those of you who don't know, we're talking about Vivek Ramaswamy. Sounds a lot like Vivek Ramaswamy, pro-Israel Indian Twitter compilation. Israel is not just a country for us Indians. It's an emotion. Dude, stop. What? Yo, Indian Twitter is crazy, dude. I'm worried that there's going to be some messed up things in here. I feel like we shouldn't be laughing at this. Brother, if you can't laugh at Indian Twitter, there's nothing remaining for you. Like, not specifically Indian Twitter, but like Hindutva Twitter is just like it's one of the last bastions of like pure, unfiltered, unadulterated insanity posting. Oh my God. New Jeffrey Epstein documents released. Also, it's so funny because it's like, anytime I hear Havana Gila on Twitter, I think it's Nazi shit. Yeah, that's the only part that's a little bit sussy. But what I was going to say is, it's fair. That's a fair take. Our brains are broken a little bit from 4chan stuff, but you're not wrong about that. Even though Havana Gila is a banger. But the thing I was gonna say is like a lot of this is just like this is incredibly conservative, reactionary motherfuckers, right? Like that's what we're laughing at. Hogs in India. That's what makes it awesome. It's just Hogwatch India edition. Hindu nationalists hate Muslims with passion. Yes. This is the only kind of locales that are kosher. Let's eradicate the illness of terrorism. We are with you, madam. Don't worry. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, I can't look at this. I can't look at this. All right. It's okay, never mind. Oh, that was an Israeli groiper, or not an Israeli groiper, but like a British Israeli groiper saying some of the most unhinged 4chan racist shit against the Indian person. You knew that was coming in there somewhere? Yeah, I have seen stuff like that before. Where like someone on like the more acceptable versions of that are usually like people will be like, oh, Indians, like Indians will be like, oh, we'll come over and like solve your labor problem, right? And then you'll have like a sequence of like Israeli accounts writing underneath in Hebrew, like abso-fucking-lutely not. Like I'll hit translate post on them and they're just talking to each other like about how gross and rapist like Indians are, you know what I mean? And they're like, no, that's just a different flavor of brown. We don't want that. Like, it's so funny. It's so funny to me that like Indian Hindutva Twitter is like, no, bro, please, bro, we will come, bro, we will help. Like we hate Muslims too, and then the Israeli accounts are like, gross, ew, absolutely not.
We do start, though, with some breaking news at this hour. Hundreds of court filings expected to begin to start being on.
Your Indian accent needs work. I can't really do an Indian accent, so I just do classic Arab mena because I don't know how to do the.
Today,
and I've said it before. Like you can't do an accent of like a historically colonized people if you can't do it well. Because if you do an accent of a historically colonized people and you don't do it well, then it's racist as hell. You know what I mean? Which is why some people who have done Indian accents while not being Indian did it really well and were kind of, they kind of got away with it so well that I have met Indian people in public that were in disbelief that this person was not Indian. Like, literally, actual Indian people be like, what the fuck? You're not Indian? That's crazy. I straight up thought you were Indian. That is wild.
Contain the names of people associated with Jeffrey Epstein, the late sex offender and disgraced financier. This all comes after a New York federal judge ruled last month that there's no legal justification to conceal more than 150 names previously redacted in these documents. Now, the records are part of a settled civil defamation lawsuit relating to allegations of Epstein's former paramour, Ghislaine Maxwell, facilitated the sexual abuse of one of his victims. ABC News senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katersky and ABC News legal contributor and trial attorney Brian Buckmeyer are joining me for more on this. Gentlemen, thank you for being here. Aaron, let's start here with you. We're, of course, waiting here on what would now be the 8th round of unsealed records in this case. What can you tell us about these documents so far?
The documents are all part of this defamation lawsuit that settled 6.5 years ago between Virginia Giuffre, who alleges that she was one of Epstein's trafficked victims, made to have been a sex slave and ordered by Epstein, and Ghislaine Maxwell to have sex with powerful men, allegations that the men who've been named publicly have denied, and Maxwell too. But this lawsuit...
Pretty wild to think that, like, a big chunk of Alan Dershowitz, the Dersh's media appearances, specifically on Fox News, revolve around, like, shitting on Virginia Giuffre. Like, there was a period in time when Alan Dershowitz the Dersh was basically on every Fox News program, and every time they had Alan Dershowitz, the Dersh, on any Fox News program, he would go on and start off, no matter how irrelevant it is, okay, no matter how irrelevant to the subject matter is, by shitting on Virginia Giuffre.
It settled 6.5 years ago, and gradually the records associated with it have been unsealed. The names that are going to come out are listed as Jane and John Does, and most of them have been publicly associated with Epstein before to varying degrees. People like Prince Andrew, who Giuffre alleged she was ordered to have sex with, which he denied. They settled their own lawsuit. And people like former President Bill Clinton, who has never been accused of any wrongdoing associated with Epstein, but who flew on Epstein's private plane multiple times. So those are the kinds of names that we expect to be unmasked in records, but we've known about many of them for years.
And Brian, let's take that to you. What is your sense here on how these records remained under seal for so long in the first place, especially considering what Aaron alluded to there, that many of these names have already, in a sense, been made public?
Well, with part of the names, no. Some of them could be affiliates of Jeffrey Epstein. Some of them can be Jane Does. We're seeing that in some of the filings. But in terms of the length of these records being under seal, it's all about the privacy interests of those people associated with this list, especially the Jane Does. We've already seen that 2 Jane Does have come forward since December 18th, when the judge made the ruling that this last batch of information will be released, and said, hey, I have some privacy issues as to why I believe my name should not be released. One of those Jane Does got a 30-day extension, and another one's being reviewed. But ultimately, anyone who didn't come forward, or the rest of the names, there seems to be no privacy right or argument to be made, and that's why we're seeing a release at this time.
And so it's not just the names, though, or perhaps it is, Brian. I mean, what is the importance here to know that these documents will have some of these names, but they don't explicitly state, how the person is associated with Epstein? Why unseal their names if that's the case?
So it's really just because people have been searching for answers to these questions since this lawsuit has been settled. And ultimately, the judge is saying, if I have no legal grounds to hold this information, if there is a request like ABC does with FOIA requests or other requests for information from cases, congressional decisions, whatever it may be, the court will make a determination as to whether or not they have any power to withhold that information. But in terms of what information we're going to get, context is going to be a big thing. It's going to depend on where...
How many clothes changes are you doing today? What do you mean? This is like the one thing that I've worn all day.
This information is grounded in the emails, call logs, travel logs. Are we just going to see that, hey, this person was called by Jeffrey Epstein, or they visited his location multiple times? It could lead to more questions and hopefully some answers.
And some real big questions about when and where these people were affiliated with him. And Aaron, to you, what is the timing now looking like as when we could actually see the release of these documents?
It really could come at any time. We saw an order from the judge earlier today who said that the parties have indicated they will begin the unsealing as part of her order sometime later today. So it's expected at any time. And I think Brian's context is important because many of these people may be just folks lawyers were interested in talking to as part of this long-settled lawsuit, people who may have worked for Jeffrey Epstein on his private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands, or...
It got delayed to 22 just like Cyberpunk. Unlucky. Damn. Anyone thinks Carl Icahn or Larry Summers? Larry Summers is on the list. 100%. We already know that. Half of the names you're bringing up are going to be people that we know are on the list. Edits aren't finished yet, dog. No, it doesn't matter. Like, there are people that we know that are affiliates of Jeffrey Epstein. Remember, these are associates of Jeffrey Epstein. So if they have been associated with Jeffrey Epstein, we will know. And there are names like Naomi Campbell and Bill Clinton that we know are associates, as in, like, they've been around Jeffrey Epstein.
People who may well have been victims of his alleged
Noam
sex
Chomsky.
trafficking. So many of the names, some of them bold-faced, some of them not, many of them have long been associated with Epstein, and in fact, some of them may well have already testified at trial when Maxwell was convicted of aiding Epstein's deviant sexual behavior.
All right, Aaron and Brian, our thanks
What?
to you as always.
Hi, everyone. George.
Yo, that I did not know. What the hell? Stephen Hawking pictured on Jeffrey Epstein's sex slave Caribbean island? Renowned British theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking enjoys a barbecue on Jeffrey Epstein's Caribbean island, Little St. James, while attending a conference on gravity organized for 21 of the world's top physicists by Epstein's Foundation on neighboring. Dude, what? Hawking had a thick 8 and laid mad pipe, it is known. Chatter, you will not see the pearly gates. You are going straight to hell, man. I didn't know this. I didn't know that this is old news, apparently. Holy moly, that is something else. Yeah, dude, his wife divorced him for cheating with his aide. Yeah, I thought that was a bit. Like, I thought Nick Mullen was lying about that. Like, I thought he made that up as, like, a funny bit on his special. He went to sex clubs and shit? Wait, what? Bro, how? What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? He can't move, chatters. He can't move any of his muscles. Like, what are you talking about? What was he fucking with, dude? His dick works? He had a thick 8. Stop. Stop saying Stephen Hawking's had a thick 8. The celebrated astrophysicist is a regular at a sex club in California, according to media reports. 70-year-old, almost completely paralyzed by the neurological disorder known as motor neuron disease, frequents a San Bernardino swingers club called Freedom Acres. A longtime member of the club told Radar Online, what the fuck? How? Very ableist? Bro, I'm sorry. This isn't ableist. This is fascinating, okay? Like, I'm not being ableist. I'm fascinated. Because, like, we're not talking about someone who is like paralyzed on the neck down or something. Like, he has like a very, bro, why do you think he has this laptop in front of him? Like, his vocal cords don't work, man. So if your vocal cords don't work, how the fuck is his, like, dick operating normally? Bill Ackman getting ahead of Jeffrey Epstein's list? Yeah, I mean, he already did this, yeah. He told, hedge fund manager told Joy Ito to keep his wife's name out of the Epstein saga. Bill Ackman's wife maintained her close friendship with Jeffrey Epstein long after his conviction on child trafficking and rape and solicited a massive donation from him, which she intentionally kept secret. Ackman then demanded journalists not report it. People still have sexual desires and experiences if their genitals don't function. No, I know. I mean, I get that. I'm saying you're misunderstanding my question. My question isn't, oh my God, he still has sexual desires. My question is, mechanically, how does this work? Because I understand how it works for quadriplegic people. For example, we talked about, like, the prod. Like, you can get G-spot stimulation, things like that. There's needle-based erectile medication for this. That's crazy. He arrives in an entourage of nurses and assistants. Last time I saw him, he was in the back play area playing on a bed, fully clothed with 2 naked women gyrating all over him. Yo, that's crazy. I mean, good on him. First of all, that is, like, unironically, ethical sex work. This is, I don't know if you guys know this, but the Dutch government has a stipend for people with like Down syndrome and other kinds of severe mental health issues and severe disabilities that they offer specifically so they can go and use it on sex work. This is like super cutting edge stuff that we can't even begin to broach here in the United States of America. Yeah. Bro, why do you know this shit though? What do you mean? I'm an advocate for sex work and sex workers. So yes, I'm familiar with like the fascinating world and different rules and regulations. Stephen Hawking cheated on his wife with his nurse. The nurse's husband was the one who invented the technology that Hawking used to speak. Homie used the technology to speak game and fuck the inventor's wife. Dude, you are playing with fire at that point, okay? That's crazy. The guy that gave you voice, you wronged like that, he could take it away, dog. What are you doing? Stephen, don't. Stephen Hawking. That's crazy, man. Fiction trope, robot turns on his creator. Okay, well, he's not a robot. Let's chill. But anyway, you had a good go at it. Thanks for your input. The voice of the machine, if I'm not wrong, the voice of the machine he used was the voice of the guy that invented it. Wait, what? The voice of the machine? The guy who invented it sounds like a robot? What are you talking about? No, the voice of the machine is literally like a robotic voice. What was the guy, like a big smoker? He just smoked like 8 packs a day. That's why his voice, that's why he had like that throat cancer, so he had to speak out of that button on his neck or something, and then he audio recorded that. That's crazy. Good for him. Dude, he deserves the fuck, he deserves to fuck it up.
There are similar lawsuits playing out in more than a dozen states, putting even more pressure on the U.S. Supreme Court to weigh in quickly, George.
Okay, Rachel, thanks very much. Let's bring in our chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams. Rachel just said it right there. You've got this challenge in Maine. You've got Colorado, several other states. This is definitely going to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, and there's no question the Supreme Court's going to hear it, right? Because
not good for him. He was on the island. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about good for him because he was on Epstein Island. I'm saying good for him that he was, getting a nut off, dude. Everybody deserves to get a nut off.
a lot of the time cases will be brought to the Supreme Court and they'll have to decide, do we take the case or do we not take the case? There is no doubt in my mind that they are going to take this case. They have to take this case. They're going to rule on this case. And the advantage that the Donald Trump team has is that if they accept any one of the arguments, he wins. Meaning, we could go through
the island and perv shit, no pass. All right, dude, why don't you kill him? Huh? Go ahead, chatter. What are you going to do? What are you going to do to the man who's in a wheelchair for his entire life? What are you going to do? How are you going to deal with him? Oh, wait, he's dead already, bro. What are you going to do, bro? Huh? You going to dig up the grave? Crazy. Anyway. Dude, I don't even care about the main ballot shit. I'm not going to lie. I don't care. I don't care at all. Ghislaine Maxwell breaks silence via attorney. It's all about men abusing women for a long period of time, and it's only one person in jail, a woman. Yeah, the other person in jail is dead. The fuck do you mean? I wouldn't be speaking a big game like this. Dude, I love how everyone's a liberal. I love how everyone's a liberal. She's using liberalism. Bro, she's using, like, liberal idpol to be like, guys, I know I facilitated in the sex trafficking of minors, but guess what? I was being a real girl boss while I was doing it, okay? I know that I was in Jeffrey Epstein, the most prolific sex trafficker of minors. I know I was his entry point into elite society and elite circles, okay, as the daughter of a former Mossad OSS agent who died under mysterious circumstances after, bankrupting his newspaper. It's just like, it's crazy that she's hitting the I'm a girl boss and that's why they won't let me thrive angle. God damn. All right. Without further ado, let's look at 2023's worst tweets, okay? To kick it off, this lady, a mainstay of these threads, Amy Terrace. I thought she was gone. I thought her account was disabled. What happened? Turns out, I guess she's back. Amy, in many ways, was like a revolutionary pioneer because I feel like she was the first heel turn. You know what I mean? For those of you who don't know, this was like one of the OGs who went from like I love Bernie Sanders to like, I think that my Groyper friends and Groyper friends like together we'll save white society. Like that sort of like insane heel turn. Like she became like a straight up white supremacist. Anyway, let's look at what this tweet is. I don't think it's a coincidence. Well, she is also Australian, I think. So she would be saying, I don't think it's a coincidence that Andrew Tate is half black. He represents a kind of forbidden fruit. Hypersexual, half man, half beast. Primitive savage who's gonna beat you in a fight, plus rape you women folk. And young incels are so effeminate, they're horny for him too. Wow, that's bad. Oh my God. Amy has a leftist meme account that posting deranged shit. She's not real. There's no records of such a person, and the images are all stolen. Wait, what? Didn't you have a podcast? What are you talking about? Transvestigators found their footing in 2023. I find myself suspecting actual women of being trans now. It's like culture war trauma or something. I actually had to pause this movie and look this actress up to make sure she was actually female. You know, it's actually funny that the pro-trans side is more upset by this than anybody on my side. It's telling. That's awesome. I love, as you guys know, big fan of transvestigators and transvestigations. Called it a while back. It is the final stage of the mental the mental degradation. Like, transphobia is a mental illness. 100%. People say like, oh, being trans is a mental illness. Fuck no. Okay? Transphobia, unironically, is a mental illness. And if you get to the last stage of transphobia, you become a transvestigator. And then if you follow through on that insanity, you will inevitably start questioning if people that gave birth to you are trans secretly. Okay? Anyway, love that. It's turf brain and, you know, terminal case turf brain. All right, Taylor Swift. Speaking of mental illness, 4 years ago, not Taylor Swift herself, I mean, of course. 4 years ago today, Taylor Swift looked urethral at the Golden Globe Awards. Yeah, urethral. I think she meant ethereal, but that's cool. You know, like the bisexuals that Barack Obama likes. This one, Jessica O'Donnell says, happy 2023, y'all. Trust God. Spend time with family. Don't give up your rights. Shoot guns and watch college football. Blaze Editor, whose New Year's goals were to shoot guns and watch college football, shoots self in foot during college football championship. That's awesome. Asking all the questions already answered by my shirt. I didn't fuck a corpse. I didn't come on a corpse. I didn't put my pussy anywhere near a corpse. I've never done anything weird with a corpse. Oh, come on. Why? I remember this. Why is it hidden? Why are people saying Epstein docs released? Wait, it was released? Wait, like right now? Like right at this very moment? So they lied? Hundreds of pages of unsealed documents from a lawsuit connected to the accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein were publicly released. Wait, what? I thought that it was pushed back. CNN is now reviewing the documents. This is the first set of documents to be unredacted, unsealed as a part of the December 18th court order. God damn it, CNN. Stop reviewing to hide Hillary Clinton's name. Isn't that Medi-Clit? Yeah, what was this about? What was she talking about? This was like a really racist woman too, right? Nor do I want anything weird with a corpse, nor do I find that sexually arousing. All I did was make a philosophical video in 2018 arguing that necrophilia was morally neutral, and I think it's a cool and sick and twisted goth vibes concept in art. No, that was a lady who fingered a dead corpse, right? The racist lady. For many years, I was at CIA. I included this MLK quote as a part of my email header. Cowardice asked the question, is it safe? Expediency asked the question, is it politic? Vanity asked the question, is it popular? But conscience asked the question, is it right? And there comes a time when we must take a position that is neither safe, nor politic, nor popular, but one must take it because it's right. Okay, this one is a little bit weak, but I don't even remember that one. This Uber driver probably a damn billionaire now. Young Scott Adams, one of my favorite prolific tweeters. Young Hispanic Uber driver was chatty. He explained his childhood challenges with an addicted mother, poverty, and crime. Now he's absorbing motivational materials and determined to make it without excuses. He hates when people make excuses for not succeeding. He lives in Stockton, but opts to drive in my neighborhood because we are bristling with CEOs and other successful people. His system includes being around success to absorb the secrets. Today, I was his passenger. His system worked. As I exited the car, I said, you don't know it yet. This was the best day of your life so far. That's so good. This party oh, this one is a phenomenal one, of course. I don't like the taste or effects of most alcohol, but there's something quite beautiful about a red wine in a fine glass. And then the biggest dick rider of all time, this fucking dipshit Peter Pham. I remember pouring you a glass at a friend's house in San Francisco after another mutual friend's wedding in 17. I was decanting another. You didn't want to wait. Honey Badger drinks when he wants. Ah, laughing, crying, smiley face. I made the clutch move of ordering us pizza at 1 a.m. So many nerds want to fuck Elon Musk, dude. They have a genuine psychosexual relationship with Elon Musk. Like, they want to fuck and suck him. It's very weird. Okay? This is about Zoomers. It's about Zoomers. Zoomers who are anti-sex. Are you ready for this? I really hate sex scenes in movies and TV shows, like real bad. I wish they would use like 2 seconds to imply they had sex and then cut to the next scene. My issue is that we, the viewer, have not consented to participate. We're the third person in the room when these acts are being committed in front of us, and the lack of consent is icky at best. There's something wrong with Zoomers, man. When it comes to sex, like any kind of depiction of sex, Zoomers are fucking so brain broken. I swear to God. Awesome. It's not updated yet, chat.
Much of Jeffrey.
Anyway, Bill Crystal says if the balloon had anti-black history messages stenciled on it, or if it were dropping anti-trans pamphlets down the earth, or if it were broadcasting denunciations of wokeness nonstop, MAGA would be pro-balloon. They'd be welcoming the balloon. They'd be worshiping the balloon. Oh, Bill Crystal. My experience online has suggested to me that those who habitually use dude and bro are the derisive, narcissistic, Machiavellian, sadistic trolls. Concluded after reviewing thousands of derogatory and inflammatory comments. They use bra and diminutive nicknames in LMFAO and LOL and OMFG as well. It's awesome. But let's be real. Jordan B. Peterson's greatest tweet was the semen extraction one. Okay? Ladies, if a man invites you over for a nap and a shower date, are you going? He's not made any sexual passes at you or even tried you previously. He just want to bond honestly and genuinely. ... Banger. Absolute fucking banger. Oh, this was awesome. This was another banger tweet. Just a reminder that Pat Tillman, the man in the ad and the NFL just opened the Super Bowl up with, was shot in the head by his own man in an intentional friendly fire incident after he became openly critical of the U.S. war efforts, particularly in Iraq. This guy responds and says, just to be clear, this is false. I know the guy who shot Pat, and it was a tragic and accidentally friendly fire incident. The military initially lied about how it went down, and that is the real issue there. At Donut Operator made a great point on this one. Hogwarts isn't a soft target because the teachers and students can defend themselves. The greatest minds of conservatism online, bro. The document just got leaked. No, it didn't get leaked, okay? The document did not get leaked. CNN is covering it. Like, you cannot leak something that CNN is currently in the process of, like, writing an article about. Guy live tweeting info found in Epstein docs thread. Unredacted Epstein documents. Ghislaine Maxwell says Clinton never had a meal on Epstein's island. She's asked about her relationship with Doug Band, who worked for Clinton. Yeah, it is out. You are so dismissive. No, I'm saying I was just dismissive to the sentiment that it's leaked, quote unquote leaked. I mean, I can download it myself. I can try and download it myself. Nah, bro, it did leak, and I have bad news for you. Cenk is in there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can't actually get it off Court Listener because it's being like DDoSed basically. Is literally, I mean, I got the flight logs. All right, I guess we'll wait for this guy to read it piece by piece. Another example, defender refused to answer questions about her knowledge that Johanna Schoberg was hired to work for Epstein and provide a massage. In the police report, Johanna admitted that Maxwell recruited her to work for Epstein. Do you know what task Johanna was hired to perform? She was tasked to answer telephones. Did you ever ask her to rub Jeffrey's feet? I believe that I have read that, but I don't have any memory of it. Elon's going to be on there and he's going to shut down Twitter. No, not Elon, but Elon's brother is. For those of you who don't know, Kimball Musk is a Jeffrey Epstein associate, a known Jeffrey Epstein associate. But yeah, his brother literally was like dating one of Jeffrey Epstein's girls, as a matter of fact, and frequently spent time in Jeffrey Epstein's New York mansion. Yes, Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk. Did you ever tell Joanna that she would get extra money if she provided Jeffrey massages? I was always happy to give career advice to people. Career advice. Nice. Jesus Christ. And I think that becoming somebody in the healthcare profession, either exercise instructor, nutritionist, or professional massage therapist, is an excellent job opportunity. Hourly wages are around $7, $8, $9. And as a professional healthcare provider, you can earn somewhere between, as we have established, 100, 200, and be able to travel and have a job that pays a wonderful job opportunity. So in the context of advising people for opportunities to work, it is possible that I would have said that she should explore that as an option. What, rubbing Jeffrey Epstein's feet? But of course, contextually, dude, in the job opportunity field, dude, everyone who's a Jeffrey Epstein associate, when asked questions, responds in the funniest ways possible. It's like Prince Andrew being like, no, actually, I'm incapable of sweating. Famously, it's impossible for me to sweat. I have a disease specifically that renders it impossible for me to sweat. Right? Famously. All right, CNN is covering the
but this
files.
is all, part of this lawsuit and part of the reason why the
Meanwhile, you'll be covering the top of the hour ad break with a subscription, and by that I mean you'll cover your eyes if you are not subscribed for 3 minutes. However, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Why am I talking like this? I'm stuck. Okay, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Jesus Christ.
news organizations and, just other information that has come out over the 20 years that Epstein has been alleged to have been involved in this sex trafficking operation. So we're starting to see some of these names come out. And Virginia Giuffre has been very public about her allegations, accusing prominent politicians of having been forced to have sex with them, as well as her allegations against Prince Andrew. She had reached a settlement with the prince where he's agreed to make a sizable donation. So we're going to go through these documents to see if we're learning any new names or new allegations. But a lot of this information has already been public, and that is why the judge has agreed to unseal it.
We'll see what happens. Kara Scannell, thank you very much.
Every single one of Jeffrey Epstein's associates has defended themselves in the weirdest ways possible, from the classic Alan Dershowitz, I always had my underwear on defense, to, oh God, CNN skipped it already. What the hell? They just confirmed Ludwig was on the logs 23 times. Stop. Dude, stop. Come on, guys. That's not funny. Fox Steve, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Ludwig is Hamas is way funnier than that. God, remember that meme? I feel like that's a way more unacceptable meme now, because like back in the day, people just didn't know what Hamas was, so we could get away with making jokes like that. That was one of the earliest. XR Toure, thank you for the 5 get the subs. That was one of the earliest Ludwig memes in this community before I started saying, before MAGA Mail, we used to say Ludwig joined Hamas. Or was it Hezbollah? Did we say Ludwig joined Hezbollah, or were we saying Ludwig joined Hamas? Oh, here, this is it. Ludwig did a birthright trip. Quite interesting story. He considered joining Hamas. What? Ludwig's not even Jewish. What the fuck? Is he even Jewish? What the fuck are you talking about? That's such a funny comment, dude. I'm sorry. Funny story. Ludwig did a birthright trip and considered joining Hamas. There's more. There's we used to make memes about it too. The whitest motherfucker on the planet too. Like Ludwig Ogren, dude. I thought they were French. Maybe they're French Jew. I don't know. I didn't know that. Anyway, so funny. The only thing that's funny for Hegemonic World Peace is like trying to troll me with the worst types with the most low effort meme of all time. Yeah, the other one was XQC joins the Taliban. Overwatch career organization. That organization, the Taliban did. What? The news did not reach everyone in a positive way. Many of his peers voiced both supporting. And that's not because I'm like, what the fuck is? But literally because it's my fucking point of view. Okay? And I still will. If people are inappropriately fucking targeting him or some shit, I will defend him. What the fuck is that? The juice is loose. Go get it. Despite the incredible support from his peers. Who the fuck made this? He received fair share of criticism. Popular Norwegian streamer Sebastian Forsem voiced his criticism by saying B.
Stop staring.
No, this is why. Obtained by Bloomberg, the French Canadian can be seen enjoying the desert. This is literally him. This is him. What the fuck? All right, what else we got on the Epstein stuff, man? I hate that CNN covered it so shortly. All right, let's keep going. Document, Maxwell, have you ever engaged in sex with any female? Lawyer, I'm going to instruct you not to answer. Apparently, Maxwell tried to argue that she never arranged or asked Miss Giuffre to have sex with anyone. From same file, Maxwell apparently had a physical outburst at a deposition where she knocked over a court reporter's computer. Does only CNN have it? Why the fuck would they get it alone? No, everybody has it. It's just we can't download it because it's unfortunately the court listener document is... You can't download it because everyone's clicking on it and trying to trying to get it. Chat keeps clicking on it. But here, we have some of it. I have the flight logs, and I have this, the deposition. God, I wish we could just like watch the videos. Chat saying Philip DeFranco linked it. I mean, Philip DeFranco does watch, so it's not crazy that he would be in here linking it. It's 89 pages. What do you mean some? No, I think the court docs are longer. Can't sweet talk the ads and not serve them? No, I did. I did serve them 6 minutes ago. Control F Clinton. Okay, dude. Yeah, the actual document is longer than that, like much longer. And these aren't client lists. I've told you guys already. These are not client lists, okay? These are associate lists. I mean, can you even control F in this? Oh yeah, you can't. It doesn't work. NBC's covering it right now. Or are you? Is this a
These documents still have redaction, and it's our understanding that some of the victims who were underage at the time of the abuse have asked that their identities still be protected, and the judge has wanted to honor that. 2 of them, we don't obviously know their identities. They're still anonymous. The court has said she's going to look at that. She's going to take it under evaluation and figure out what to do with documents that still mention those 2 people. If there are any John Does, perhaps, you know, former associates, friends of Epstein's, men who were associated with him in ways, obviously, that are problematic, we'll have to wait and see. But the court has already said most of these documents are not supposed to be salacious. Again, a lot of this has come out through public evidence and reporting so far, but we're still in early days here as we dig through just the first couple of these and come on there with you.
And Laura, I know because so many people have been attracted to this story. They've watched this story. It's led to so many conspiracy theories. Going through the documents I went through, I did see already names redacted. We know part of it might be a John Doe, a Jane Doe, who the court's going to review now for 30 days. But again, there's also victims who they don't want their names out there.
Right.
Will those names stay redacted because they were minors at the time of the crime?
They should. They have asked for their identities to be protected. They have said that they have faced threats given the connection to this case, and so they have asked for their own safety for those names to stay redacted, and I think the court is going to honor that time.
Okay, Laura, I know you got to pour through about 900 documents, so we're going to let you do that. When you find something else interesting, we're going to come back to you. We thank you for your initial reporting so far. For more on this shocking list and what it means, I want to bring in Shan Wu. He's a criminal defense attorney and a former federal prosecutor, and Bernarda Villalona. She's also a criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor. We thank you both for being here, our legal eagles tonight, if you will. I'm going to start with you, Bernard. I'm going to actually start with you. Why is this happening? Did the judge have to do this?
Well, the judge didn't have any legal grounds to prevent this from happening. So remember, if a decision has to be made in terms of a judge making a decision, the first thing that they're looking at to see, what does the law tell me of how I should guide my decision? And here, there is no legal way for her to have stopped from this information coming forward, with the exception of, as you can see, there's still some Jane Does that remain in these documents. And that's because the law has to weigh in the privacy interest. Does it outweigh the public interest? And that's why those names still remain redacted and they're referred to as Jane Does. So the judge had no choice but to unseal these redacted documents.
Shan, as Laura was reporting, a lot of these are depositions. That's what I read. It was a deposition of Ghislaine Maxwell. The lawyers essentially can ask anything. They could mention any name, and it would be in these court documents. Just because someone's name is in these court documents, it doesn't necessarily mean they've committed a crime or they've even done anything nefarious, correct?
That's correct, yeah. As Laura was saying, there are so many names mentioned here, and many of the people knew that their names had mentioned. This happened quite some time ago, and that is a really important point. I mean, there's so much on social media with these conspiracy theories that the mere mention of the names means that the people have done something wrong. That's absolutely untrue. I mean, it could be fertile ground for plaintiffs' lawyers to mine if there are existing civil cases going on.
Yeah, listen.
This evidence could corroborate that somebody
just because they're not
actually
direct associates or like engaged in criminal acts doesn't mean that we can't speculate. Okay,
might be victims, whether new victims may emerge after this type of release, either from seeing the names of people, recognizing who they are, or feeling more empowered to come forward now that this is public.
What does this do for Virginia Giuffre, who may be the most high profile of Jeffrey Epstein's victims? All these names are out as part of her lawsuit against Ghislaine Maxwell. What she is, we should also mention, she has already settled a suit with Prince Andrew as well, and she removed a suit against the lawyer Alan Dershowitz, misidentifying him, at least in her words. So what happens to her case now, and is this a victory for her in a sense?
It's a huge victory for her because it's vindication for her, because for many years people kept trying to shut her up, trying to say that she is lying, that she's making this up, that this is a money grab for her. And for her, she wanted justice in the sense of not just holding just Jeffrey Epstein accountable and Ghislaine Maxwell accountable, but she also felt that these associates that helped to empower these men should have been held accountable. And the reality is that nothing's going to happen to them. There's not going to be any criminal charges. I don't see any further civil lawsuit. So if anything, this is going to be a public shaming for those that were associated with them.
Shan, for the very powerful, right?
Yep.
And we mentioned some of the names of the people who have associated with Jeffrey Epstein in the past. We know of former President Bill Clinton. We know of former President Trump, Prince Andrew. This is something the public knows. Could they have done anything with their legal teams to prevent their names from being in these documents, or is that genie already out of the bottle?
I think the genie now is out of the bottle. They may have tried to do something. There'd be an argument that
What
they could
the
make
fuck?
that this could cause them a lot of security.
Bro, one of the confidential depositions that were unredacted shows Johannes Schoberg, who told a previous story about Prince Andrew putting a puppet hand on Jeffrey's breast. What? At one point, Ghislaine told me to come upstairs, and we went into a closet and pulled out the puppet, the caricature of Prince Andrew, and brought it down. And there was a little tag on the puppet that said Prince Andrew on it. And that's when I knew who he was. And I did. What did the puppet look like? It looked like him. And she brought it down and presented it to him. And that was a great joke, because apparently it was a production from a show on BBC. And they decided to take a picture with it, in which Virginia and Andrew sat on the couch. They put the puppets on Virginia's lap. And I sat on Andrew's lap. And they put the puppet's hand on Virginia's breast. And Andrew put his hand on my breast. And they took a photo. Do you remember who took the photo? I don't recall. Did you ever see the photo after it was taken? I did not. That's the puppet. Oh, God, it's so gross, dude.
The producers of Spitting Image have very kindly offered me a chance to speak directly to you, the public. Come down, they said. Sit right there in that chair, they said, and hold your head just like this.
That's crazy, dog. That's crazy.
Finder there. The reality is that the damage is done once these names are revealed, because the public is going to make their own determination as to the validity of the question and the answer. So that black cloud is going to remain forever for any names that are mentioned there. But it's important to note is to keep everything into context. And what context are these names being mentioned? Is it, oh, the person visited, or the person was multiple times at the location, or was the person an employee, or was the person on Jeffrey Epstein's plane? It's all about context. But to me, the damage is done, because we know what public shaming can do for anyone's reputation.
Shan, I have a sort of a long question for you, but just follow me along here. There's so much mystery surrounding Jeffrey Epstein, right? Ever since this case first broke, ever since he committed suicide. When I was, as a reporter investigating Jeffrey Epstein, I went to the Epstein Island that is just off the coast in the Caribbean. And even the people who worked on that island, they had all these rumors, they had all these ideas. There was a mystery of him even in the Caribbean as well. And what I want to get at is, do you think that some of these mysteries, some of these questions are going to be answered with these documents, or are they just going to lead to more questions?
You know, unfortunately, I think they're going to lead to more questions. One of the big mysteries has always been,
I think he meant after he was
the
dead or
source
something, you
of
know
his
what I mean?
wealth,
Not like...
you know, what kind of leverage might have he had on powerful people. I don't think we're going to see that here. We're going to see a lot of the connections, corroboration of the fact that he knew people, corroboration that people were in certain places at certain times, and, you know, that might provide some grounds for new theories of civil liability. The criminal statute of limitations are mostly passed. Very few states have done away with those limitations, but I think it's really going to lead to a lot more questions.
Have you had any experience with Desiree Asher? Who the hell is Desiree Asher?
Bernard, I want you guys to stand by as well. If we get some more headlines, we're going to come back to you for analysis. We appreciate your time. For right now, we want to turn to that other major headline we're following tonight, those deadly explosions in Iran.
I stumbled across a party on St. Bart's in the Caribbean. He passed of Desiree
Asher.
She was holding a party on the island, supposedly drug-fueled orgy.
He was killed in a U.S. drone strike
in
2020.
What? Okay, they skipped it. They're done. Wait, what are you talking about? Who the hell is a Desiree Asher? Another chatter said, how do you not know Desiree Asher, bro? What? Is this like a Like a D's Nuts joke or something? Child Rescue Coalition. I have no idea who this person is. Did you know Ghislaine Maxwell also had a huge Reddit account and was modding a shitload of subs? It was a huge account called Maxwell Hill that posted 10 plus years and stopped posting the day she was arrested. Yeah. I do remember that. She was on Ice P stream. What? Ew. Why do you guys, what the fuck? What? Dude, what is happening in my fucking community right now, dog? Yo, cut it out right now. Okay? Gross. Don't want to know about any of this shit. Okay? What the fuck? At first, I thought it was a mistake that person was like spelling I like weirdly or some shit. That's crazy. We need to purge this goddamn community again. Not banning enough people. She was arrested a day before she was supposed to be on Love or Host. What? Oh, you're talking about Ghislaine Maxwell. Funny. Where are the files, dog? Well, they're online. Over under hot topic shadows of the flight logs. I'm setting the line at 3.5. I don't think there's going to be any Hasanabi heads in the flight logs. I'm going to be honest with you. BNO almost has all of them up. Wait, what? BNO News has a website, dude? I didn't even know BNO News had a... Just click the media fire link and a command window opened. Help Hasanabi. Yeah, I'm not clicking any links, dude. I'm done clicking on them. Schoberg asked if she was forced to massage or have sex with long list of people, denies them all. Sorry, I have to ask, but did you ever have sex with Alan Dershowitz in the back of a limousine with Virginia and Jeffrey present? Absolutely not. Do you know who Alan Dershowitz is? Schoberg is asked. I do. She replies, you would remember. I would remember that. Yeah, I mean, you would remember if you were forced to have sex with Alan Dershowitz, yes. He would have kept his underwear on anyway, you know what I mean? So it don't matter. That's the Alan Dershowitz way. That's the Dershi way, dude. Like the Aki way. Except not the Aki way, but the Dershi way. Here's the Dersh name drop. And where does Alan Dershowitz fit in that group of people? Sam, I can't tell you piece by piece who. I know Glenn Dubin was first. Okay, and I know Steve Kaufman was one of the first I was sent to. Alan Dershowitz could have been there between Glenn and Steven. The first time I was with Alan Dershowitz was in New York, so I wasn't actually sent to him. It actually happened in one of Jeffrey's residences. Ms. McCauley left at that position, so it's very hard for me to chronologically give you each person individually. By Miss Menninger, okay, name the other politically connected and financially powerful people that Ghislaine Maxwell told you to have sex with. Again, I'm going to tell you they, because that's how it went. They instructed me to go to George Mitchell, Jean-Luc Brunel, Bill Richardson, another prince that I don't know his name, a guy that owns a hotel, a really large hotel chain. I can't remember which hotel it was. Marvin Minsky. There was, another foreign president. I can't remember his name. He was Spanish. There's a whole bunch of them that it's hard for me to remember all of them. I was told to do something by these constantly told to. My whole life revolved around just pleasing these men and keeping Ghislaine and Jeffrey happy. The whole lives revolved around sex. They call massages sex. They call modeling sex. This one is searchable and seems to have everything. Oh, this is 943 pages. I think this is everything. From what? GMAX LMAX to Philip Barton, Ross Gow, the Terramar Project. What is this? Whoa. Oh, GMAX is Ghislaine's email account. I'm out of my depth to understanding defamation and other legal hazards and don't want to end up in a lawsuit aimed at me from anyone if I can't help it. Apparently even saying Virginia is a Leah has hazard. I've never been in a suit, criminal or civil, and wanted to stay that way, said Ghislaine Maxwell on Saturday, January 10th, 2015. Oops. Now you're in prison. Dude, I want to know. Okay. Let's get it twisted. One such powerful individual that Epstein forced the then minor Jane Doe to have sexual relations with former Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz, a close friend of Jeffrey and well-known criminal defense attorney. Well-known for also defending, in the future, the state of Israel. Alan Dershowitz, also known as the Dersh. 48 mentions of Alan. Goddamn. Epstein required Jane Doe 3 to have sexual relations with Dershowitz on numerous occasions while she was a minor, not only in Florida, but also on private planes in New York, New Mexico. Is this the real court document, man? Epstein required Jane Doe 3 to have sexual relations with Dershowitz on numerous occasions while she was a minor, not only in Florida, but also on private planes in New York, New Mexico, and U.S. Virgin Islands. In addition to being participant in the abuse of Jane Doe 3 and other minors, Dershowitz was an eyewitness to the sexual abuse of many other minors by Epstein and several of Epstein's co-conspirators Dershowitz would later play a significant role in negotiating the MPA on Epstein's behalf. Indeed, Dershowitz helped negotiate an agreement that provided immunity from federal prosecution in the Southern District of Florida, not only to Epstein, but also to any potential co-conspirators of Epstein. This is a key fact, by the way. This is very important. The prosecutor, the federal prosecutor in the state of Florida at the time that gave him that sweetheart plea deal said, his name was Alex Acosta. You might recognize him from the Donald Trump administration because Donald Trump made Alexander Acosta his labor secretary. However, thing is, at the time, Alex Acosta had specifically stated that the order came from above. Go to page 207 on the document. Fucking wild. Why? What's going on? I was living in secret about what I was doing during the massages, and I did not want my friends to know what I was doing, so I did not want anyone else coming into that. Was Bill Clinton a friend of Jeffrey Epstein? Objection, Foundation, says Ms. Menninger by Ms. Cawley. Let me back up. Do you know if Bill Clinton was a friend of Jeffrey Epstein? I knew he had dealings with Bill Clinton. I did not know they were friends until I read the Vanity Fair article about them going to Africa together. Did Jeffrey ever talk to you about Bill Clinton? He said one time that Clinton likes them young, referring to girls. Did you ever recall taking a trip to Jeffrey Epstein's home in New Mexico? That's where the Clintons used to go to, by the way, all the time. That's the crazy ranch that the Clintons would frequently go to. And do you recall who went on that trip with? Sarah Kellen was there. Ghislaine was there. That's all I recall. Do you recall why you went on the trip to New Mexico to work, to perform massage on that trip? Yes. Did you? Do you recall whether you performed massages with Sarah Kellen on that trip? No. Do you recall in New Mexico home ever observing nude photos of females there? I don't recall. When you would provide massages, would you provide those massages naked? On occasion. On average, would you be naked if it was 100% of the time, more than 50% of the time? Can you repeat it? Sure. When you're performing the massage, can you tell me, you said on occasion, over the 5 years that you worked for him, how often did you perform massages naked? Somewhere between 25 to 50% of the time. Did Epstein try to make the massage sexual? On occasion. Would Epstein have you rub his nipples? Yes. Would he masturbate during the massages? Yes. Did he use sex toys or vibrators on you? Yes. Would he leave the sex toys or vibrators out after massage, or would he clean them up after himself? Objection, vague, form. He did not ever clean up. Do you believe that your experience during the years you were with Jeffrey and Maxwell damaged you? Objection, leading, form. It affected me. Damaged is a strong word. Oh, this is, wait, whoa. Is this the OG? Yo, this looks like it might be the OG. Is this the OG? Okay. Trump on page 78. Okay, we'll get back to 209 in a second. Did you train Virginia on how to recruit girls to perform sexual massages? Wait, hold up. Let me see what Trump is up to in here. Whoa. Just a casino. And do you recall where you flew when you traveled that first time with Jeffrey Epstein? We left from Palm Beach and landed in Atlantic City for a few hours because there was a storm in New York, then got back on the plane and landed in Teterboro. And you say you recall landing in Atlantic City. Did you go into Atlantic City? Yes, we went to one of Trump's casinos. Did you actually go into the casino itself? Do you recall Virginia at the time, Virginia Roberts being present with you? Yes. Do you recall if she was, went to the casino? She was underage. Dude, I'm sorry, but that's like funny in a very tragic and very dark way that like she can't go into the casino, but also is flying with Jeffrey Epstein. I did not know anything about how old you had to be to gamble legally. Like, it's insane. Like, she's not old enough to go into a fucking casino, but she's like being flown around by Jeffrey Epstein. Jesus Christ. Fuck. Brutal. I just knew she could not get in because of an ID issue, so she and I did not gamble. In your opinion, did Virginia look young in your view? Yes. Did you wish at the time we wonder why she was traveling with Jeffrey? At that time, I did not. Did you later wonder that? Yes. And what was your impression? Objection, vague, speculative. We're jumping ahead. Is that okay? Yes, that's okay. A few days later, I remember asking her questions to try to figure out her role while she was there, and she gave me vague answers and was never specific. Okay, let's look at the other Trump mention. Jeffrey said, great, we'll call up Trump, and we'll go to, I don't recall the name of the casino. We'll go to the casino. What happened with the ID issue? Objection. All I knew was that she was not going to be allowed to gamble, so I spent time with her. We were just walking around. I don't remember what we did because either she didn't have an ID or she was too young. I don't remember specifically why. I just knew that she could not gamble. Okay, so you walked around with her in Atlantic City. In the casino. We never left the casino. Were you disappointed that you couldn't gamble? That's a silly question, I feel like. Anyway, whatever. No. When you were walking around and talking to her, did you learn anything about her? Not that I recall. Did you have an impression about why she was on the trip? At that point, no. It was just new to the whole thing. George Lucas? What the fuck? Did any of the guests for whom you gave a massage mention that they were expecting something sexual? No. Did they ask you to engage in sexual contact and you refused? Objection. The witness, no. Marvin Minsky? I don't know that. George Lucas? No. Donald Trump? No. Did you ever massage Donald Trump? No. Sorry, I have to ask, but did you ever have sex with Alan Dershowitz in the back of a limousine with Virginia and Jeffrey present? Absolutely not. Do you know who Alan Dershowitz is? I do. You would remember. I would remember that. Did you ever see Virginia Jeffries with any of the people that I just asked you about? No. Did Virginia ever talk to you about having been with any of those people? Objection. The witness says no. Did she tell you that she had met any of those people? No. I believe you saw that in a police report, a reference to a friend of Jeffrey named Glenn and his wife. Uh-huh. Do you remember them? Vaguely. Tell me what you remember. Okay. Let's skip that. The Trump massage thing. Okay, there's not much on Trump here. Can you search anything in this? Oh, fuck. I bricked it, I think. Why can't I search shit? Al Gore on 286 was not seen on the island. Wait, this is from 2019, you said? Link to the document in PDF form. This is from 2019. 0809 2019. Wait, is that just when the... Wait, it's not irrelevant. No, they unsealed it. Oh, wait, no, this is unsealed in 2019, it says. This is the older one, isn't it? Because if it was a newer one, it would show that it was judge mandate unsealed summary, unsealed beyond the summary judgment. This is not the right one. Oh, shit. This is also 2019. This is 2024. Yeah, this is the right one. This one with a 900. Yeah, this is the correct one. These other two are old. That was all unsealed in 2019, a day before Epstein killed himself. This person on Twitter combined them all together. She posted a Google Drive link with a PDF, FYI. Yeah. 50-hour stream to analyze the document. Listen, dude, I've done so much on Jeffrey Epstein before. I'm not doing that again. One time, back in the day, before my YouTube channel was like a serious YouTube channel, I got it completely blacklisted because I spent 12 hours doing a Jeffrey Epstein stream, and then I uploaded almost the entire 9-hour portion of it, like directly to my YouTube. Just all 9 hours of it, uncensored, uninterrupted. And then YouTube nuked my fucking account entirely. Like the next video got like 10K views or something. It damaged my I relate too much to that level of brain rot. Yeah. I don't know where it is anymore. Control F Jimmy Beast? What do you mean? What? Mr. Beast, you mean? What are you, crazy? Oh, you mean Jimmy Kimmel? There's no Jimmy Kimmel. There's no Kimmel on here, dude. Look up page 519. Associated with attending deposition at 100 miles. What? There's nothing on the page. Famous pilots on the plane. Okay, everybody stop memeing. Oh my God. Alan Dershowitz is mentioned on here a lot, dude. Les Wexner, Tom Pritzker, Kevin Spacey. I may have already asked you, but have you met Kevin Spacey? No. Bill Richardson of New Mexico. Jean-Luc Brunel. Alan Dershowitz. To this date, we have not heard from parents. I will attempt to establish contact with them during the evening hours. I received a package from attorney Guy Fronston, which is hand-delivered to the police station. Within the package was a letter from Alan Dershowitz and two www.myspace.com profiles. Profiles were of and blank. Wait. Or if you search with his last name, they don't always use Alan. They name him. Oh my God. Oh my God. When you put his last name in, there's 137 mentions. Oh my God. The Dersh. Ugh. God damn, bro. Yeah, I read this already. Epstein required Jane Doe to have sexual relations with Dershowitz on numerous occasions while she was a minor in private planes. This is what the attorney was saying was happening. It's not like witness testimony. So, you know, it's just the thing. He was ragging up those air miles. Yeah. Look up the Dersh mentioned at the bottom of the page. What a fucking slime ball. Ghislaine Maxwell was another person in Epstein's inner circle and a co-conspirator. She was someone who consequently also appreciated the immunity granted by the MPA for the crime she committed in Florida. Oh yeah, this is the what is it, like the no prosecution agreement, right? Or is it NOLO? It's probably some fucking Latin word, but that's what it is, right? They're talking about Alan Dershowitz, like no prosecution agreement that he pushed for. What is that? Is that what it's called? Nolo prosecute or whatever? No contest, no contest, whatever. Yeah. Dershowitz helped negotiate an agreement with the provision that provided protection for himself against criminal prosecution of Florida. for sexually abusing Jane Doe 3. Because his broad immunity would have been controversial if disclosed, Dershowitz, along with members of Epstein's defense team and the government, tried to keep the immunity provision secret from all of Epstein's victims and the general public, even though such secrecy violated the Crime Victims' Rights Act. Nolo contendere. Nole prosecui is when they don't prosecute you in the limited time frame that they're allowed to prosecute you. There's like a window. I know that because I got hit with that for my DUI. They dropped it without even fucking telling me. Like, they didn't even file it. Right? Isn't that what that means? Look at page 288. Dershowitz was saying nothing was happening. He was just calling her a liar, and she was just trying to find people to back up her story. And what did you understand her story to be? Did she tell you that she was recruited to give massages, sexual massages, and have sex with people such as Dershowitz and Andrew? But I knew none of that at the time. Right. Did you tell them anything? Did you tell them during that meeting that you knew of anything about her being recruited to give sex to either Jeffrey or to other people? Objection. Can you rephrase? Yes, that wasn't a very good question. Don't own up to that, Miss Menninger. What did you say during this meeting with Virginia and her investigator? Basically that I believed her, even though she never spoke to me specifically about that, what was going on. I'm going to put on the Kaya cam. Hello. Look at that. Little baby Kaya. Just breeze over the DUI. Dude, I've talked about it so many times, dog. I got arrested for a DUI, but never prosecuted for one, okay? That's it. I was under the legal limit. That's the story. Long ass time ago. Okay. Basically that I believed her, even though she never spoke to me specifically about what was going on. That once I learned everything that happened based on reading the police report, I believed her side of the story. And did she tell you what her side of the story was? You know, just that she wasn't a liar. That, you know, she was there to have sex with men that Jeffrey wanted her to sleep with. Did she tell you in that meeting who she had sex with? No. Did she name any of the famous people? Only Dershowitz came up. Did you two talk about the incident in New York with the puppet? I don't recall. And you formed this opinion about whether she was a liar based on things that you've read in the police report? Objection. I formed my opinion based on my experience in the house. Okay, what was the experience in the house help you form your opinion that what Virginia is saying is true? You know, Jeffrey being open with me about what other girls did for him and that I was not one of those girls. He was always trying to recruit me almost in a way that I could be one of them and travel with them and live the life of luxury if only I did this. So after 5 years of learning what was happening, I can look back knowing I only knew Virginia for a very short time. Looking back, I can make assumptions about what was required of her. Did she tell you how old she was when she said she started working with Jeffrey? She didn't. Did she tell you how long she worked with Jeffrey? No. Have you read all the things that have been attributed to her in the press? Many of them. I don't know that I've read all of them, but I've read some. In this meeting with Virginia and the investigator, you said Ghislaine Maxwell did not come up. Will this end Dersh's career? No. Alan Dershowitz is fucking gross, dog. Like, that's kind of a superpower, okay? When you're that fucking gross, there's, like, not really anything that can take you down. You know what I mean? Everybody pretty much knows he's disgusting. He's like a disgusting, filthy little pervert, right? So it almost becomes like that under other circumstances would be considered awful, right? It would be a career ender. I'll give you an example from Twitch. It's kind of like Pokimane, right? Pokimane has cultivated an image that is like, you know, very brand friendly. So when she does something, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and it is like a little out of pocket, she gets an extra amount of scrutiny for that, and people make a much larger deal about that because her brand is not tarnished, okay? The way she presents herself is overall very positive, okay? Whereas when you talk about a guy like Alan Dershowitz, it's the exact opposite. You expect him to be a filthy little pervert anyway. So, like, when you hear more about him being a filthy little pervert, you're like, oh, that's just par for the course. Does that make sense? That transition going to be such a backflip for you? Why? I'm specifically talking about it's an opposite comparison. As in, chat completely misinterpreting your analogy. Like, the point is, everybody basically understands he's like a psycho. He's a freak, okay? So there's no double standard there. There's no hypocrisy there. The thing is, you have to understand, people care more about hypocrisy than they care about death, okay? You could be a murderer and be like, I'm a murderer, dog. This is what I do. And if you do another murder, people will be like, oh, no, that's normal. Like, you're a murderer. That's what you do, okay? People are more mad, both online and in general, about not even real hypocrisy, but perceived hypocrisy than they are about, like, someone who's just a bad guy doing more bad shit. That's why the standards are very different for the likes of genuinely evil people who are openly evil, Yeah, it's like if you were to do a crypto gambling stream versus Trainwreck's doing a crypto gambling stream. Pretty much the same. Yes, exactly. It's the same as people yelling at me about random shit like buying a car, buying a house is expensive, but they would never in a million years offer a similar style of scrutiny to anyone else because they perceive that to be a hypocritical act for someone like myself. That's it. It's kind of like Donald Trump. What, like being on Redacted's flight? Okay. What is the Dersh even up to nowadays? He's like 90? Bro, he was tapped to defend the state of Israel in the International Court of Justice. Anyway, not that I recall. Do you know the name of the investigator, Valerie Rivera? Have you read the statements that Ghislaine issued to the press? No. Do you know what it says? No. Oh, by the way, Clinton Likes Him Young is featured in this as well, for the record. Damn, bro. It's crazy that Bill Clinton's name is mentioned less than Alan Dershowitz. The Dersh! 100 times less. Well, to be fair, the Dersh did actually defend Epstein. I can't recall having a meal with them, but just so we're clear, the allegation that Clinton had a meal on Jeffrey's Island is 100% false. But he may have had a meal on his plane. Yes, I'm sure he had a meal on his plane. How do you know how many times he flew on Jeffrey's plane? I don't. You know who Doug Band is? I do. How do you know him? He used to work or still works for Bill Clinton. Did you ever have a relationship with him? We are talking about adult consensual relationships. It's off the record. I'm not asking what you did with him. I'm asking if you ever had, confidential relationship with him. If you understand the term relationship, certainly you can answer that. Define relationship. Someone that you would have spent time together, either seeing them in a romantic relationship or you need to be, what do you mean by romantic? I was friends with Doug, but you are suggesting something more, so I want to be clear what you were actually asking me. You defined it. You said you were friends with him. If that's what you were, that's all I need to know. While you were on the trip with President Clinton, do you recall where you stayed at these locations? In other words, would you leave the jet and stay overnight at a hotel? Do you have a recollection of this trip? I recollect the trip, but if you're asking me where we stayed, you can see it's a very fast-paced trip. It was very tiring. And Form and Foundation? I don't know why the name is. I'm sorry. I have no idea. I recognize the name, but that's it. Was Johanna Sojberg a masseuse? Pagluccia, objection to the Form and Foundation. What are you asking me? I'm sorry. When Joanna Sojberg worked for Jeffrey Epstein, did she perform massages? Anybody be surprised if Hassan is on there? Yeah, dude. I was on the Jeffrey Epstein logs as someone who was, 14 years old at the time? Like, I don't know if you're aware of this, but these are literally, like, things that happened while I was in Turkey. So, yeah, that probably would be very weird. Anyway, did you have any sexual contact with her and the president or anybody other than Jeffrey Epstein? I don't really recall, but fair amount is how many massages you got from Joanna. I'm going to instruct you not to answer. It definitely does. Objection form. I already testified that I don't really recall Anushka. David Copperfield, page 2004. Search Kimmel in this one. Bro, I don't think Jimmy Kimmel's in this, okay? Yeah, he's not. All right. Copperfield? Why the hell is David Copperfield on here? David Copperfield was at dinner, and Epstein was there, and there was another girl present who looked young, and Joanna asked what school she went to, and Joanna did not recognize the school name as being a college, and she said it was possible it was a high school age girl. Joanna said Copperfield questioned me if I was aware what the girls were getting paid to find other girls. What? David Copperfield? No. I mean, I don't know anything about him. Have you ever met David Copperfield? Yes. Do you recall when you initially met him? Yes. Can you tell me what that was? Sure. Someone called me from the house and said that he would be there, and if I wanted to come have dinner, then I could meet him. So when I arrived at the house, he wasn't there yet, but I waited. I believe it's Sarah Kellen. There was another girl there. David Copperfield still uses pics from 1990 on all of his... Oh, he's not dead? Serge Houdini. Yeah, that's a made-up term. Oh, sorry, Kyle. Watch out. All right. I don't want to do this, but I'm going to type it in anyway. Oh, God. Oh, thank God. Wait. TrueAnon. Alfredo Rodriguez, Jeffrey Epstein's former butler, claims that Ghislaine Maxwell threatened him if he spoke about what went on at Epstein's house. She said, I forbid you that you're going to be, that I'd be sorry if I contact any of her friends again. Okay, other than you will be sorry if you contact any of my friends again. Did she say anything else about what you know about Mr. Epstein and or what goes on at his house? She said something like, don't open your mouth or something like that. But you have to understand, I'm a civil, humble... What? I'm a civil humble. I came as an immigrant to serve his people. And right now, you feel a little, I'm 55 and I'm afraid. First of all, I don't have a job. I'm glad this is on tape because I don't want nothing to happen to me. This is the way they treat you. Better do this and you shut up and don't talk to nobody. And when you say this is the way they treat, who specifically are you talking about when you say the word they? Maxwell. And usually when you say the word they, you're not talking about one person, wealthy people. Oh my God, I'm muted. So here's another part of the puzzle. Les Wexner is so incredibly cooked on this. Objection to the form of foundation. Did you ever provide Roberts with an outfit of sexual nature? I think we addressed the outfit issue. I'm asking if you ever provided her with an outfit of sexual nature to work for Les Wexner. Categorically, no. You did get that. I said categorically no. What the fuck does that mean? Wait, Stephen Hawking is on the list? Oh no, some of our faves, dude. Oh! All photographs or video containing any image of you and the following individuals, to the extent you have such photographs or video in their original native format, please produce them. Ghislaine Maxwell, Alan Dershowitz, Jeffrey Epstein, Andrew Albert Christian Edward, the Duke of York, also known as Prince Andrew. Ron Eppinger, Bill Clinton, Stephen Hawking, Al Gore. What the hell? You can issue a reward if any of Virginia's friends, acquaintance, family come forward, help provide her allegations are false. Strongest is the Clinton dinner. And the new version of the Virgin Islands that Stephen Hawking participated in an underage orgy. What? Jeffrey Epstein vacation to Ghislaine Maxwell. This is an email from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. You can issue a reward to any of Virginia's friends, acquaintance, family that come forward and help prove her allegations are false. The strongest is the Clinton dinner, and the new version in the Virgin Islands that Stephen Hawking participated in an underage orgy. He's saying that's a false allegation. Same username for Gmail as his awful Spotify account. Yeah, his Gmail account was jeffreyepsteinvacation@gmail.com, and so was his Spotify account username. Also, this motherfucker could not write, dude. Ghislaine, some helpful leakage from Ross Gow to Ghislaine Maxwell. In today's Daily Mail print edition on the web, Prince Andrew's sex slave accused 2 teens rape, 3 years joined Jeffrey Epstein's harem, and mom told the detective about her daughter's past drug use and also how many kids in Royal Palm Beach are involved in drugs, witchcraft, and animal sacrifice, according to a confidential report. What the hell? Wow, it's so helpful. Thanks, Ross Gow, managing partner of Acuity Reputation. Oh my God. Wait, were there more emails above? I think. Yeah, no, I get it. He means in terms of discrediting her, yes. What is this? On July 25th, oh my God, it's my birthday, 2006, Epstein turned himself into county jail and was released on a $3,000 bond. Epstein is a return for arraignment on August 25th. Come on, stop saying shit like that. Wait, what? It is my birthday. Proof you were there on July 25th, 2006. That's 3 years before I came to America. I was 15 years old at the time. Yeah, if I was there, I'd be a victim, not a perpetrator of acts. Just like some of you are about to be victimized by this top of the hour ad break, unless you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's right. How did you come to America? A plane? Coincidence? I think not. Yeah. Anyone who's ever been on a plane must have been on the Lolita Express, the only plane that exists. The Epstein segue, this really is the worst timeline. I have searched Trump already, chatter, many times. Trump doesn't get a lot of play in this. They simply went to a Trump casino and Virginia Jeffrey was too young to gamble. So her and the other lady at the time just hung out. The guy who's mentioned the most here is the Dersh, Alan the Dershowitz. He's mentioned in it nonstop, 178 times specifically. I mean, Kimball Musk, I know, is an associate, but he's probably not named in this because I think his experience with Jeffrey Epstein is like after Virginia Jeffrey's time. TikTok Zoomers are losing their minds.
So I made a video yesterday talking about some of the names on Jeffrey Epstein's leaked client.
Wait, what? No, Rihanna is not on Jeffrey Epstein's leaked client list. What the fuck's going on?
Now, I got a lot of feedback on that video of people saying that
Quentin Tarantino. Bro, I swear to God, true crime accounts on TikTok are just only doing crimes by crimes of falsehood, okay? Half the fucking true crime accounts on TikTok are doing falsehood crimes. Crimes of defamation. Crimes of falsehood. It's crazy, man. Pharrell Williams, like you just... Michelle Wolf, there's no better There's no better representation that this list is so cooked than putting fucking Michelle Wolf on there. Like, I'm sorry, but Michelle Wolf had like what, a 3-month Daily Show stint? She's not even celebrity status enough to be on any list, really. Like Patton Oswalt and stuff. That's crazy.
That it's fake and that these names aren't really on there and things of that nature. You guys, what I really don't understand, if it's fake, why are there photos showing celebrities on this list with him? Now, a few names on the list.
Like what?
Are Oprah, Miley Cyrus.
Dude, Miley Cyrus was what, like 12? Like Miley Cyrus would have been like 12 years old if she was chilling with Jeffrey Epstein at the time. Younger.
A lot of different people you might recognize. Okay, Prince Charles. You'll probably read this list and recognize a lot of these names. And here's more.
John
and
Cusack?
well.
Come
So
on.
the names.
David Koch? That one's believable. That one's believable. Bro, they just wrote Ed Book. Who wrote this list, dog? This is like they have actual sex criminals on here like Ed Buck, which is so funny. Eminem, just Eminem.
I think total up to like 170 different people on this list. And like I said, some of these names have not yet been released to the public just because they have been removed due to court orders and the judge allowing these names to be taken off the list, basically. Like I said, there's photos.
Yeah, there's photos with one person. You got fucking Rihanna on that list. Do you have a Rihanna photo with Jeffrey Epstein? No. So why are you looking at this list and being like, excuse me, here's a photo of Donald Trump with Jeffrey Epstein. This must mean that Rihanna definitely was also with Jeffrey Epstein at a certain point on Lolita Express. And Miley Cyrus too. It's like, this is so stupid, dude. Hassan Proud Rihanna fan? Not necessarily, okay? But it's just like, you know what I'm a fan of? I'm a fan of the truth, okay? I'm not a fan of, however, people just like running their goddamn mouths off of like very easily identifiable misinformation on TikTok and gaining a tremendous amount of clout off of it.
Showing
like this situation, this got 10,000 likes, man. And then there's real names on that list like Ehud Barak, right? Like we know that that's real. Former Prime Minister of Israel, that's real.
Jeffrey Epstein with multiple celebrities that are on this list. And more photos. And then Ghislaine Maxwell, who's no better than him, who is one of the people that is exposing, now that she's currently in prison, is allegedly exposing more names that are on this list.
Wait, what? No, she's not. Wait, dude, where is she? Where is she getting this information from? Like, she just made it up. She's just making it up. She went to Jamie Pulled That Shit Up University and made it the fuck up. What is happening, man? This info is from a group chat guaranteed. Dude, it's like crazy because she's just freestyling.
And on the logs that went to the islands that he owned. Now, people were saying also in the comments, just because, you know, they went to these islands does not necessarily mean they were a part of some of the things he did. Personally speaking, I feel like if you associate yourself with somebody like Jeffrey Epstein, it shows a lot about who you are as a person. And then there's just stuff like this that shows a lot of people.
Morgan Jermaine says TikTok needs community nodes. No, TikTok needs to be abolished, okay? That's what I think. What the hell's going on? It's just like every single, bro, I swear to God, every single piece of information you get on TikTok is just fake, dude. Straight up. It's crazy. There's a reason why this application does not exist in China. And the version of this application that exists in China is very different. No more TikTok links, chat? No, absolutely yes, TikTok links. I love looking at this kind of stuff. It's awesome.
Those names written down with phone numbers and things like that. It's just a lot of information, you guys, that...
Yeah, these are the real ones, like David Copperfield or Ehud Barak, Mr. Barak Ehud, former Prime Minister of Israel, or Jean-Luc Brunel, scout for young females. Okay, this part is real. And then the other part is not real. This is from the Little Black Book.
Me, just very, very self-explanatory, you know, of these celebrities and who they really are. And like I said, they're saying over 170 of his high-profile associates will be named in court documents the first days of 2024.
Read the comments. They're gold. I want to see an actual court document. This list means nothing unless something is done. Most of these we already knew, so are we sure these are new? This is why things get kept sealed. This list has been floating around for years. The question that should be addressed is who wrote that list? Where's the paper trail? Where did that list come from? And then what, like, embarrassed emoji. The problem is that a lot of people have cherished celebrities that just, they can't fathom that they would do this. Like, this person is already so sure that it happened. You know what I mean? She's like, it definitely happened, and all my cherished celebrities are impacted, and that's why people don't want to live with that reality. And it's like, what are you talking about? Miley Cyrus was a young kid at the time. Finally, someone with a little bit of brain cells here. Ivermectin saved the children. Hashtag Ivermectin. Hashtag save the children. Oh, by the way, former New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson is named. One of the other names that is new and interesting in here. All right, Ghislaine Maxwell told you to give a massage to correct. Ghislaine Maxwell told you to give a massage to Prince Andrew, correct. Ghislaine Maxwell told you to give a massage to Bill Richardson, correct. When did Ghislaine Maxwell tell you to give a massage to Bill Richardson? I don't know the dates. Where were you? Wait, yo, whose name is redacted? Wait a minute. Oh, dude, this is my favorite tweet. Yes, Christine Pelosi. In light of the Epstein list dropping soon, remember that some of our faves may be implicated. The Epstein case is horrific and the young women deserve justice. Y'all remember this? This is Nancy Pelosi's daughter. She said, it is quite likely that some of our faves are implicated, but we must follow the facts and let the chips fall where they may, whether on Republicans or Democrats. Hashtag we said enough. Hashtag me too. Could be a Jane Doe being redacted. No, there are two names that are redacted, but I'm telling you, this is why RFK was just spitting, dude. That's why he was like going on every broadcast he possibly could, talking about how he loved going on the Jeffrey Epstein plane. Ronaldo Rizzo, an estate manager, testified that Epstein played a kissing game with a group of 11 girls as young as 14. He also said Maxwell took away a 15-year-old girl's passport to try to get her to have sex with Epstein on the island. Jesus fucking Christ. What's up, big dog? Yeah, big stretch. What's Kai doing? Marat's here. The cutoff from that page from the TrueAnon is 496 on your PDF. Okay, I'm going to get back to that in a second. Yes, I called Marat big dog because he is a big dog. Marat, take Kaya out. First, TikTok theories around Jeffrey Epstein are crazy. God damn it, bro. Why? Take a day off. Why do you do this? Why do you do this to me? God, I hate it. Wait, couple child? Oh, what do they bring it in? Bring it in, it's raining. Oh, come on, dude. Oh, first of the year, yeah. See motion 5859 example memory lapse during Maxwell's deposition, including inability to remember events recorded on aircraft flight logs or a photograph. Defendant offers no explanation for her convenient forgetfulness. Yeah, I wonder how. Moreover, evidence of being recruited by a defendant and being sexually assaulted is not something Mr. Jeffrey can obtain through requests for production or through interrogatories. The only way of obtaining such evidence is from witness testimony by those who were victimized, those who assisted the defendant in recruiting and abuse, and those who observed the recruiting and or the abuse. For example, Ronaldo Rizzo, an estate manager for a friend of defendant and Epstein's, testified about an episode where defendant had threatened to terrify a 15-year-old girl that confiscated her passport to try and make her have sex with Epstein on his private island. Mr. Rizzo testified about another episode where defendant gave instructions to and presided over a group of 11 girls as young as 14 years old, playing a kissing game with and for Jeffrey Epstein. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah. Alfredo Rodriguez talking about how where he details being told to buy flowers and roses for a girl performing in a high school graduation play who he said was Epstein's friend. I like that the Twitch version, okay, of the poop sock is basically this, the ogre clip, where this guy goes, even streamers think the lists are real, and then you clip it and it's ogre lounging. Like, I'm not clicking on that, man. Chill. Page 305 mentions Michael Jackson. Oh, what? No way. Sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh. I met Michael Jackson. What? Did you ever meet anybody famous when you were with Jeffrey Epstein? I met Michael Jackson. Oh, really? And where was that? At his house in Palm Beach. At Jeffrey's house in Palm Beach. Did you massage him? I did not. Anybody else you remember? I know you mentioned David Copperfield earlier. No, I'd remembered that. I believe you also testified that you had never had a massage before you started working with Jeffrey and Ghislaine. Is that correct? I don't recall having a massage before then. And I think you said on the first day when you were doing the clerical work, Maxwell mentioned that you might be able to get a massage. Is that correct? Yes. Did you tell Maxwell that you had never had a massage at that point? I don't remember. Did you remember telling Jeffrey that you never had a massage? No. And then you were, I don't know what a massage is. Dersh. Okay. And then when you were talking about the massage, the first massage, when you were being in the room with Jeffrey and Emmy, and I know you said that Emmy was naked or took off her clothes at some point, and then laid on the table, and then you changed positions with her. Is that what happened? Yes. I don't remember the sequence, but at one point she was, I was, and Jeffrey was. And in the time that there was a changeover, for example, when you were on the table and Emmy's not on the table and Jeffrey's not on the table, did Emmy at one point remain naked, or did she actually stop and get dressed to continue massaging? Do you know if Jeffrey remained naked during that massage? Paul, can you ban this person, please? Can you please shave your head? Can you please say thank you for the subscription? Jeffrey Epstein wasn't real. He was Michael Jackson. Okay, dude, here. I'm going to ban you instead for a second. Stop making requests of me to ban random people. Chat. He was never, like, naked standing up. He always covered himself with a towel. I believe I asked this, but I just want to clarify. Did Maxwell ever ask you to bring other girls over for Jeffrey? Yes. 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 And what did you do anything in response to that? I did bring one girl named Bleep. No, it was some girl named Bleep that I had worked with at a restaurant. And I recall Ghislaine giving me money to bring her over. However, they never called her to come. I think the two names that were redacted were redacted to protect the Jane Doe's identity, because I guess until the 22nd they have an argument to make about how their names being released and this would harm them, which I understand. I believe that you mentioned that one of your physical fitness instructors, you brought a physical fitness instructor. Was that correct? And what did she do? She gave him like a training session twice. Did anything sexual in nature happen during the session? At one point, he lifted up her shirt and exposed her bra, and she grabbed it and pulled it down. Anything else? That was a conversation that he had told her that he had taken this girl's virginity. The girl by the pool? Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, did Maxwell ever say to you that it takes the pressure off her to have other girls around? She implied that, yes. In what way? Sexually. And earlier, Laura asked you, I believe, if Maxwell ever asked you to perform any sexual acts, and I believe your testimony was no, but then you also previously stated that during the camera incident that Maxwell had talked to you about not finishing the job. Did you understand not finishing the job meaning bringing Jeffrey to orgasm? Objection, leading form. I'm sorry, Johanna. Let me correct that question. What did you understand Maxwell to mean when she said you had to finish the job with respect to the camera? Objection, leading form. She implied that I had not brought him to orgasm. Yo, why do the witnesses not listen to their lawyers, by the way? It's kind of interesting that like in the deposition, like their lawyers will be like, that's leading. That's a leading question. You can't ask that. And then, well, if the client just answers regardless, then there's no, like, is this how it goes in depositions usually? Or does it mean that it was overruled? Oh, so we wouldn't see the objections that were sustained because they just strike it from the record, right? Yes. Court reporter here. I have a court reporter who's an 8-month subscriber whose name is Bezos did something wrong. Wait, if you're a court reporter, why are you in here listening to me read this thing? Why aren't you out there doing court reporting? What the hell? Go to court, dog. Report. What the hell? I'm gonna strike you from the record. Bro, we all know they only work 3 hours a day. True. Law tip. There's no judge in the room if this is a deposition. The objection is being noted for the record once the trial happens or if parties want to litigate it. Long time ago, but people are so dumb. Nobody wants to work anymore. See, this guy court reported a long time ago, doesn't want to court report anymore. Courts are closed for the day. Come on. I'm a paralegal. You have to answer unless the lawyer tells you not to answer. Also, court reporters have to be present for depositions to keep the record off the court. On the court. Leftists telling people to get back to work? Yeah. Okay. So it is fair to say that Maxwell expected you to perform sexual acts when you were massaging Jeffrey. Objection, leading form, foundation. I can answer, question mark? Yes, I took that conversation to mean that it is what is expected of me. See, that's what I'm saying. The witness is not even remotely listening to her own lawyer. Also, why is her lawyer trying to prevent additional information from coming out? Or is Miss Manager the lawyer of Ghislaine Maxwell? Did I misunderstand this? It's Ghislaine's lawyer, right? The person objecting is Ghislaine's lawyer. Okay, got it. It's just a witness. Why wouldn't she answer? Yeah, Ghislaine's lawyer is trying to stop the witness from revealing incriminating stuff. I mixed up my lawyers. Miss Manager is Ghislaine's lawyer. The witness's lawyer, I think, is or not the witness's lawyer. There's I think there's also the other Miss McCauley, but then also there's a Mr. something. Wait, no, this is not a criminal. I don't think this is not the criminal case, chatter. This is from the Virginia Giuffre civil. I think this is from the Virginia Giuffre Ghislaine Maxwell civil trial, and this is the deposition. Yeah. This is not a criminal case. There's a deposition happening. Prosecutor asking questions. Ghislaine a witness. No, not a prosecutor. Laura Menninger is the criminal defense lawyer for Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell's own lawyers are now suing her? Wait, what? The law firm Haddon, Morgan, and Foreman has accused Miss Maxwell and her brother of family paying nearly $900,000 in legal fees related to her sex abuse defense. God damn, what an L after L, dude. Imagine unsuccessfully. First L is you took on Ghislaine Maxwell because you thought she was a high-profile client. Okay? Second L is you lost. Third L is she didn't even fucking pay you. You got scammed. That's a triple L. The Trump gambit. No, I know. This is a 2022 article. This is also, I think, this is the criminal trial. These are the defense attorneys that she hired for her criminal trial. This is the conspiracy and sex trafficking trial criminal attorneys. I mean, defense attorneys. A senator from Maine was mentioned, but the name is redacted. What? Not even Saul could save this one? First of all, Saul could save everybody. Okay, come on. Can you look up Swedish eccentric Sebastian Fors? Yeah, I don't think the dude who never leaves his house is in here, man. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to keep it $150 with you, chatter. I don't think he leaves his house enough to be on the Jeffrey Epstein pedophile sex plane. Wait, what? Did you see page 603 when it talks about Ghislaine flying a helicopter to Little St. James with Clinton as a passenger? No way. All right, let's see if TrueAnon has posted anything else. 1 second. Alfredo Rodriguez, Ronaldo Rizzo. Semi-related, but hadn't seen this before. See? Even Brace didn't know about this, dude. And Brace and Liz are like the experts on Jeffrey Epstein. I didn't know about this either. Dude, this thing is crazy. Guys, what you are looking at right now is a photo of Stephen Hawking on Little St. James Island. Jeffrey Jebediah Epstein's sex island. I don't know who the other scientists are, but I think the others are scientists too. To be fair, I don't think he fucked anyone. First of all, you guys are wrong. We had a long conversation about this earlier. You're just wrong. And also, it's ableist to say that he can't be a sexual assaulter. I'm also going to hell. I swear to God. Okay, I'm done. Thick 8. Yeah, that's what people kept saying in the chat earlier when we found out. Ay. Okay. Beep, boop, suck. Okay, all right, stop. I'm going to stop reading shit. God damn it. Okay, bro, just because he's in a wheelchair doesn't make him Professor X. I mean, yeah, he is a professor, but still. Yeah, I don't know what, like, the most revealing new information we got, honestly. Just this stuff, I guess. A lot of the stuff is just, like, we knew about it already. Wait, what was the page that chatter wanted me to go to? The helicopter one? Johanna said defendant flew her in a helicopter from the main islands of the USVI, Virgin Islands. And I remember just thinking, the first weekend that we flew to the Virgin Islands, she flew the helicopter from wherever we were, to Little St. Jeff, or whatever the name of the island was. And I thought, who is this woman? Would you say you respected her? Yes. When you ended up getting in the car with her and this other woman and going back to the house, who was driving the car? She was driving. And where did she take you? She took me to the house in Palm Beach. And can you describe the house in Palm Beach? Sure. It's at the end of El Brillo Way on the Intracoastal. Murat? The house was either white or pink. It was pink at the time. It may have been painted. It was nothing fancy. It was large. It was like a beach house. Page 603, you said? Plaintiff admits that she has not made allegations of illegal actions by Bill Clinton, while plaintiff has asserted that she spent time with President Clinton on the island of Little St. James, U.S. Virgin Islands, and that she flew there with President in a helicopter piloted by Miss Maxwell. In one article authored by Sharon Churcher, plaintiff related, on one occasion, what the fuck? On one occasion, she adds, Epstein did invite 2 young brunettes to dinner, which he gave on his Caribbean island for Mr. Clinton shortly after he left office. Bro, they were tight, dude. The Pope was on checking to make sure you're on the list. Yeah. Yeah, dude. I was on the Jeffrey Epstein Island at the age of 11. Flew in from Turkey. People are so stupid. It's the funniest joke. I know. I hope I see repeated by first message gray names over and over again. People are like, lol, bitch, you're looking to make sure you weren't on the island, dude. It's like, yeah, man. Yeah, at the brittle young age of 11. Leonardo DiCaprio, Kate Blanchett, and Cameron Diaz. Wait, what? Okay, hold up. Let's read this. Epstein did invite 2 young brunettes to dinner, which he gave for his Caribbean island for Mr. Clinton shortly after he left office. But as far as she knows, the ex-president did not take the bait. I'd have been about 17 at the time. She says, I flew to the Caribbean with Jeffrey, and then Ghislaine Maxwell went to pick up Bill in a huge black helicopter that Jeffrey bought her. She'd always wanted to fly, and Jeffrey paid her to take lessons, and I remember she was very excited because she got her license around the first year we met. How come Kobe dies in the helicopter, but pedophiles don't? Like, what are we doing here? Helicopters are always killing motherfuckers, but never Jeffrey Epstein. What's that about, huh? What's going on? Guys, Kobe's daughter was in the helicopter, too. Fucking calm down, okay? Oh, my God. Anyway, we all dined together. Oh, very excited she got her license. I used to get frightened flying with her, but Bill had the Secret Service with him, and I remember him talking about what a good job she did. I don't believe this story. I don't believe that Bill Clinton got on a helicopter with Ghislaine Maxwell driving the helicopter, even if he wasn't the president no more. I'm sorry. You are not getting, if you're a former president, okay, if you're a former president, you are not getting on a helicopter that some random person is driving, bro. Yes, especially, yeah, because she's a woman. Duh. That's what I mean. Because I'm sexist. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how that's why licenses exist. There's no shot. Bitch, would you get on a helicopter with someone who's just like, I just got my license and I'm very excited to drive this thing? I wouldn't. What are you, crazy? You think a former president with their Secret Service is going to do that? Fuck no. Hell no, dude. No shot. Ghislaine wasn't a random person to him, though. Dude, stop. That doesn't mean anything. Yeah, all the more reason to be like, yeah, fuck no, bitch. I ain't getting in that chopper with you. What are you, out of your mind? The fuck out of here? If I'm Bill Clinton in that moment, I'm like, listen, one thing to get massages from, like, you know, underage girls or whatever. Getting in a fucking helicopter is a dangerous business. Chad is making it seem like Bill wanted to fuck Ghislaine and was like, yeah, sure. I'll get in a chopper with you, Ghislaine. It's all good. If you let me hit baby girl, I'll get in the chopper with you. Is that what you think happened? I know I kind of sound like Robert F. Kennedy in that one, but dude, NBA Twitter is so gross with it. Draymond Green, Chris Paul, LeBron James, and a few other NBA individuals is so fake. First of all, you literally put every NBA meme on here, okay? The only one that works in this situation is Draymond Green. You put CP on there for other reasons. NBA individuals. Control F in the full doc to see if it's real. I don't want to do that. Yeah, see? 0. Yeah, fuck you guys. Bunch of LeBron haters, dude. That's crazy. I know it's fake because Josh Giddey's not on it. Brother, Josh Giddey was protein in his father's ball sack when Jeffrey Epstein was doing statutory rapes. Okay? Josh Giddey is like already barely 18. The fuck are we talking about? How old is Josh Giddey? So many chatters can't fathom anything happening before 2018. Yeah, it's because that's when the Pope is named twice. Okay, let me finish this Bill Clinton part. We all dined together. Jeffrey at the head of the table. Bill was at his left. I sat across from him. Emmy Taylor, Ghislaine's blonde British assistant, sat at my right. Ghislaine was at Bill's left, and at the left of Ghislaine, there were 2 olive-skinned brunettes who'd flown in with us from New York. I never met them before. I say they were no older than 17, very innocent-looking. They weren't there for me. They weren't there for Jeffrey or Ghislaine because I was there to have sex with Jeffrey on the trip. Maybe Jeffrey thought they would entertain Bill, but I saw no evidence that he was interested in them. He and Jeffrey and Ghislaine seemed to have a very good relationship. Bill was very funny. He made me laugh a few times, and he and Jeffrey and Ghislaine told blokey jokes. What the fuck is blokey jokes? A bunch of blokey jokies, yeah? Fucking hell. Told blokey jokes and the brunettes listened politely and giggled. After dinner, I gave Jeffrey an erotic massage. I don't remember seeing Bill again on the trip, but I assume Ghislaine flew him back, yeah? Just a wee bit of nonsense, right? A little bit of paedophile island business. I'm used to it, yeah? Hassan, what the fuck is wrong with you? Seriously? So much. So much. Any excuse to choose it up, yeah? Yeah, we're mucking about. What's wrong with you? So much more than you could comprehend. See Sharon Church, a teenage girl recruited by pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, reveals how she twice met Bill Clinton. Daily Mail. Oh, it is literally British. Yeah. That's why she said blokey jokes. Unpublished, undated book, The Billionaire Publishers Club, she writes, the next big dinner party on the island had another significant guest appearance, being the one and only Bill Clinton. He's the only president in the world to be dismissed from his role as a world leader because he was caught with his trousers around his ankles and the stain to prove it. Okay. It's like there's very high likelihood that it is embellished. It's like in a book. You know what I mean? Each and every part of plaintiff's claims regarding President Bill Clinton has conclusively been proven false. Former FBI Director Louis Freeh submitted a report wherein he concluded that President Clinton did not in fact travel to, nor was he present on Little St. James Island between January 1st, 2001 and January 1st, 2003. Wait, that's suspicious. Why just those time periods? What about before and after? The thing is, I think they know it as like Bill Clinton didn't go to Little St. James Island, but he definitely went to the New Mexico location, like the ranch, right? I think, dude, you want to know why? You want to know why Bill Clinton is guilty? This is all I'm going to show you, okay? Here. I want to know why Bill Clinton is absolutely guilty, dude? Now, some will say this is unverified, unsubstantiated. House source saw it. Jeffrey Epstein had a bizarre portrait of Bill Clinton hanging in his Manhattan mansion depicting the former president lounging on a chair in the Oval Office. Clinton likes him young is something that is in the article. We already saw it here. According to Jeffrey Epstein. Johanna testified Jeffrey told her Clinton likes them young, referring to girls. Yeah, did Jeffrey ever talk about Bill Clinton? He said one time that Clinton likes them young. Do you recall ever taking a trip to Jeffrey Epstein's home in New Mexico? Yes. And do you recall who you went to on that trip with? Sarah Kellen. We already covered this. Page 275, a senator's name is blanked out for some reason. Why? That's weird. Did you ever meet Senator Bleep? I don't know what he looks like. A senator from Maine? Who would it be? I don't know. At the time. Oh, Leonardo DiCaprio was in it too. Wait, hold on. And Pope? Why did someone say Pope? The Pope is mentioned? I remember there being photos everywhere, and the ones that stick out in my memory are there was a photo of Ghislaine with the Pope. It would not surprise me if there were naked photos around. I just didn't retain them. So when you say there were photos everywhere, you mean just photos in general? Yes, they had lots of photos around the house. Oh, I remember this. Wait, what? Ex-Senator Mitchell, now a DLA Piper, named in Epstein scandal? Hey, yo. George Mitchell, among those denying allegations made by women in unsealed court documents, former Senate Majority Leader, never listed as working as DLA's litigation investigations. Jeffrey Epstein and a friend sent an underage girl to have sex with former New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson. Former U.S. Senator George Mitchell's now chair emeritus at DLA Piper. I'd say Elon Musk, but the loser probably never got invited. No, Elon Musk, I don't know about Elon Musk's personal relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, but I know for a fact that Kimball Musk, Elon Musk's brother, is 100%, 90%, let's say. No, let's not say 100% now. 90%. His brother was, I believe, dating someone from one of Jeffrey Epstein's girls. Andrew put his hand on my breast and they took a photo. Prince Andrew. Oh, it's worse than that. It's actually Prince Andrew's puppet that they took from like one of those weird like British puppet shows. This puppet, okay, that he sat on her lap, and then Ghislaine Maxwell also sat on their lap as well, and they like commingled. And he put the puppet's hand on her breast. Yeah.
So I'm well. Good day. I'm Prince Andrew. This is lovely. In honor of my getting myself back into the swing of things, the producers of Spitting Image have sent me.
Go to page 9. Oh no, 319. Famous orgy with a scientist. Stop. 391. You can issue. Oh no, we already. Yeah, I covered this already. But this is Jeffrey Epstein sending an email. You know what? I want to see more of his vacation. GE vacation. Let's see. So, oh, this is the only time it's mentioned. Okay, never mind. This is Jeffrey Epstein's email to Ghislaine, saying like, you know, take down, issue a reward for Virginia's friends who will like, you know, disprove her or something. Oh, is this real? Oh my God, it is real. I'll go ahead and add this. Maybe the first picture didn't work. Here's Stephen Hawking on a submarine Ghislaine Maxwell had specifically outfitted for him off the shores of Little St. James. Bro, Brody, what? A submarine? That Ghislaine, this is real? Once again, submarines are exploding left and right. Okay? Why not submarines with pedophiles in them? I'm sorry, not saying Stephen Hawking is a pedophile, but Brace doesn't follow you all. This is not Brace, this is Mehmet. And Mehmet only follows 6 people. Okay? Real Ghislaine, Alan Dershowitz, Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, Young Chomsky, and Liz Franzik. Liz Franzik is a co-host of TrueAnon, and Young Chomsky is the producer of TrueAnon. This is not, the TrueAnon account is not what you think it is a guy named Mehmet. Also, I don't want the TrueAnon account following me, you know what I mean? I've been in a similar submarine off the coast of Mexico. We went down 500 feet, saw huge-ass turtles, shipwrecks from 1890 merchant ships, cool stuff. Also, that makes me in the top 0.0001% to go on a submarine law. Bro, why are you going to flex about being in a submarine while we're looking at a pedophile sub? It's like the one time where that cool fact about yourself doesn't seem so cool. Weird time to be associated with submarines, dog, while we're looking at a pedophile submarine. Okay? Hey, this pedophile submarine you're looking at reminded me of the time that I was on a submarine. What the fuck? Bad timing, dude. Ay. Reminds me of that tragedy? Yeah, I know. Well, it's a tragedy this one didn't explode, I guess. Stephen Hawking's theories on black holes are a hack job anyway, so this isn't surprising. This is my favorite type of thing that people do. When, like, someone is, like, getting soft canceled or hard canceled, even if they're dead, like, long gone, people will just be like, yeah, his other work was shit, too. It's like, first of all, I'm not even going to fake that I know anything about his work, okay? I'm joking. Oh. But it's such a funny thing people do all the time. And related to both of those, classic insanely sloppy Epstein email giving Ghislaine's team advice on how to fight back against Virginia, including offering rewards for acquaintance and denying the Clinton dinner Stephen Hawking underage orgy. You go to watch the podcast clip?
It's insane. You think you had fun? I want to go to the island. Why won't you let me go? Do you think you had fun, though? Oh, I had a blast.
Okay, that's surprisingly good. That's, like, suspiciously good. You know his ass try. Dude, okay, that was not a first try moment, okay? This ginger motherfucker did not drop this like that. Oh, come on. That's practice. Okay? That's practice, bro. That is 100%. And it's very good.
What's he do during the day when he's on the island? Oh, you guys are going jet skiing? I'll just be here chilling. LOL, LOL. Stephen Hawking. It's insane.
Andrew Santino's great, though. It's kind of his thing. No, I love him. I think he's very funny. I saw him when he was, like, literally an up-and-comer, like, barely popping off at, like, a random Soho House event that he was, like, performing at. That's how early on in his career it was. He's pretty racist. Nice. That's why I like him. Oh, Leo and Blanchett are only mentioned because Epstein name-dropped them. That's shit. Lost it. I lost the document. Leonardo. I saw one press report that said you had met Kate Blanchett and Leonardo DiCaprio. I did not meet them, no. When I spoke about them, it was when I was massaging him, and he would get off. He would be on the phone a lot of that time, and one time he said, oh, that was Leonardo, or that was Kate Blanchett, or Bruce Willis, that kind of thing. Bruce Willis? I'm just saying it's not cool to promote him. He's a racist, lol. No, I'm promoting him because he's racist, dog. You don't understand, okay? That's why I'm promoting him. So name dropping? Yes. So you had not met Kate Blanchett or Leonardo DiCaprio. I have not. Would you remember if you had? I would hope I would remember. Did you meet Cameron Diaz? No. Bill Clinton? No. Did you see Bill Clinton on an island? No. Did you see Bill Clinton in a helicopter being flown by Ghislaine Maxwell? No. Did Ghislaine Maxwell ever tell you that she had flown Bill Clinton in her helicopter? Ms. McCauley, objection! Witness. I don't recall her saying that. Another Stephen, bro has no chill. Ah, God damn you, dude.
Stephen, you can't run the top of the hour ad break 5 minutes, Earl.
What? Wait, I'm sorry, what did you say?
Stephen, you can't run the top of the hour ad break 5 minutes, Earl.
Wait, whoa, where did that come from, dude? That's crazy. How can I avoid those ads, Stephen?
If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe.
Wait, what? How much is a subscription, though, honestly?
$5 or free with a Twitch Prime.
That's crazy. What if I don't have a Twitch Prime because I use it on some whack-ass streamer and, like, I don't have $5 left?
You can also get gifted a sub.
That's crazy. What? You can get gifted a sub? Wow, that's wild. Well, I guess I gotta run the 3-minute ad break now.
Jeffrey Epstein gifted a subscription to Stephen Hawking.
What?
Jeffrey Epstein gifted a subscription to Stephen Hawking.
That's crazy. Stephen Hawking won't be seeing the ads at the top of the hour, boys. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Dev Random, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Area 51, thank you for the 5. Bill Vog, thank you for the 5 gifted. He wants to see the ads because he's dead, Lamau? Okay, chill. What is this?
Jim, could you come in here, please?
Hi, Jim.
Hello.
I am Harvey, a computer. Jim sucks.
Got him.
Oh, wow. That's so rude.
I like that he has a little fez. Literally, you, Lamau. Oh, my God. 9.89 out of 10? Okay. That was a bit of a collaborative effort, let's be real. Yeah, we found out who the redacted senator was. Okay. I don't know if there's anything, like, new, unique, interesting in this. Like, Clinton likes them young is, like, probably one of the major ones. You know what I mean? The Stephen Hawking thing will get a lot of play from everybody. Maxwell's PR flag. Ross Gow sends Maxwell email trying to discredit Jeffrey. We read that already. Epstein says Maxwell should offer a reward to friends, family. We already read that too. Alan Dershowitz vehemently denies any involvement with any underage girls in Epstein. But unredacted motions by Jeffrey's attorney says Epstein's employees say Dershowitz was present alone at home of Epstein without his family in the presence of young girls. No! That directly contradicts his famous testimony. Unless they also talk about him not having his underwear on. Because in which case, that is a direct retort. The Dersh! Wow. Some of our faves are going to be impacted. My fave. Look, Alan Dershowitz, who'd been in Epstein's defense attorney negotiating a non-prosecution deal and arranging to keep it a secret from the victims. Alan, the Dershowitz, also filed a motion to intervene to contest the allegations that Jane Doe 3 filed a response to Dershowitz's intervention motion. The response explained that the allegations against Dershowitz, the Dersh, were relevant to at least 8 separate issues. 8 separate issues. The response also explains some of the evidence supporting the allegations against Dershowitz, including sworn testimony from one of Epstein's household employees, Juan Alessi, that Dershowitz came pretty often to Epstein's Florida mansion and got massages while he was there. Sworn testimony from another Epstein household employee, Alfredo Rodriguez, that Dershowitz was present alone at the home of Epstein without his family in the presence of young girls. Invocation of the Fifth Amendment rights to remain silent by 3 of Epstein's identified co-conspirators, Sarah Kellen, Nadia Marginkova, and Adriana Muchinska. When asked questions about whether Dershowitz had been involved with massage by young girls, refusal by Jeffrey Epstein to discuss Dershowitz's involvement, but instead to invoke his Fifth Amendment right. It might hurt your faves. Hello Kitty would never. I mean, Alan Dershowitz is a bit like Hello Kitty. Epstein's identified co-conspirators invoked their Fifth when asked if Dershowitz had been involved with massages. Epstein himself invoked Fifth. Dershowitz completely denies, didn't answer my recent text either. This guy's like texting Alan Dershowitz. Hassan, when you're in Thailand, don't bother in Pattaya. What does that mean? Who else is convinced massage is code for meth and sex? No, not meth, but it is code for sex. Chatter. They very clearly define that in the legal document. The massage often means sex. Like, that's basically a big part of the whole court document, is that in a lot of instances, the massage implies sex. Bro, why? What the fuck? Of course this happens right after I got my Dersh merch. Yeah. Sorry, man. You're gonna be eating crow. What has my physio been doing to me? No, I'm saying in this circumstance. What? People are getting duped by the Stephen Hawking bait? Wait, what is the meme? I can't see. What? Disgusting. Hold on one second. How are you telling me that Stephen Hawking frequented the island for pleasure? Yes, Jeffrey loved to have intellectual visits to the island, so you reward them for their hard work for humanity and other darker reasons. Did Jeffrey ever talk to you about Stephen Hawking's proclivities? Yes, he liked watching undressed midgets solve complex equations on a too high up chalkboard. This is not real, and it's just like, oh god, this is gonna be so lame. Everyone is gonna do this. Everyone is gonna do this. There's gonna be so much of this. Classic Dersh. I hope Epstein made videos. There have been suggestions that Epstein made secret videos of all the men who had sex in his houses and planes. I hope he did, and they're all revealed because they will prove I am not among them. I hereby waive any right of privacy in Epstein videos. Hello, Alan. This is your lawyer speaking. I am advising you today to please keep posting this shit. It's just like, a banger, dude. I gotta repost that. Methinks he doth protest emoji. Bro, Alan Dershowitz has done all of the protesting. Okay? He has protested up and down. It's what we call self-snitching in the business. Okay? Harvard law professor, by the way, tenured Harvard law professor, by the way, successfully blacklisted Norm Finkelstein from academia, by the way, because he got fucking owned by him, by the way. For what, you might ask? That's right, plagiarism. Also defended OJ and Jeffrey Epstein. Another amazing Harvard alumnus, okay? He was only ever famous for getting away with killing his wife. Okay, that's an allegation, okay? I just got to say, that's an allegation. Oh my God, they should make Dershowitz the next president of Harvard. Hashtag DershTwit in shambles. Yeah. Anyway, after Dershowitz also filed a motion to intervene to contest the allegations. Jane Doe intervention. We already looked at that. Virginia Giuffre deposition where she talks about being sent to have sex with Jean-Luc Brunel. She's also questioned about whether she was sent by Maxwell to have sex with the owner of a large hotel chain. Maxwell's lawyers tried to argue that Giuffre was discrediting herself by including claims about having met Bill Clinton. Plaintiff's motion failed to mention any desire to take the deposition of former President Clinton. No notice of deposition had been served. Indeed, President Clinton first appeared on Plaintiff Third's revised Rule 26 disclosure 2 weeks ago on June 1st. Then last week, in a reply in support of the motion that exceed 10 depositions, plaintiff averred that Bill Clinton's deposition is necessary because Ms. Maxwell, in her deposition, raised Ms. Giuffre's comments about President Clinton as one of the obvious lies to which she was referring in her public statement that formed the basis of the suit. This is utter nonsense and nothing more than a transparent ploy by plaintiffs to increase media exposure to her sensational stories through deposition slideshow. This witness has nothing relevant to add. They cite tabloid articles where Giuffre talked about Clinton and Giuffre's memoirish manuscript about some of her experiences, which we read. Dersh is trying to lie about this in his podcast, apparently. The Epstein list is guilt by association. Watch The Dersh Show. The Dersh! Starting in 30 minutes, 5:30 p.m. EST on YouTube and Rumble. Hear my take on what this means and why. Wait, is he live right now?
Welcome back to the Dersh Show. The list, the infamous list, the Jeffrey Epstein list of the hundreds of people who had associations.
Bro, I can smell his house
with Jeff.
Like just this snapshot alone, like it's got that distinct old person house smell. Okay? Like fucking mothballs and dust. Dust that has accumulated over the course of many, many years. Okay, Murad is going nutty mode right now in the house. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. I also realized that I have a haircut. Like that's literally happening right now, basically. And therefore, I have to cut this short. I wanted to do early gaming turns into no gaming, story as old as time. Same thing will happen tomorrow. Okay, this is a unique circumstance. Okay? This is a unique circumstance where I unironically have a prior obligation. I have to get this haircut. And also, beyond that, the unique circumstance was that I was going to game early, and then the Jeffrey Epstein files dropped literally as soon as I was done with my coverage. What am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? Jeffrey Epstein files drop as soon as I'm done with my news coverage and I'm about to transition over to the gaming segment. I can't even hear myself think. But listen, I will make it up to you. Doofy! I will make it up to you guys by getting a sick-ass haircut, okay? I will make it up to you guys by getting, 1, a sick-ass haircut, and 2, by looking super good, and 3, by gaming tomorrow, okay? You already know. Bring the mustache back? No, I'm growing the beard out. I'm really liking the beard. It's been getting long as hell, so I'm not going to buzz it. I'm just going to shorten it. You already know. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. You already know what it is. Tomorrow we'll be going further into the Jeffrey Epstein saga, the files, and all the stuff that I couldn't find in my cursory glance. I love you all, and thanks again for watching. And we'll be doing more of this. Hundo P, you already know. All right. Anyway, peace, everybody.
Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat bites. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming.